Hello? Okay, morning everybody. I think I need to make a short announcement. I was told yesterday about some sad news. I did not know at the opening that 2 weeks ago Alan Jeffrey passed away. He was the author of FontInst and many other programs and packages, and he was a great technician and a friend for many of us, so it's a very sad news. His family asked if you wish to donate in his name to the musical therapy program which helped him in the last days, to Oxfam, to American Civil Liberties Union, and Southern Poverty Law Center. We'll put links on the page. So, like this. And now to our regular program. Klaus, here you are.
Okay. So, good morning. I'm Klaus Höppner. I'm the morning chair today. Welcome to everyone who managed to be here in time. Welcome to all the viewers at YouTube who don't know anything better to watch tech conferences on a sunny weekend. So, we start with our first talk. We have a really interesting program this morning. So, we start with Michael Hofdich. You know him from, he's the guy who gave you your t-shirts and badges. And he will talk about converting web pages to PDF, especially PDF that is optimized for ebook readers. Okay, welcome, Michael.
Thank you. So I will talk about my tool that is meant to convert web pages to PDFs, as Klaus said, and we don't have much time, so I will just start. So what do we want to achieve? I want to make PDFs that are suited for ebook readers, smartphones or tablets, and also for printing. So you can just use this script on any web page to load images. It removes various stuff from the pages like ads, menus, banners and such stuff, and it extracts only text of the page and it converts it to LaTeX, and then it automatically makes PDF file without any need to manual handling of the text file. Why? Because I am known for Tech4HT, which does the other way. It converts HTML or LaTeX to HTML or EPUB and other stuff, and I needed some side project, so I thought, why not try this one? And I have an ebook reader, and I don't find the default rendering quite good, so I said that maybe LaTeX could be used to create some nice documents that I could read, and another option is for archiving web pages and, for example, for printing them. So this is the archiving, and the last is because we can, and I think it's fun. So I will show you how to use this rmode PDF command that is basically just Lua script that calls some commands that will remove the elements from the web page. Then my Lua XML library that can post-process HTML and convert it to LaTeX. And I also created two packages that are useful not only for this task, but you can use them also in your own projects. And one is for responsive design with LaTeX. That means that you can create like classes or packages that where you can define that based on the page dimensions. You can select different font sizes and other elements, and another package prevents overflow boxes in paragraphs. These are important for the automatic transformation without need to manual. Yeah. So how do we convert HTML? Armor PDF extracts text from pages and removes ads and menus, and it can be configured using Lua to support the different pages, because for most pages you will need to make some adjustments, but using this Lua script, but this can be then reused on that web page for other pages. It's not on CTAN, it's only on my GitHub, so here is the address, and if you want to see what I mean by the reader mode, this is an example page how it looks in Firefox, and this is how it looks in the reader mode in Firefox, which works in the same way as the script. It removed all banners and menus, and it's just text and images that are in the document text. So there are several projects for the reader mode on the command line. One of them is for JavaScript, then for Python, and the last one, RW, is a CLC command that's portable and it's really fast. So I tried all of these, and then I finished with this C library, which can be easily used from Lua and LaTeX. So how do we load and transform HTML files? I wrote HTML parser for raw XML, because HTML, even if it looks similar to XML, it's a bit different. So I had to make a new library, and now you can work with HTML files in raw XML in the same way as you can work with XML files, and so you can parse XML to a DOM object, and then you can delete the elements, add new elements, change everything, and with the raw XML transfer library, you can then transfer this DOM to any output. Currently, we support HTML. Oh no, LaTeX. So now I will quickly show you the usage of the script. So the basic use is just a list of URLs. It will make one PDF file for all URLs that you pass. You can also pass local files, not only like web pages, and you can also read from the standard input, but you need the base URL option. I'm going fast, but I will in the end show you address to the HTML version of this presentation with some additional handout with additional information, and and this is how looks the PDF file that is created from the web page that I showed you before. So the script gets some metadata, and it creates also table of contents from sections used in the HTML file. By default, the script automatically compiles the document. It detects how many times it needs to run. But if you want to get the text source, you can use the P option. You can also give it the O option to give it another name, because by default the name is based on title of the document. And you can also set like a paper style, paper dimensions, and document style from the command line. But you can also change these from the configuration script. And by default, it downloads images to images. I made a subfolder of the current path. So if you want to use, for example, some temporary directory, you can use the I option, and there are some other options. One which is interesting is that it can detect LaTeX math in the HTML files. So if you use mathjax in the HTML and the LaTeX source is in the HTML code, it will process it and render math using LaTeX. So with capital N option, you can disable this option if it leads to errors, and the capital R option will disable removing of elements from the HTML file. So now we go to the Lua configuration file. It can be required by the C option, and it can look like this. This passes some configurations to the document using the add to config command, and you can, for example, use it to pass extra packages or fonts to the preamble using preamble extras, or there is the table for configuration of conversion of images, because Lua LaTeX doesn't support all image files, image types that are used on the web. So, for example, we need to convert SVG to PDF or PNG that can be used using LaTeX, but you can also config directly using config table. But in this case, you should configure each option separately, because if you pass the table to document table, you would overwrite the default settings. So geometry can be used to change configuration for the geometry package. But you don't need it, because by the default it takes command line options. So this will overwrite command line option, and so you should use it only if you want to add some page size that is not supported out of the box. Then we have callbacks that can process the HTML file. One of them, the first one, preprocess content, takes string, and so you can use Lua string functions to modify the string. But the next two ones, preprocess DOM and postprocess DOM, can use Lua XML functions to modify DOM, which is something you most likely will want to do if there are some problems with the output. So the preprocess DOM is before we download images, so you can, for example, remove all images if you don't download them. And postprocess DOM is, well, on the final DOM objects before we convert it to LaTeX. The callback can look like this. This example will serialize the DOM back to HTML, so you can use it for debugging to see what are you working for, because sometimes the script that removes stuff from web pages removes also some stuff that you don't want to remove. So you can use this function to debug, and you always need to return the DOM objects back. Otherwise, you will just fail the conversion. Yeah, and in this example, I will show how to remove some div element with class menu. So let's say that it remained in the document, and you don't want it to show in LaTeX. So we want to remove menu, and the XML function that does it can look like this. The query selector function selects all elements that match CSS selector. So we had div class menu, so we can select it using .menu, and it will select all menu document elements in the document, and we can then loop over it using key pairs. It is a Lua function to loop over array, and in this loop we get another object that is the current element, and we can use remove node function to remove this document, this element. So then there are some other useful functions for working with the DOM object. You can, for example, set elements, get attributes, values. You can get text that is in the element. For example, if you get text from the document, it will give you plain text of the whole document. There are many more functions in Lua XML for working with DOM. So I can advise you to read the documentation of Lua XML because there are a lot of examples for some practical stuff that you can do. The other library is for the transformation. So we have some functions. HTML process object is defined by rmode PDF, and it already has rules for conversion of different HTML elements. So you can add new rules using add action. These actions also they get to yeah, sorry, I forgot the English name. But you pass CSS selector to select an element, and then a rule in a simple templating language that will convert the element using this rule. You can also use add custom action that will, where you can use, instead of a template, you can use a Lua function, which is really powerful, but also more complicated, and I will not show it here. And reset action is needed in this case because when the transform library matches, when there are multiple rules for one element, the first one is used. So the reset action will remove all rules for the element, and you can then add a new one. This is useful, for example, if you want to add a rule for a basic tag like img or stuff like that, because otherwise your rule will not be executed. And below it are the basics of the template language. So %s will insert content of the element. So it works a little bit like XSLT, like it's basically rewriting of XSLT in Lua that is easier to use for me. So S will this will transform all child elements of the given element, and it will insert transformed text at that point. And you can also insert attribute values using at syntax. Here is an example. So in this example, we remove default actions for figure and IMG elements, and we add new actions. So for IMG, we use include graphics. You can see that I use some non-centered max width option for include graphics that will ensure that the image is not larger than width of the page, and we use the Saturdsay attribute of the image element using dots CRC in brackets, and then we add some. And I don't use %s in this template because IMG element cannot have any children, so we don't have to define it, but we use it in configuration for figure, so it will insert contents of the figure elements after no indent. And how to show you how to use CSS selectors. When we find the element that has class foo and is child element of some element that is class sample, it will print hello and then contents of the elements. So here is an example. So we have image element inside figure, and then two paragraphs with spans. You can see that both spans has class foo, but one of them will be matched and another one not, because only the first one is a child of the class sample. And you can also see that this is not valid XML because the P tags are not closed. Okay, so this is the result. So for figure we get just no indent, then include the graphics for the image, and for our spend elements you can see that first one was matched, so we get hello, and another one is just text of this document because of this element, because there are no rules. So when there are no rules for any element, it just gets text without any formatting. Now just fast. You can change tech templates for R mode PDF using T option. It has three syntax features. One is to print variables, another is to loop over arrays, where you can select a separator, and the last one is condition, so you can test if some variable use and exists, and if it exists, you can print it or print something else. So it's simple condition. Sorry, I'm just so fast, but we have just 5 minutes, so I need to be faster. So this is example template. You can see that this document languages contains all languages that were used in all HTML documents. So we can create string for Babel. Separator is Charka. Then use package document geometry. Will use settings for geometry. So you saw the document in the configuration file, and here are the extra packages, and now we loop over a pages array that contains all contents of all HTML documents. So you have and in here you get variables used in the pages. So you have document language, title, contents is LaTeX content that was converted by R mode PDF, and we use separate clear page, so each document is on a separate page. So, responsive design. And this is important for the pages that should be displayed on mobile phone, tablets, and monitors that each of them have different size, so you can define some rules how this page should be rendered based on some rules. Here is an example. This is our library page showed on the monitor, and this is how it looks on a cell phone. So you can see that we just removed image and moved the banner and used smaller font size. And I created a responsive package that use these ideas in LaTeX. So it can change font size to match the document size. So if you want, for example, to have like 60 characters on a page, and you have really small page, it will make just a small font, and it adjusts also like font commands like large and huge to match this change size, and it also changes spacing commands to match this size. So here's an example. In this example, we want to show just 25 characters on a line, so we call the set size command with 25, and you can see in the box that the font size is resized, that it fits on the mini page that is 5 centimeters large. And here is example that uses the same width of the box and different number of characters. So it just uses changes the font size. There are some other options. I need to skip them, but you can also change line height and stuff like this. And here is the media query example. In this example, there will be different text colors. So by default, it will be green. But if you are on a screen and it is smaller than 600 pixels, the color will be blue. This is in cascadic style sheets, and I created a media query command that works in the same way in LaTeX. So you can have this media query command. We test text width. So if it's 4 centimeter large or smaller, it will use 45 characters. Otherwise, it will use 60 characters on the line. So it can be used in your packages. And the last one is the line breaker package. This will be it uses Lua callbacks in the line breaking stage. And when it detects that there is like overflow box, it will try to retypicate this paragraph again using larger tolerance and emergency stretch. And so here is an example. On the left, you can see that there are some overflow lines, and line breaker will prevent this. So this is an example, and it has some configuration values, and this is it. I think we need to finish. So thank you for your attention, and here on my webpage you can find the HTML handout, so you can read it slowly, and there are some additional comments that I had to skip. So thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot for this impressive talk, also proving the flexibility of Lua LaTeX to do things beyond just typesetting LaTeX documents. Any questions? Yeah.
Would it be feasible to call this recursively and to follow links to sub-documents and to create a PDF of a complete course, for instance, by following the menu? Or not?
Yeah, probably yes. I would need to make, no, yeah, probably it is. Like, I haven't tried it, but I don't think there is anything that would prevent you from that, because you can, yeah, you can just process the DOM and collect links, and then, yeah, I'm not sure if the functions that download pages are available in the config file, but I can add them, so it will be possible.
Okay, I have two questions from YouTube comments. One from Vitstarin Novotny. He says, nice talk. Question, if I want to use Lua XML to typeset HTML blocks in Markdown documents, are there the same default definitions for more complex HTML elements, such as tables or lists already predefined?
Yeah, they are predefined in Armoured PDF. But you can copy the definitions and use them with Lua XML as well. So you will need to wrap them, but it's quite easy to add new rules.
Thanks. And two questions from Clausian Ingenuity. How does line breaker differ from microtype? And he says also set size is neat. I remember a similar macro from memoir and found super useful. So probably the second is a comment, but first is the question.
Yeah, it redefines the line breaking callback, and LaTeX provides a tech line break function. So it calls this function with different values of tolerance and emergency stretch, and you can define. Yeah, you can. It will tries like by default 30 times, and so it just increases these values until it finds that there is no longer the overflow box. So usually it's just a small amount, but sometimes if there are, for example, some HTML link, so some links that cannot be broken, you can get quite large spaces in the paragraph. But the good thing is that these changes are local to the paragraph, so it doesn't interfere in other paragraphs. And because in this case we have PDFs that has really small margins. So if there is like overflow line, you will just lose the text. So I think it's better to have large spaces in the paragraph than to just get rid of some words. Yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
So, our next speaker will be Simon Fahler, affiliated to the University of Regensburg. He will talk about guidelines and LaTeX packages for typesetting documents for colorblind people. So that's a rather important topic. Take, for example, Volker, who worked decades for a particle accelerator and creating the applications in the control room, and showing the device status in red and green is a good idea until you get to the first operator who's colorblind. Okay, welcome.
Okay, hi. Thanks for having me. So let's dive right into it. On this slide, you should hopefully all be able to decently make out the title and read anything. And now if we just change the color scheme a bit, then we get to this here, which, I mean, it's not aesthetically pleasing, I'll give you that, but for most of you in the audience, it should still be readable. But now the point is, if we consider this in colorblind vision, that's what we get. And this is a simulation of the most common type of red-green color blindness. And yeah, this is just a quick example to show you that it's really sometimes difficult for a person with normal color vision to see if some design is colorblind safe or not. So we need some guidelines to follow in order to make sure that our documents are colorblind safe. And yeah, I want to provide some of these guidelines here, but first of all, we have to understand what is colorblindness and yeah, how does it work, essentially. So human color vision relies on 3 types of cone cells in our eyes, which means that if a beam of light that is reflected from some object which has a certain color hits our eye, then there are 3 cone cells react in different levels, and the combination of these of this reaction is then interpreted as color. And yeah, on the right here you can see the typical perception of each of these cone cells. And now when the response in the cones of a particular person is not like you can see in this plot, that's what you call a color vision deficiency. And roughly 5% of people suffer from some sort of color vision deficiency. It's a lot more prevalent in males just because of how the genetics of it works. And for this talk, we will only focus on total color blindness, which means that one of the cone cells, so the short, medium, or long wavelength cone cells, is completely missing, which means that you essentially only have 2 numbers to, or your brain only has 2 numbers to interpret to get to a color instead of 3, which naturally makes it more difficult to distinguish colors. And yeah, just as another example, this is a common test to test for colorblindness. On the left, you can see the normal version, where you should be able to read a 74, sorry. And on the right, you can see the version if you are red-green colorblind, where yeah, it's very hard to make out, at least for me, and it's probably even harder with the projector, but you might be able to view a 21. But the point is, this is actually the same image, just the right one is a simulation of colorblindness. And yeah, that makes it obvious that we have to choose a suitable color scheme. In this case, of course, it was on purpose not chosen, so it's easily distinguishable. But yeah, if we want everyone to read the 74, we have to use different colors. So yeah, we already saw some groups of colors get basically collapsed into a single color. And there are very typical color combinations in there. So here you can see the red and green, which most of you probably know that is a bad idea to use if you want to make a design colorblind safe. But there were also some combinations that I didn't expect. For example, this magenta and blue. Prior to my work on this, I had no idea that that's actually almost impossible to distinguish for red-green blind people. So yeah, we have to pay attention to what color scheme to use in a graphic or in some visual unit. And yeah, for that we first have to understand what are the color schemes that we can actually choose from, because there are a lot of colorblind safe color schemes out there, but not every scheme is suitable for every purpose. And yeah, just here on the right, you can just see 3 different types of color schemes, and I will explain what each of them does. And for that, we just follow 5 fictitious students through a 20-week-long semester. And let's say at the end of each week, they have to take a test, which is graded from 1 being the best possible grade to 6 being the worst grade. And at the end of the semester, their average grade is their final grade that they get for the course. First of all, we might be interested in how the average grade evolves over the course. And yeah, here, first of all, you can see a version of this plot where no color is used whatsoever. And yeah, it's obvious that here it's impossible to extract all the information because the lines cross and we don't know which line then goes where. Now we can add some color to improve this. It's still not colorblind safe in this way, but I will come back to that later. But with these colors, we can at least, it is at least easier to distinguish which line goes where. And now the question is, what colors should we use here? We just have 5 distinct lines that we want to distinguish. So we use a qualitative color scheme, which is used to distinguish between different categories. So the students are not like related in any ways. It wouldn't make sense to put them on a number line basically and then use a continuous range of colors. We just want colors that are easy to distinguish, and you will understand better what I meant by this remark when we go to the next color scheme. Because now we might look at all of the grades of our students, and yeah, the easiest thing to do would just be to put them all in a huge table. And I mean, all the information is there, but it's still very hard to make out some patterns. And in order to make this easier, we then can add some color. And now the color should denote more quantitative information, because now, of course, each of the grades should be a different color, but also 1 and 2 should be roughly similar, and 5 and 6 should be roughly similar. So we put them on we put the colors on a continuous range. And now the important part is in the middle we have a more or less neutral color, because in this grading scheme a 3 or a 4 is considered pretty neutral grade, and that is reflected by our color scheme. So in the middle we have neutral, and towards both ends we have more extreme grades, like on one side good grades, on the other bad grades. A very similar example is if we now consider our students, well, they might ask questions, as I've been told. Yeah, we might be interested in how many questions they ask per week, because, I don't know, maybe we want to know if students who ask more questions are better in the end. And yeah, we can, again, just write down all of their numbers in a table. But again, it's hard to distinguish or to make out any patterns. And therefore we use color again, but this time, like, the question is, what is a neutral amount of questions? It certainly doesn't make sense to just take the average of the number of questions as a neutral amount, because yeah, the best possible definition that we could probably come up with is that 0 is just considered neutral because it's the baseline where everyone starts in each week, and then it just gets more extreme from there the more questions they ask. And that's why we use a sequential color scheme, where one end of the range is considered neutral and the other is considered more extreme. Okay, so now we know what these color schemes are, and we know when to use which. We also know that there are like colorblind-safe versions for these color schemes, so we might think, okay, we're good, we just use these colors and that's fine. But the point is there are so many different color vision deficiencies, and it's impossible actually to come up with a color scheme that works well under all of them, because there's even like really strong types of color vision deficiency, like total color, like monochromacy, where you can see a rough simulation of that here on the right, where you can basically only distinguish colors based on their apparent brightness. And now if we look at the plot with the grades from before, it's a lot harder to distinguish the colors, because both ends of the range look quite similar. And yeah, because of this, we need additional rules that we have to follow. And there is basically one very, very important rule in colorblind-safe design, which you should always follow. And if you follow that rule, your documents are at least guaranteed to be colorblind-safe. They might not be convenient, but it's a good first step at least. and that is you should never rely on color only. So any information that you want your reader to pick up, you should make sure that it's not only available in color, but also in some other form. For example, if we go back to our first plot where we looked at the average grade of our students, the only way to distinguish the lines was based on the color. And now if we remove the color information again, we can't distinguish the lines, so we should use something else. In this case, we can just use a pattern. We can dash every second line, and like that it's easy to distinguish the lines. So the main takeaway, if you only take away one piece of information from this talk, it's this one: do not only use color to convey any information, because it just gets lost and some people will not be able to extract that piece of information from your document. And yeah, the alternatives are usually that you can use some patterns or text to provide the information. And yeah, if you follow this rule, then your documents are guaranteed to be colorblind safe. But as I already said, they might be inconvenient for some readers. And that's why there are a few more rules which you can follow. They are a lot less important than this first rule, but they are still very good practice to follow. And yeah, these are, you should always choose a color scheme and then actually stick to it, because these colorblind safe color schemes that you can come across that are also implemented in my package, for example, they are tuned such that the colors are easily distinguishable. So if you then introduce some color from somewhere else, you have no idea how easy that is to distinguish, which is why you should generally just avoid using colors from different color schemes. In extension, that also means you should not, especially in the qualitative schemes, just mix colors within a scheme, because that also makes the colors less distinguishable. And the same applies for shades of colors, because the brightness is also heavily used in order to make sure that the colors are distinguishable. And yeah, therefore it's just, you should just pick a scheme and then religiously stick to the colors that are in the scheme and not tinker with them in any way. Then there are two more small rules. Rule number 3 is you should not use color simultaneously for aesthetics and for information. So, for example, in a scientific poster, it's entirely fine if you use color for aesthetic reasons. But if you have some graphic in there, then that just you want to use color in the graphic to convey some information, then you should not use additional color in the same graphic to make it more aesthetically pleasing. Because most of the time you make it harder for people to extract the important information. So it's best not to mix aesthetics and information in your graphics. And this rule might hopefully seem kind of obvious, this last one. You should, if at all possible, try to avoid rainbow color schemes, because there are so many colors in a rainbow color scheme that it's hard even to distinguish for many people with normal color vision. But there are still so many plots out there in scientific papers where you can see these color schemes, so I just wanted to include it still. Okay, so these are some basic guidelines to follow. Now we can come back to LaTeX finally. We can take a look at what colors are available in LaTeX, and of course you can define anything you want basically, but most people will just use the predefined colors because they are the most easy to use. And I will focus here on the 19 built-in named colors that are available in Xcolor or color. And you can see them here on the left. It looks like there are a lot of different options here. And the point is many LaTeX packages just use these colors directly. So for example, in PGF plots, if you create a plot and you don't specify a color yourself, then it just plots the first graph in blue, the second in red, and so on. And if we now look at the definition of these colors, we already come across the first warning sign The RGB value for red, for example, is just 100. For green, it's 010. So we can already see these colors are tuned to be easy to define, not to be easy to distinguish. Because if we now, again, turn on our color blindness simulator, these colors get collapsed into basically 3 categories. And we can probably still choose around 6 colors that are okay to distinguish, but there's already black and white in there. So if we remove these, then we basically have 4 colors to choose from. And these are not the most commonly used colors. If we go back here, we can probably pick the leftmost and the rightmost colors, but I've rarely seen pink being used in a LaTeX document. So yeah, this is basically a call to developers. If you develop some package and your package uses color, often it's just an afterthought. You did some cool thing like PGF plots, which is incredibly useful, and then in the end you just are like, okay, people probably want to use color, let's just use some color by default. Please briefly think about what colors to use, because it can make a huge difference for the reader down the line, because most people who use your package will just use the default. And if you spend a bit of thought on this, you can make life easier for a lot of people. Okay, so finally I want to quickly talk about my colorblind package, which is, well, at the moment almost embarrassingly early in the development. So yeah, for the existing tools, there are a lot of online tools out there where you can get some colorblind-safe color schemes, but I didn't find anything directly in LaTeX. So I didn't find any package where you can just easily import the package and then have color definitions available. So my package tries to fill this gap. So far it only provides color definitions of various schemes, like the qualitative, diverging, and sequential schemes that we went through before. And it also provides continuous versions for the schemes that can be interpolated, because the qualitative schemes you should definitely not interpolate, so the continuous version is just not provided. But for the diverging schemes, for example, a continuous version is provided. And lastly, I want to talk about my plans for the colorblind package. So when I started working on this project, my goal was to create a color vision deficiency simulator in LaTeX, basically. So the idea would be you can write colorblind vision somewhere in your document, and then a certain part of your document gets compiled, and the colors get changed in such a way that it looks to a person with normal vision as it is seen by a colorblind person. So yeah, that's difficult to achieve, and I probably went in over my head there, but here I am. My first idea was to just redefine the color command, which is, yeah, it's a stupid idea, but that's pretty obvious, I think. I mean, it worked well enough to produce all the colorblindness simulations that you saw in this presentation. So it works for some things, but it's very, very finicky, and it's certainly not something that you can ship in a LaTeX document and expect other people to use in a productive way. The right way to go about doing this is probably to introduce a new color model. There is already the color model gray in Xcolor, which just converts all of your colors to grayscale, and I imagine that a similar thing could be done with a color model that's, for example, red-green blindness. But yeah, I don't know that much about how Xcolor works internally, and if someone of you has some idea of where I could read more about that, I would be really happy if you could come and talk to me. And yeah, then the other problem is include graphics is just a whole different story, because you can do certain things with the colors in a graphic that you include, but that is very limited, and I'm not even sure so far if there exists a solution, at least without shell escape. So yeah, if any one of you has any help or pointers where I can search for something, or any feedback in general, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot for this very interesting talk. I'm sure there are some questions. Yes.
Hi. First, I just realized Barbara asked me yesterday whether we could introduce ourselves at least with the first name when we speak, because it's very difficult to know who is talking on the stream. So I'm Tom, you know me, I hope. But for the YouTube people, hello. I have 3 comments, I hope. One of them is, this is great. It should be, you should get it stable enough so that it's an option for Xcolor. People don't want to load another package. People are lazy. So the less lazy, the more we go towards making it lazy and clever, the better. Just one thing. So you need to talk to the whatever team it is. The other thing is blame David for like not having anything proper in Xcolor already, and that's the best option always. And the last thing I wanted to mention is it is difficult to do, obviously, like, you know, to change anything so that it like looks like it would look to people with any of the deficiencies. But it's the viewers that should be able to do it, of course, right? And Overleaf is to blame. Like, it's very difficult to patch PDF.js, which is the Overleaf's PDF viewer, to just make it like, you know, switch, hey, show me how it looks like to colorblind people. But it's something we should really work towards and try and like maybe push PDF.js, which is, you know, made by Mozilla, to make it an option. You know, like there is ways. So this is something that we should definitely consider. The last thing is, please make a option, change PDF defaults to your package. I'm PGF defaults, sorry, to the package, so that PGF plots uses reasonable color scheme by default if you load the package, because you don't want to patch PGF directly, because then the new versions of the plot someone will mention, and the blue line shows, which is obviously not colorblind friendly anyway, but that's what people do, and then suddenly the blue line will be yellow to everyone, not just the colorblind people, and you are doomed. So we have to be a bit careful. So that's just a couple of comments. Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks for the comments. That's very useful.
Okay. So, Boris?
Yeah, sorry for being so active, but I'm relaying questions from YouTube chat. Closian Ingenuity says that for include graphics, you can use decode array, but it's dark magic realm. It's really dark magic because I, for example, don't know anything about it.
Yeah, decode array is what I've been looking into, but you're very limited in what you can actually do with the colors in there. Like you can, for example, remove one of the channels, but that's basically all you can do, and that's not a good I mean, that's some sort of approximation for colorblindness simulation, but it's a very bad approximation. So yeah, I'm hoping I can find a better way.
Hi, for people in the stream, this is Jeff Kwan. I wanted to ask if you've tried looking at the color contrast ratios between like the colors that your package would use, or if it could tell people like if you could like compute the color contrast ratio.
So I've not done that personally. I've just, because I'm not a graphic designer or anything, I don't know anything on how to choose these colors. So the schemes are not made by me. I've just used existing color schemes online, which are tried and tested. I don't know the contrast ratios, but I could look them up, yeah.
Yeah, if you do like the HTML code, you can just, it'll calculate it for you. It's also a legal thing in the United States, which is why I bring that up.
Oh, okay.
So, Nelson?
Yeah, so one comment is that besides the problem of color, it's also the problem of size. And I've encountered this with preparing lecture slides. I see this in student theses a lot, where they use an external program for creating a graphic, and that program assumes that it's going to be displayed in a large sheet of paper. But in reality, in a 2-column journal, it is 4 centimeters by 2 centimeters. And the text becomes far too small to read, and the line thicknesses are often way too thin. And you can see this you can make an experiment with some program where you can easily change the line thickness, display lines of various thicknesses in, say, different colors, like red and black and blue, and then move away from the screen in a classroom. And what you'll discover is thin lines, no matter what their color, look the same. So it's really important to have considerably thicker lines than most graphics packages will produce by default, and to make sure that the colors are distinguishable at various distances, which corresponds to shrinking a graphic for publication. Thanks.
I think maybe one last short question. Ulrika, just ask him in the coffee break.
Yeah, one comment for your quest to basically simulate color blindness in the PDF file. You can embed ICC color profiles into PDF files, and you can use that to simulate color blindness, but you have to be aware that the reader support for that is rather limited. So I'm not sure which percentage of people would actually be able to see that then.
Okay, yeah, that's also something that I've been looking into, but I haven't been able to find an ICC profile, to be honest, because there are some pages who claim that they have them, but then the downloads are broken or something like that, and I haven't been able to obtain any profiles, so I wasn't able to experiment with that yet.
Okay, so thanks a lot. I think we have to proceed with the next talk. That will be by Hyangsu Duan, who is affiliated to the Technical University in Darmstadt in Germany. And he will talk about bridging scientific documents, bridging the LaTeX markup and the visual alignment of PDF.
Hello, I'm Changshu. Today, hello, I'm Changshu. Today I want to show a piece of work I did on aligning LaTeX, PDF, and markup language. In this work, the accessibility is not only for humans, but also for more about large language models for scientific publications. We begin with showing capabilities of large language models in reading scientific papers, and I will highlight current limitations and explain why it's crucial to make PDF documents more accessible to models. My approach is creating accessibility through color alignments. So let's start. In recent 2 years, large language models has provided an entirely new way for us to read papers on the internet. They can help us to read, summarize paper quickly, help us to extract information, do question answering, or even recommend new papers for us to read. This is because the large language model can process and understand the text very efficiently. But however, many papers on the internet are now distributed only with PDF format. So the model, sorry. I forgot to, the next page, sorry. Large language model can help us extract information very quickly, but for PDF content, model either read all the copyable text from the page, which include a noisy, or just read the document whole as an image, but not that accuracy. Or there's another input method using Markdown and plus LaTeX code, which perform the most advantage. Here, sorry, the controllers. I cannot switch to the next. Okay. So there's a very recent research on how large language model can understand math. So if we see the example, if we input a asymmetric functions image, the model may mistakenly think it's symmetric because the visual encoder of the large language model may overcompress the information from the picture, but the model usually can understand the LaTeX code better. So, which highlights the need of model to capture PDF information as original as possible. Okay, so how we can let a large language model to get lossless information? So for papers that has available LaTeX source, it's very easy. For example, on overleaf, we can simply double-click the PDF region, and there's a package named sync_text to jump up into where the LaTeX code related. But for paper with only PDF format available, this method doesn't work, and the good things, we have a OCR tool or model that convert PDF screenshots to LaTeX or Markdown, but this tool doesn't really work well because it operates on a page basis. In the training process, the model doesn't really know which element positioning where on the PDF page. So we really need a more precisely aligned data set to improve the OCR tool. Okay. So what properties should accessibility for large language model to have? I think it should at least be able to read correctly and maintain a document tree structure correctly, so that, for example, we ask the model a question about section 1, the model will not answer the section 2's information. The model should, more importantly, read formulas or tables LaTeX code, so that making it more precise, accuracy. To make this data set improving the OCR model, we get a lot of high quality data from archive. Because archive, the latest source are at least checked by the staff, and they are all able to be compiled into PDF. But archive's latest code are not always error-free. So I dived into the code to did a little bit debugging automatically to fixing the unmatched environment and brackets, and expanding as much user-defined commands as possible. And plus, I use a Python-based parser and enhance the data set of the parser's commands to from a plugin for VS Code, which named LaTeX Workshop, to enhance the data set, because LaTeX Workshop has a feature that auto-complete in the writing to auto-complete the command in the writing process. So finally, we can parse most of the LaTeX code into Python abstract syntax tree and assigning each page element or LaTeX element a unique color. Here, I modified a little bit of the auto text, which, as mentioned in yesterday's talk, it doesn't really tolerate any error, but I struggled to change a little bit to make it a little bit error tolerate and compile the color modified PDF plus a dictionary to record each color corresponding to which LaTeX and PDF elements plus its attributes. Here is a label about how it's written in LaTeX and how it's reading order or which section it belongs. Plus, we standardize the annotation because the LaTeX directly extract from the file are not necessarily or still not enough in the pre-processing step. The user-defined commands are still not very standard. So luckily, I can use LaTeX ML to parse all the user-defined commands to very standardized LaTeX code that can correctly rendered by, let's say, messages, text, and read by large language models. So by this way, we can simply convert any PDF into Markdown plus LaTeX and let large language model read it easily. But it's not always work. Let's see, for the figure 3 and table 1, the caption labels are not colored correctly by my changing because they have other internal conversions. So this doesn't work. Plus, if we if the paper already have some color text, the color will be not overwritten by my changing. Plus, the Python-based parser is still not really good. I found 40% of paper still have small parts cannot be colored. So at next step, I will try to move to more basic level. Let's see, LaTeX level. The TUG PDF package can also generate very high quality annotations, and I plan to use LaTeX instead of Python. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions, comments? I don't see anything at the moment. Nobody? Oh, Ulrike, you look like you want to say something.
If they can handle LaTeX source better than PDF, then perhaps it would be easiest to simply embed the LaTeX source into the PDF. And then they can extract it from the PDF and have the LaTeX source and can go on without annotations in the PDF.
Let's see, if I'm reading a paper and talk with you, I have a question about the figure in page number 5. if we directly compile or convert the LaTeX to Markdown, we don't have the location. We lose the co-reference of the page and the layout. Plus, sometimes we only have the PDF page. We want change the PDF to Markdown. In this case, we don't have LaTeX, so it doesn't work.
Okay, so Boris, anything from YouTube and the outer world?
Let me check again.
Okay.
I don't see anything.
Okay, so thanks a lot again for your talk. So we are a bit ahead of time, but I think we can proceed, and I'm optimistic that Joseph is able to fill this gap. I think I don't really have to introduce Joseph White, who's a member of the LaTeX team, and he will give us some comments and remarks about prototyping documents with templates. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so I'm going to talk about, I've got two talks at the meeting. This is my team talk, as it were. And so I'm going to talk about templates, which are prototype document elements, and an idea that the team has been working on since, I don't know, I was still at school, I think. Or Frank and Chris and David have been working on for a long time, but now is... 2000, okay, a bit later then, okay. But has now reached maturity and has been integrated into the LaTeX kernel in the last release, and so is sort of something there that now people can be using and relying upon. So we'll start off, what's a template? So in this context, we're not talking about what people often mean when they say templates, which is they mean a model document that you can edit, which comes from a sort of word processing background. We're talking about a different idea. And the idea is that we want to take the things, elements I've put here, objects, we haven't come up with a good name for this, the components of a document which are same across different documents, and to have a way of providing a mechanism to describe those, edit them, modify them, etc., that doesn't lead to us having to constantly do things, constantly copy code from one place to another, and thus lead to things which can't easily be interchanged. So these were originally, the things we've decided to call them types because there isn't a better name for them. We've tried lots of things. So copying code is error prone. You know, you get something, you copy it, you make a change, someone else makes a change, and very soon you can't move things from one place to another. We need to deal with a variety of amounts of variation. So let's take a concrete example. What sort of thing could we be thinking of? And the one that's possibly the most easy to understand is headings, sectioning headings in a document. If we think about lots of documents, lots of articles, books, Beamer presentations, whatever, they have sections, and they have section headings. And if you look at, say, a typical article, the section headings, the subsection heading, etc., are essentially the same, other than they have small variation. They have things like the font size changes, how the numbering is done changes a bit. But then we go to, say, maybe a book, and we might have fancy chapter headings where you want to have a whole page taken up by the chapter heading. It might have a big, little pull quote that goes with the chapter heading. It might have some fancy colours, hopefully, which are colorblind-safe or are purely aesthetic to go with it. So that's a larger change, but you need a continuum. And then you might have a situation where this one section heading needs to be different because it's got to match up with something that's externally imposed, and so I've got to be able to vary that. And so what we're looking at in templates is a way of trying to encapsulate that variability, but also repeatability into something that's into a mechanism which is flexible enough that, depending on the change you need to make, you could either make small changes where you things stay the same, as it were, or you make a bigger change where there's something more significant takes place. Yeah, so it's a mechanism for swapping out how elements are implemented. So we're going to see, I'm going to explain how we can either use the same implementation and change settings, so you get minor variations, or if you need to make a bigger change, how we can have a completely different implementation of how one of these document elements is implemented, but it can be swapped over between different implementations so that the semantics of those elements stay the same, and so that we can carry things forward and we can try to avoid the situation where you take a different document class, say, and you then can't swap between different document classes because things are done differently and there's some difference in what's expected. So what are the steps to use this mechanism of template? So the first thing is we have to declare the template type, the thing that we're going to be talking about. So as I've said, sectioning is perhaps one of the most obvious. Blocks are another, so the things in which you put elements on a page. Lists, so it turns out lists need blocks and they need the internal list structure. We might have others as well, and we're sort of developing those over time. And you'll see that actually, even for developers, they don't need to worry too much about that because it turns out there's only a very limited number of these types, and essentially probably the team are going to have to worry mainly about those. Then we're going to create interfaces to flesh that out. What might we want to do with this thing? So, say, sticking with section headings, obvious things we want to do is we want to describe how we're going to set the font size, the font color, whether it's numbered, whether it's going to have a quote that goes with it, whether it goes in the table of contents, the title for the table of contents, etc., etc. Different things that we might want to do with it. And so at this point, the stage 2 is to define an interface. Not worry about how this is going to be worked, what LaTeX code we're going to need to use, but just think about, from a design point of view, as it were, what things do we want to be able to say, if we imagine someone who's not a LaTeX user, you've got a book you're doing, you've got a book designer, they're not going to tell you how to implement it, they're going to tell you what they want it to look like and what you're going to need to be able to vary. You're going to need to have your section headings 1.5 times as big as your subsection headings or whatever. They're going to give you that kind of information. So something that would make sense to somebody who's not a programmer and is something that could also, wouldn't also apply to LaTeX or into a tech document, but could be used to equally describe a web page or a Word document or a poster done in design or something, something fundamentally about the design. Then we're going to have to actually do some coding and define an implementation of this interface. What do we do then to take that concept and provide something which we can actually typeset? And then we're going to want to be able to use these things. And we'll come back to that. There's a couple of ways of using templates because of this idea that we can vary how they're used. So template types, the sort of things about which a document is created. There's only really a small number that we've come up with, certainly so far, and it seems likely that most of those will end up being provided by the kernel team, simply because you can only have, there's a namespace for them. Once we've called something, sectioning, or LaTeX sectioning or whatever, that's taken. And really, this stage isn't really about writing any code at all. It's about coming up with defining the semantics. Because what you do have to think about is how many mandatory things does each type have. So sticking with sectioning, we've talked about this on the team quite a bit. How many things are absolutely required of a section in a document? We'll see, what do people think? How many things do people think are absolutely required? It's the simplest question of it's a number. How many things? Think about what the things might be. Tom? 1. You're going for 1, yeah. What do you think that one thing is? Level. You think it's level? Oh, right, that's interesting. Section title, yeah. That's the one that we think we've argued back and forth. We think, sections have a title even if it's empty. Beyond that, everything else turns out to be optional. So at the moment, we're mainly ending up with types. They tend to have maybe 0 or 1 compulsory arguments, and then they need a list of, we're going to have keys, but optional things need to be collected up. So the point is here that we're going to need to, all right, boys?
You would be surprised, but it's not necessary for sections to have titles. I typeset a book of poetry where there was a lot of anonymous poems. So there are sections semantically, but they don't have titles because they don't have, they just.
I take the point, but I think that's one way I'd say they probably all have an empty title. So, you know, so if you're going you have to define some semantics somewhere. So this is not, points out though, very nicely, this is not easy to decide. So although code-wise this is easy, concept-wise it's difficult. But luckily, most people are just going to complain that we make the wrong decisions is probably what will happen. But yes, so the point is you need to start off with a type. What is it going to be? How many mandatory things are there going to be? And then we're going to, then once you've fixed that, and this is the point, every time we implement it, it's going to be the same. So it doesn't matter who implements a particular type, that position is fixed. Then we're going to create interfaces. So I've put up, there's not many lines of actual code in these slides because I thought it's more about the concept, but I thought we needed to at least see a few things so you can see what I'm talking about. So we're going to define some interfaces, and has a snappy name, does the command, declare template interface. And you'll see we have the type, which is going to keep coming back. We're going to have the template, that's going to be the name of the template, the way we're implementing it. Number of arguments, which we've just talked about. And then a key list, a list of keys of the settings that this template is going to take. So what I'll say here, so the type is fixed, that's like sectioning. The template is going to be the name of our particular implementation we're creating in general terms. So we might call this LaTeX standard sectioning because someone else might implement it completely differently and have made different choices about the keys, and they might implement things that simply don't match up with the standard situation. So if you imagine, if you're doing a very arty book, you might decide your implementation is going to have all of your text is always going to be distributed across the whole page, and it's going to have pictures in it and things, and that probably wouldn't fit in with the standard LaTeX sectioning, which is going to be draw a line and put the thing and put a number at the start, basically. Fundamentally, that's what the implementation is going to do. So this is the idea that we're going to see that you can take the type, sectioning, whatever, and then we can have different code because that's going to be the template name. But most of the time, that's the big variation. If we need to do something completely different, we create a new template. But most people are going to want to make small variations. They want a different font size or something. And that's where our key list is going to come in, because we're going to have keys that are going to define the flexibility within this template. Now, I've said here, different templates for the same type could have different keys. And this is something that we still haven't, I guess, 100% resolved. I think it's fair to say that it's probably likely that you want, as far as possible, to sort of agree on the key names, even if you're implementing things differently, because it would be tricky to go completely off-piste. But it's not absolutely required to say, back with, if you imagine some very arty implementation of something, it might have settings that simply don't make sense to a rather more boring academic journal implementation. So you might need some additional keys, but you might need some that are the same. So the key list is going to be things like, these are going to be the flexibilities, So if we take a list, taking a different example, if we took a list, that might be the spacing before the list, the spacing after, how much to indent the side. And that's going to be a variable because fundamentally the implementation over here, when we create the implementation of our template, it shouldn't have fixed values in it. They should all be things we can adjust. We need to work out what they all are. So that's the idea here. So the interface is just going to say, the key list is going to be, say, we might have very dull names. Yep, I've got a question.
There seems to be a verb missing in that second line. Should it be will determine, will provide, something?
Yeah. Good spot. Yeah, will provide, yes. Let's go with provide. It's nice to know people are reading the slides, so everyone's paying attention. It's good. Yeah. So we declare this interface. It's not telling us anything about how we're going to do this. As I say, the idea is you could give this little bit blocks to someone who's not a hardcore LaTeX developer, and they should be able to sort of work out what's going on, because this key list is going to be the name of the key and what type of value it takes. So it's going to say, font size is a dimension. Level is an integer. So, it's a level 1 section, it's a level 2 section, whatever. And that's written out, in a sort of way that it is easy, but meant to be easy for people to understand. So, self-describing is the idea. Then we have to do some implementation. Yeah. Implementation. So, another very snappily named command. Declare template implementation. Again, we've got the type, we've got the template name that we've just created, number of arguments, which always pops up, and then we're going to have key bindings. In other words, these keys I've talked about, what variable how are they actually saved? It's all very well and good me saying I've got font size, but what does that actually do in my implementation? So I'm going to take the key name, and I'm going to point it at a variable that I'm going to save that information in. Because then we're going to get to the code that's actually going to do the job, and obviously that code is going to need to be able to access the information. I'll say the business end. This is obviously, when it comes down to implementing things, this is where life gets hard. You actually have to take your wonderful ideas about how flexible it's going to be, and you're going to have to make sure that your code actually does what you've said it does. So, does it actually let me change the margins of my list and not go just turn out that I just didn't bother and I just hard-coded a value in because I was, in a hurry and I said I'd change it later and then I forgot. Can be given separate from the interfaces in the source. So the idea here is, provided that our template type has already been defined somewhere when we actually run LaTeX, this doesn't have to be in the same place. So again, the idea being that you can split up how you create your templates so that the more user-readable bits are in one place and the bits that are maybe a little bit more scary are in another. So that creates a template. A template is a generic implementation, and so it's got keys that are going to sort of set whatever things we are. It's going to have some mandatory arguments, information that is ultimately going to have to come from the document, sorry, for a section, the section title, or Boris's empty section titles, potentially. How do we use it to actually make our document work? So the first thing we can do is we've got a command called use template. So all that does is it says, use template, you pass it the keys you pass it the mandatory arguments that the type needs, you pass it any keys you want to do. It runs through all that code that I've just talked about. And pass it the template name. Well, yes, you pass it the template name. Yes, you pass it the information to use the template. This is true. Thank you, Frank. And then stuff happens, and it grinds through, and it does things. But the problem with that is, and one of the things we're trying to avoid is, you've got a key val list, and although key val lists are very useful, very flexible, there is a processing time, and in tech, tech doesn't do that for us. We have to have an implementation. Now, however fast a key val implementation we write, that's still going to be slower than just having a load of macros that are just defined as values. So if we imagine trying to take all of the design elements of a document and making them all into templates, the worry here is it's going to start to get slow. If you think about, if we have every paragraph, let's say we set the hyphenation and justification, that's another potential template, using a templating mechanism, and every time we were reading the key val list, which is almost always the same key vals for every paragraph, and we do that for hundreds of pages, things are going to get slow, too slow. So what we normally do, we expect, is people to make instances. So an instance is going to be where we preset some of those key vals. We say, okay, taking my running example of sections, you know, we're making an article, we've got section, subsection, subsection. So the one that's going to be for section, we say, you know, it's always going to be 12 point, it's always going to be bold, it's always going to have section number. So we know that, so we say we make an instance that's like normal section. And it's going to have those values fixed, and if those values are fixed, what we do is we read through the key vals once, we turn all of that key val information just into defs, basically def, you know, some internal variable, some value, and then when we use an instance, which we'll do in a second, we just very quickly apply those settings, apply that, you know, series of definitions without all of that key val processing. So it's faster, and that's going to make a difference because at that point, you can't really do things much faster than just setting dimens, macros, whatever you've actually implemented it in. And the key point here is that you can change one template or instance for another and things should still work because they're semantically interchangeable. So I create an instance called standard LaTeX section, and then, or we do, and then you say, oh, and actually this document, I don't want to use the standard one because it's, you know, boring, and I want to have a pull quote in it, and I want to have big swirls around it. And you swap the instance for your one, fancy section, but the semantics are all the same, and so it should just drop in and be a straight interchange of one thing for another. This is all very well and good, but, you know, users want to do, you know, strange things. Oh, the reality is that you need to have flexibility. How do users make changes? So the first thing they can do is they can make document-wide changes with the mechanism. They can edit the instance or template defaults. So we have a command that does that. And that's saying you can take a predefined document, you know, someone's given you a journal document class, it's using templates, but actually I need to make a change because I've decided to take the journal document class and use it for my own private document, which you see that quite a bit. People are like, why are you using the journal document class for something you're not supposed, you know, it's fixed for one thing. Oh, I like it, but I want to do this differently. So, you can edit the instance default. So I know that the predefined one says that all sections should be 12 point, but I think they should be 12.5 because it means that it fills the number of pages that I need to show I've written for my report, so I'm going to do that. So, change it in the preamble, change the defaults, when everything runs through, that setting applies to our setup, everything is done quickly, you're not repassing it every time, and everything stays consistent. We also can have one-off changes. So the mechanisms have been set up so that in practice, all of the templates will take a key val argument point of use so that if, you know, the classic one here is if you look at people doing lists, use things like a num item currently for changing how you make lists look on an ad hoc basis, and you have an optional argument so, you know, this particular list, I need to change the spacing slightly because I don't want one item going on to the next page. I want to squeeze it just a tiny bit. And that's obviously a one-off. And so we read that key val list, and we can apply that. And of course, this then isn't fast because we are reading it for that one use of the template. But if you want ad hoc changes, you are always going to have to accept some processing time. You can also do more complicated things. You can make copies of these instances. So, you know, I want to keep the original version, but I want to have my own version as well because I'm going to have half of my sections look one way and half look the other, and they have one variation between them, and we can copy them across, make a child template, no child instance, and then we can edit it. So the idea of templates here is that we are going to take a lot of design elements that we need in a LaTeX document, make them into a standardized way of implementing them, make it into a way, make this work so that there's predictable and as fast as it can be done realistically, so not have a massive performance hit, and make sure there's sufficient flexibility for the person setting up the document class. They can make their own derivatives, they can make different kinds of template if they need to. You know, if our implementations, the standard ones that we end up providing aren't good enough, you can write your own one and it should still just drop straight in. And flexibility, as I say, for a document author, for the whole document, or for a particular, one-off instance within the document, without having to have different mechanisms in different places. And that's the point. The idea here is that, a lot of this has been done in different ways by classes like Manuscript or Memoir, packages like an item, but each one is implemented in a slightly different way, and that makes it difficult to do things predictably. And by bringing templates into the kernel, we are, for the tagging work, we are using the templating system to make new implementations for things. I've mentioned lists. Frank did quite a lot of work on that. We've got ones for sectioning, we've got ones for other things. We're bringing those in. And as they get developed, they'll be available to people, so they'll have a single way to change the document design. You won't be having to go, oh, well, this package has to be done this way, and this one, I have to recode this because there isn't an interface for this. We'll be able to add on, where interfaces are missing as well, as we move into being templated, we'll be able to add on those interfaces that are needed in a single way of doing things. And so that's templates as integrated into the LaTeX kernel, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thanks a lot. I see there already one question. Okay.
Thanks. It's a comment, not a question. I do think that template is the wrong word for it, but I do have a suggestion. Maybe you would be better off using the word trait. In computer science, a trait is a formal description of a property or a characteristic of something. And if you think in terms of genetics, for instance, the trait is a specific characteristic of an individual. So for instance, the color of your eyes is a trait of yours, and so is the looks of a section title of yours, for instance. So this is just a suggestion, traits. Thanks.
I think I get your point. I say we've been through lots of names, and the thing is, whatever you come up with, it's nothing's ever come across as perfect. And we've sort of gone. At some point, you have to make a decision, and we've sort of gone with that. So that's what we've gone with. We could make alternative names and copy things, but I'm not sure we will. No, I think it's been a long time. Yeah, they've been called templates for a long time, and I think we'll probably just have to stick with it at this point. Hope most people in most of it won't see a lot of that.
Okay, boys.
Well, not me, but rather YouTube. Okay, there is an interesting dialogue in YouTube and a question. First, the dialogue. User heavenly acts at heavy cost says that there is an observation. Searching for LaTeX template is understandably not very useful since overleaf calls document classes templates, and many users use this, so the word is overused. And Chris Rowley says that it's a useful observation. We shall add what to call them to our ongoing discussion of how to set them templates, exactly what type is, and he also says that other also think that the word template is not good. This is a comment, it's not a question, and there is a question. Yes, and there is a question. How do you envision how templates or whatever will affect existing document classes? Will the standard classes employ templates or perhaps a new set of templated version of the standard classes? So basically, how do you do transition?
Okay, well, I mean, that links to Frank. Does Frank want to come in on that one? No, you can leave it with me. Well, I mean, so I was going to say that there are, as I suggested, we've already started using templates for the sort of re-implementation of material to allow tagging. So because the tagging project and being able to reuse information in LaTeX documents for other purposes other than the typesetting direct output means that you need to re-implement things like lists, like how paragraphs are done, like how sections are done. And that, the moment you're going to start re-implementing things, we're going with templates as the way of, because there's always the problem in tech that once you change any implementation, you break someone where they've patched something and they're looking for a particular form of things. But Once you decide you're going to have to do that because you need to make changes, then if we go, we are implementing things using templates. So I think in the longer term we will see the standard classes moving in this way. At the moment it's stuff if you're using the document metadata setup, but the vision is that we will be moving that into the standard classes. I think is fair. Yeah. That is the direction of travel. But it is managing that transition is not easy, and that's quite challenging and something we worry about quite a bit.
Okay, sorry.
It's from me, not from YouTube. Maybe the thing would be to do what you did when you switched to LaTeX to E, just to put some special keyword like use templates. And after this, you don't guarantee that standard classes work the way they used to work.
Well, so the document metadata line that we've got that you currently use for the tag testing, that's the marker line. If you've got that line in, it does mean we are going to be using new methods, and we envision that will become the marker for this. So if that's there, then yes, you know, if people use that, have that in, they should expect that the code they're using will need to use updated methods, and that will lead to some things that won't work immediately, because if they're relying on implementations that then get changed, they will fail. But that's why we're very clear. We've been asked about people putting document metadata into you know, model documents or inside classes and things like. No, don't do that. That's a line that should be the user should be making that choice, and it should be in you know, top level documents used by users.
The line is already there, except that it is not yet a fixed point. I mean, when we made the change from 209 to 2 epsilon in way back, I don't remember, 94, we had a very simple, in some sense, transition because the code was already mostly there, and then we had a year of implementation. We made a fixed jump. We now have already the change point, which is document metadata, but we are not at the fixed point that what document data makes today is what is the final one when we say we are done with tagging and we are done with having sort of modernized classes, having the design part completely done. Those things are in the work, but that's the main goal, to have just this single line deciding that this is a new document. Right now, it's a new document in the prototype level, if you like.
Okay, so I don't see any further questions, so I have a really sad news for you. We have a 10 minutes early coffee break. Oh. Eric, you spoiled.
2 minutes. We look for volunteers. We are the CITEN team. Wait, I made some notes. The CITEN upload management team needs volunteers. We do formal correctness. The authors upload their packages. We do the formal correctness, like version information, licenses, and so. And we are all in one time zone. Would be nice if one from Asia or from the Americas could join us. And it's a long-term task for, let's say, every day, half an hour. And you should not be afraid of the Linux command line. We have a set of tools. And it would be nice if you could contact us or just talk to me right now. And the second is we need a server administrator for the LaTeX project. It's our own server that runs mail, postfix, mailing list system, mailman free, and what we have, and of course a web server and a little bit Docker. If you are an experience, if you have experience with Linux administration, just talk to me again, and would be great if we could spread the work to other people. Okay, thanks.
I probably have some people in mind whom I can volunteer. So if you leave contact addresses, I will press them into service.
I forget to say, it's volunteer work, but you earn the gratitude of every tech user, because C10 is the source of Tech Live and MIGTech, and you know as the first one about new packages.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for this really important comment and call for volunteers, because as Eric said as last sentence, without CTAN, we won't have tech like we have it in the moment. Neither Tech Live nor MIGTech would be so easily available. Okay, so we will meet back again at 11 in our time zone here. I hope everything is ready, and see you then. Okay. So, thank you for being back. So, the viewers at home, they missed something. Thanks to all the other organizers here for arranging these coffee breaks with the hotel with really nice snacks and a lot of coffee. Our next talk will be by Norbert Preining. I assume it will be a video recording again, unless he flew in since yesterday.
Hello everyone, I'm Norbert Preining from the archive team. Today I want to talk about the future of open science or archives' role in making research accessible. I have talked on the first day of the conference a bit about TUG and TUG Live in archive. I will start with an introduction to what archive is. This is duplicated from the first talk, but for consistency and ease of viewing afterwards, I repeat this. So what is archive? Archive is a website, archive.org, of course, with a lot of back-end services. What we do is we collect scientific preprints, articles, papers, mostly in the categories of physics, mathematics, and computer science. Some other fields too. And it is the world's oldest and largest scientific preprint server. It was founded in 1991. At the moment, we are probably already near 2.5 million articles, and growth is accelerating. So we have a lot of papers. A few things why this is important. So examples of cutting-edge research have first been made available on archive, like large language models, OpenAI, DeepMind, gravity wave research, Poincaré conjecture by Grigory Perelman. All of them were first published or only published at archive. And while a lot of archive papers, of course, end up in to get published in journals, some research fields actually keep archive the only publishing venue. And even more, why would an author, so when they are anyway publishing to a journal, would choose to upload to archive? It's to speed up the dissemination of the results and assert prior authorship. Both are very important in the current research world. So open, as I mentioned already, we are open, very open at archive. I want to pick out three things: open science, open source, and open access. Open science is that archive is completely open access in the sense no paywall. Everyone has access to all articles, and above that, everyone has access to also to the sources of most articles. We have about 90% of our articles are from sources, so from TUG sources. Recently, by far the most are LaTeX, but some are plain TUG or MS TUG. Big thanks to Paul Ginsberg and his colleagues who started archive in the 90s, beginning of the 90s, and from the very beginning insisted that scientists submit their source code for the papers. So open source we use is TUG Live, of course, mostly TUG Live nowadays. For the old, we still have TTUG. I went into details in my first talk here. And LaTeX ML, this is what we are talking about today, converting TUG files to HTML. We also write a few open source projects. There's AutoTUG, which is on CBAN. It's not actively maintained anymore. It is the system that drives our compilation as of now, but soon to be put to rest. We have a TUG to PDF converter Docker application based on TUG Live that will be available soon. That is what we use going forward. But today's topic is about open access. Open access in the sense to make research accessible. So there are the W3C guidelines about accessibility. And so, of course, as a funded agency or funded research group, we have made our websites already accessible according to the guidelines. But the problem is this really accessibility? If you're a blind researcher, can you actually use the resources on our website? And the problem is no. The handicapped people with disabilities, visible disabilities, they often can access our website, they can get it read out by screen readers, everything works, but at the end, at the moment, they end up with a PDF file. And PDF files are, as of now, as of the current status, not accessible. There is PDF 1.7 and UA1. Unfortunately, it really doesn't work. And so just to give you a few ideas, so this is a typical paper. I chose, I don't know, one from my logic area where I'm working on normally. And so it's a digital representation of a page, which often has a mismatch between paper geometry and screen layout. I mean, most of us don't have our screens up, so how to say, portrait mode. Zooming is often required. So if you zoom in, then you often have to do horizontal scrolling, so there's no reflowing in there, especially if you use mobiles. There is no responsive design, so adjustment to the screen size. There is a liquid mode by Adobe, but it's mobile only and it's proprietary, so it doesn't really help. But especially these improvements in layout, in reflow would help everyone. So not only people who have with handicaps, but everyone who just want to read a paper on their mobile maybe. So what are the PDF structure limitations? So if you look into a decompiled PDF file, it looks something like this. So I think that was actually one of my papers. So the problem is that the original structure, the high-level structure, so what is a title, what is a subtitle, what's the image, is practically lost. Everything is converted to typographic elements, like, okay, we use this font, this size, and just put these characters there. There is tagged PDF that introduced by Adobe, which aims to improve this situation so that the structure, the semantics can be recreated from the PDF file, but this is, first of all, most of the documents are not tagged, and there's very poor support for tagging PDF. There is a lot of work nowadays going on the LaTeX kernel side, and we are very happy to see this, but there is a long way to go still. Very simple. There is, and we had overwhelming answers from our researchers, blind researchers with whom we work, is that HTML is, as of now, the better solution. It has responsive design built in the language. It has, with most browsers, a dark mode. It has built-in language translations, which is also a kind of accessibility for people who are not extremely fluent in other languages. Built-in language translation helps. There are add-ins for all kind of dyslexia or visually impaired. It also preserves the structure, sorry, the structure and the intent of the document. There is a rich marketplace for assistive technologies out there in the HTML space. Also, search engines work much better with HTML than PDF content. Also, this is changing slowly. And text harvesting is easier. So Archive Corpus is a huge source for LLM trainings. But the problem is we have all our scientific work is mostly available on PDF. There has been work done in converting PDF back to HTML. This is not trivial. As I said before, there are, many of the information is lost due to typographic setting. There has been work by the Allen Institute for AI on recreating this with artificial to recreate the structure, but it wasn't really successful. There is a working group also now within the PDF Association that works mostly on using tagged PDF to create HTML, which hopefully will be much better. So what we do now is we convert LaTeX to HTML. I mentioned this already, about 90% of archives, 2.4, 2.5 million papers that are submitted in TeX, mostly LaTeX, but and that helps, yeah. And using them to compile to HTML was an idea that started already, I think, many years ago, like 15 years ago, Dejan just recently mentioned. So there are, of course, some problems with LaTeX to HTML conversion. The TeX compiler produces also typographic information and structure is lost. So at the end, if you look, for example, at the output of DVI or the generated PDF is exactly like put a certain font size there, but the structure, the semantics is lost. So the TeX compiler is hard to use directly. So what happens is that LaTeX code is reinterpreted. So if it's a proper LaTeX with a good markup, then it can be reinterpreted into HTML. The problem, of course, there are a huge amount of hacks by authors, me included, that work around and making things more complicated. So in the very most simple case, think about if you have a section, it would be translated in most surroundings to an H1 or maybe H2 element in HTML. So that is a very easy. But that only works for a certain subset of the TeX language. But you know, like we have tens of thousands of LaTeX packages, and each one providing separate commands, separate environments, and practically all of them needs to be special case. So this is a huge amount of packages that somehow are in the backlog and need to be prepared for the conversion. Now, there are some partial solutions. I just mentioned three, LaTeX ML by Bruce Miller and Ian Tineff from the NIST, then TeX for HyperTeX, created by Edan and now maintained by Michael. And there is LaTeX support for tagged PDF. This is, let's say, progressing nicely, but still early stage, I would say. We have tested at Archive the LaTeX ML and TeX for HyperData and some others. In the end, we settled somehow, mostly due to preliminary work, namely the R5 archive, where the X is replaced by a 5 project. That was started many years ago by Michael Kohlhase and Dejan Ginev. And they converted the whole of archive corpus to, so not the whole, the one from LaTeX source files to HTML versions. This is still available. They had about 20% of failed conversion, of course visual glitches, but that is somehow to expect it, and there are permanent improvements. What is a bit the problem is reconverting old articles. There are a lot, and so with every improved version of LaTeX ML, we would like to, well, just reconvert all the others, but this is quite costly. If we do this in the Google Cloud, we pay about 15 per document, and this is for the archive compass a few $10,000, which is not something we can easily throw out every time. So even if it's incomplete and we have visual glitches, it's extremely helpful. I mean, the first, of course, the LaTeX ML team has done an incredible work working through very popular packages and providing the necessary information for LaTeX ML. But there's a long, long tail of less common packages that would be nice to be supported, but it's a huge problem to work through all of them. And then another problem, and that is hard to overcome, is when authors start to write macros and extension, because of course they don't provide HTML or XML representations of their macros. I think one of the most biggest problems is that TIG support is not complete. So the last time I gave this talk was actually there was nothing here, and now we have partial support. It is continuing well, but since it's one of the most popular packages, it's probably very important to get support for TIGs. There always remain some edge cases in LaTeX constructs that don't render quite right, version 2, and we have also the same failure rate as archive. But, and I think that is the most important thing, it's much better than having nothing. If we have papers with glitches in HTML rendered, they are still readable, and especially for screen readers. So something is better than nothing in the sense, okay, people can easily read out the HTML version, might not that all formulas or all graphics are properly displayed, but at least compared to pure PDF without accessibility, the situation has greatly improved. So what is the rollout plan? It's already there. Every new paper nowadays is converted to HTML. So what Arch5 did was great work, but it was of course less known than Archive, so less access, less people downloading stuff using it. So we brought it in-house. It is now part of the Archive normal setup. As I said, the submission process already creates an HTML version of the papers alongside the PDF. The PDF is the main output. We ask submitters also to review the HTML version, but it is not blocking. If the PDF is not properly produced or some problems with the PDF, this blocks the submission, but the HTML, we still, I mean, it might fail. There are many reasons it might fail. We also hope that authors review the HTML rendering and maybe get some feedback about improving the LaTeX source code, like adding alt text. Well, there are a lot of things that can be done to improve the HTML version. And also, we will see later on, we have all our users who look at HTML code as a QA tester, so we provide easy feedback button, and that actually gives a lot of reports on things to improve. So how does it look like in practice? So there's an abstract page on Archive that gives the title, the author, the abstract, submission history, and on the side you can see here HTML experimental, so PDF, the text source, other formats, but well, HTML. And then if you select the HTML, you get the HTML page. You get on the top conversion warnings, so things that we cannot deal at the moment. Here, for example, Inconsolata is a package that is loaded, not supported. This is a third-party font. If you see this, it's like, okay, I mean, I don't need to see the paper in Inconsolata. I'm happy if I see it in the whatever font is selected. So we still have a beta label there, and it's, as I mentioned, also it's only for new submissions at the moment, but we are planning to backfill this. Also, formulas and tables are supported, so conversion is displayed with MassJax and LaTeX MassML, and it also supports dark mode already, and there is also a big prominent report issue button that is also very much used. This is great to see because the LaTeX ML team is taking the reports in consideration and improving regularly on this. So there are a lot of things that we still can do, we or the LaTeX ML team. So first of all, the LaTeX ML team is permanently working on improving the conversion process. We also think about the cost-effective way to periodically recompile the whole corpus, which is, well, not easy. There is work going on. So one part is that the conversion, that LaTeX ML is written in Perl and takes quite some time to convert. There is some progress in rewriting it in Rust that would cut down conversion time like 2 orders. And of course, this is a reduction in costs. The other big part is that I mentioned this already, that the LaTeX core team is working very hard on getting PDF UI2, probably tagged PDFs, created by LaTeX. So this is something we definitely want to look into in the future. From 2 points, first of all, we want to provide accessible UI2, accessible PDFs for those who have the PDFs. but it also can be used to generate the HTML output in the future. So that is something we will definitely look at in the future. Then there are things with what to do with charts and graphs. As I mentioned, if TIX is used, there is work going on. Charts or graphics is harder. There we often rely on so the authors to provide alt text or a description. Ways to allow users to access the data behind a graph. A graph is something very visual. How can we make this accessible? There are solutions to this that you can actually, for example, scroll on the X and Y side and get information about the values. Images and auto captions. Unfortunately, most authors don't provide good descriptions, alt text for the images, for those who cannot see the images. Would be a great idea to auto caption some of them, or graphs with an AI problem, or crowdsourcing. Many things that could be done in this direction. So to summarize, to give a bit of summary, so accessibility for scientific documents is very important. The feedback from the community after we enabled this HTML view was overwhelmingly positive. It was like, HTML is so much better than PDF, even when there are glitches at the moment. It's just, people are happy. It's not only blind or handicapped people, like many other people use HTML too. We are still very far from the last mile because there are so many packages that need support written. There's a huge package environment in Tech Live, so many packages that need to get support. We will have discussions about accessibility. We have an archive accessibility forum coming up soon. This is something where we discuss not only general how authors can improve things, a bit from the technical side, so all views come together there. And last but not least, I want to thank the many scientists with disabilities who have so generously shared their expertise and insights and feedback. That was really essential to what we have done with in archive to make the website and the papers and everything better accessible. Also, this work was supported by the NSF grant. I also have to say, I mentioned this already, that most of the work presented here is actually has been done before I joined Archive, so it is a big thanks to the whole Archive team. They are mostly their achievements I'm reporting here on. I will be here around for questions and answers, and at any time you can also reach out to me at my email. Thanks a lot.
Okay, thank you very much. I already see Norbert. Good evening to you. Do you hear us?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, I hear you.
Okay, that's great. I'm sure there are questions. Boris, our proxy to the outer world.
Yes. A question from YouTube chat from Mikhail Sandquist. How long does it take a typical, say, 30 pages math article with a few graphics to convert with LaTeX ML?
It's a good question, but as far as I remember, it's in the timing of minutes.
Minutes. Okay. And by the way, he added, thanks for very interesting talk.
Okay. Anyone else? I don't see. Oh.
The whole corpus has been attempted, I guess, several times.
Yes.
Have you minded to see what are the most often used packages and just how long that tail is? And
so of course.
Separately, for the 20% that fail, are those using a whole bunch of really strange ones so that there's not another 5 or 10 packages that Oh, that would get another 5% done. Thanks.
Yes, so of course, the LaTeX team has statistics about which packages are used most often, and that is used for which of the style files or class files they are looking at. Of course, this is squeezed in some way because, I mean, there's a very specific type of articles we are getting at archive because we have math, computer science, physics. So there is a certain selection, of course. But yes, so that is the idea, that looking at the ones that gain the most advantage, looking at them first. I don't have the lists. I can probably, it's nice. I can probably, if someone is interested, reach out. I can probably get them from the LaTeX team. I also have my own for a few months. I did my own statistics about what is most used in the last half year or something. I don't have it here with me, but this information we have. And yeah. And this is also the way how the LaTeX team looks at packages, at which package they should convert or write support for next. But there are so many packages that are not that common and maybe used only a few times. And I mean, they are in the long tail waiting.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions or comments? Okay, I don't see any in the moment. So thank you very much again, Norbert, for being present virtually at least. Okay, goodbye. I think this is also an opportunity to thank the company who's making this possible, to streaming this event to YouTube, and also making possible to some participants to give their talks online and via video and answering questions via Zoom. Okay, there was one sentence that Norbert said that is definitely more than true. There was an enormous work done in the LaTeX kernel regarding tagging. And so the next talk will be by Ulrike Fischer. I don't think I really have to introduce her. She's busy in the LaTeX 3 team. She organized last year's conference, really nice, in Bonn. And she will give us a status on the current progress of exactly this topic, the LaTeX tagging project.
Yes, hello. Okay, so micro works. Yes, I want to speak about the tagging project. Happily, Norbert told already quite a lot about what we are doing there. Look, I can do. That's not the first time I made such a talk. I spoke about tagging already a few times, and I wrote also a few articles. I don't want to inflict you to repeat everything I said there, so I'm now concentrating what is new in our project. My talk has 4 parts. I will at first make a bit of motivation, why we are doing this. Then I will say something about the well-tagged PDFs that we created, the examples, show the status list of packages that we started now, which shows which packages are compatible and which are not compatible. And at the end, say something about the progress about the problem of the tagging of math. Yes, why do we bother? As Norbert said in his talk, HTML is much more accessible. There's absolutely no reason to deny this. Yes, it's clear. It is in the core a structured language, so it already contains structure like H1 for sectioning or L for a list, and all viewers who have to render in HTML have to understand this structure. So they have to know H1 is a structure, and they have to know L is a list, and they have to build a document object model from the structure. Every viewer do this. So the structure is already in the viewer also. There are lots of books and standards and guidelines how to make HTML really accessible. There are lots of understand tools who do this, and really many experience about how to handle this. And the screen will handle it quite well too. PDF on the other side is a page description language. Norbert showed showed a part of it, and it basically says where to place some ink on the page, and there is no structure. Nobody knows where is a heading or where is a list. You can add this structure, but it's added on top, and it is not needed to render the PDF, so viewer can simply ignore the structure, and actually quite a lot do this. They don't know there is a structure in the PDF. And even if there are now quite a lot of tools who can produce text PDF, it is quite not well understood how ATU tools can access this structure and what they do with it. They are not. If you search on the net, you don't find much studies about how accessible PDFs are actually used or can be used, or what they do, and how to handle them. So PDF has a problem. So why nevertheless should we wonder about text PDF? Problem is this HTML has problems too. We are using PDF for a reason. There are millions of PDF around, and we are creating them, and people wouldn't do this if they were not benefit. Yes, for some reason PDFs are there. The problem with HTML that was also mentioned by Michael is that HTML is not so easy to handle offline and not so easy to archive. In HTML, the web page consists of many files. It loads a script from there, and a cookie from there, a session in ID from there, and images from 3 other sources. And if you want to store this offline and use it offline, you have a problem. And you cannot rely, if you send someone an HTML, that someone else sees actually that what you wanted to create, that it sees. There's no faithful representation. It's not guaranteed. You cannot really send forward HTML. When I get an HTML mail from a booking reservation forwarded from my husband, it typically looks very odd. Yeah, part of the images are gone because my email program thinks they are dangerous, and you cannot really store it long term. PDF has better standards for long-term preservation. PDF on the other side is one file, has faithful representation. You can use it offline without any problem. You can store it and take it with you. You can forward it to a group. Long-term storage is basically good. Who knows what happens in 30 years, but nevertheless. And you can view it everywhere, which makes it better, for example, that other one-file formats like docx or EPUB or so that you can't view everywhere. For this reason, I think it's important that we cannot only say use HTML to people. They must also be able to use PDF. And so we have to make PDF accessible. So the goal of the Tech PDF project is we want to improve the accessibility of PDF documents. That should be easy and automatic so that as many as possible PDF documents are tagged. If it's difficult, then we get only a few very good tagged documents, but it should be easy. This will also improve the conversion to HTML. As you can see on the ngPDF page, if you have a text document and you upload it, you get actually a quite good HTML file from it in one step, directly, without complicated handling of external packages or whatever. Yeah? The HTML is there, so you gain something, really also in the sense of we want HTML. We want to push PDF to 0 because it's really much better for accessibility. If you think for math, for example. And the project should also push improvements in viewers and tools, because it's clear that nothing is really perfect currently here. The viewers must better handle text PDF as they do now. Yeah? But they will only start to improve here if there are lots of text PDF, because as long as there are none, why should they bother? So, if you are interested in the project, we have now a main entry page in some sense. That's a GitHub page in the LaTeX 3 repository called Tagging Project. There you find, for example, documentation about a prototype document, so how you start with tagging. There are examples, well-tagged PDF examples that I will show a bit later. There's an issue tracker. Soon there's lots of errors still with packages where you can report issues, or you open a discussion page. And we accept there also issues with external packages, because that's the point. Yeah? And you find now, that's quite new, and I will show this later too, a list about the compatibility status of packages and classes. The well-tagged PDF examples. At the beginning of the year, there were 2 standards released. It's PDF UA2 for PDF 2.0. That's an ISO norm, costs some money, and you can get it at ISO.org. It's about accessibility. The second standard is called well-tagged PDF, WT-PDF in short. It doesn't handle only accessibility, but also the reuse of PDF, because that's certainly also a point. Sometimes you want to extract data from PDF, from a table. You want to get this back in a way that you can process this. And that's reuse, and it's a bit extension, but you get it with tagging more or less at the same time as you get accessibility. This you get at the PDF.org page, and it's free, and it's more or less the same text as PDF UA, a bit more in it. So you can get, if you're interested, it's really enough to get the second standard. When they released this standard, they asked PDFA members if they can produce some files which follow this standard. At the start there were 1, Sophie. Now I think there are 3 in the list, but one we said we can, and we could. It was then we make some various examples and gave them to the PDFR. They're linked here. At the start it was 1 file, but then when we got more, we put them on a web page, and there it is a link. So these examples are now also on our GitHub and in a discussion page. They show various examples. I will say a bit more about them. They were all generated with Lua LaTeX, because Lua LaTeX really is better for tagging. In a current TeX Live. At the beginning, we didn't show the sources because they used various development codes from various development branches from various GitHubs, and nobody could have compiled beside 2 or 3 people without problems. But since the latest LaTeX release, they can be compiled by everyone, and now the sources are available too for everyone to look. If you look at them, you can see that in some places we cheat, and we have to redefine a bit stuff to get the tagging correct, and work around problems and incompatibilities. But you can also see that the main document body generally is unchanged. All changes happen in the preamble, and the tagging, besides of alternate text for graphics, there's really no change in the body. It works. So if you're interested, look at the sources. There are a variety of examples in this source. We simply put more or less randomly try to get a large overview of different document commands. One was, for example, the Bible. The Bible was interesting because it's large. It's a really simple structure. There are chapters and lots of verse and nothing more. But it produced around 60,000 objects, structure objects, because there's so many verses. And it really pushed the limits. So we found a few bugs which slowed down the code. The validator, Vera PDF, broke down the file because they had a bug too, which is corrected now. It took an hour to validate the file. So I saw the numbers going up, but now it takes half a minute or so. But it showed we need to check also with large documents. Another one interesting was Max and Moritz, which shows open problems with more than one language. So the document we found has an English introduction and then German text, but the screen readers not really can handle more than one language well. They either read the English text in German with a German speaker or the other way around, and sometimes they even mix. And is curious and shows a problem really with tools and something that hopefully such examples will help to improve later. And we also checked RMS doc, RMS math documentation, RMS doc, which shows lots of math examples and shows also that math tagging works. I will say something more about it later. But look at the examples and see already the range of documents we can support. The next topic is the tagging status of LaTeX packages and classes. Norbert said that there are many packages around and that they do all curious stuff. And naturally, a lot of them break the tagging, right? Because they override commands or define their own environments and do not work. We thank here Ein Thompson, who started the initial list, who sent us a list collected from issues, and so triggered us to improve this list. We also thank a user, Bertucci, who obviously found it a new hobby and sent us constantly tests and packages and tells us if they break or do not break and if they work and do not work. And this list is meant for two people. It should help users to a fast overview. Can I use this package if I want to create a tagged PDF or this class? It should also help developers because there are test files and links, and hopefully also package maintainer will look at it and say, oh, well, my package is unknown or incompatible and perhaps I could do something about it. We help need it. So everyone who has an interest and want to test, look at it. The tests are typically quite short and easy to do. Try with a new package and record, and if you're unsure if tagging is correct, send us and we answer. It's really helpful. The more we know about package status and what breaks and what not, the better for the project. So I now have a lot of slides. They mostly should give you a bit of impression about this tag status list. It starts with a number. This number is now completely outdated. I made the slide last Sunday, and I think now there are over 500 packages already in the list. In the meantime, everyone has worked. It shows there's a status. At the start, is a bit explained how the table is set up. There's a status, we say compatible, it probably works, or we think it works. Partial compatible means some functions probably do not work. Uncompatible, there are real errors or real problems. No support are packages that we don't think will ever be compatible with tagging. An unknown is we have no idea. Oh. So let's look a bit through the list. It can be sorted. Currently it's sorted by status. So there are lots of compatible. So a font package typically simply do nothing about tagging, so they are compatible. Let's look a bit. So graphics, say there is sometimes a comment here in the graphics that for tagging you need to add an alternative text. So sometimes there's sometimes an issue related. Hyperf is compatible. As far, at least I always take care that it is. Sometimes microtype, you patches some stuff, there's a small comment. Here we are some partially compatible. Mass is still a bit open, so it's everything that relies on mass tagging is partially compatible. BibLaTeX currently requires hyperf, but I think it will change soon because without hyperf there is no sensible tagging. It will not error, but the tagging is not okay. We have sometimes packages where we have a fix, but the fix needs a special model. Here's the first edit module to work. So the package itself is not yet compatible, but it works if you load the first aid. So it's even quite impressive list. Here we have really incompatible packages, for example, caption. Caption package, we define so many eternals that it really breaks the handle. It overrides all the code we are doing for tagging. So it's currently not compatible. PF Strix is. Here are packages that we do not support. Hypertext XMP is not supported, but there is a replacement. If you use the tagging code, XMP metadata are handled automatically. So it's not needed. It's not a problem. Similar with PDFX, PDF standards and XMP metadata are handled. MD framed is not supported because it would need lots of work and it's actually no longer maintained. So in this case, there's simply a recommended alternative. And then there's a long list of packages we do not know what they do. And here the list is now already longer, so if you have time and want to help, try out and give us some feedback. It's a button and there's some classes, the class support in a similar way. No? Memoir is incompatible, it redefines really a lot of stuff. The comma classes, there is work going on and I think they will be supported soon. Now the last topic is the progress in mass tagging. Mass is really difficult because PDF 1.7 and UI1 actually have no idea about mass. There is a formula tag that puts everything around and inside there's a black box. They do not know what to do with mass. PDF 2.0 this changed because PDF 2.0 has a MassML namespace, and so actually at least theory know something about MassML, and at second it has the option to attach files to small files to a structure. And so this means we can attach a MassML file to the structure, and a conformant viewer can use this MassML file and use this to read the MassML, the mass. This is theory. Practice is that the viewer need to improve here. We started and discussed this with the Foxit maintainer, and he will provide in August a new version which is able to extract such a MassML file and will pass it to NVDA. And the NVDA will also be able to use this together with a MassPack plugin from Neil Sophia to process it and read it. As an example, if these tools are all there and updated and is a new stuff, then if you get them the mass such a norm and it has a MassML inside, then the NVDA speech sphere will actually be able to say the absolute value of -1 is equal to 1, which is already understandable reading of mass. Yeah, MassML will be there. This is something we made the first embedded mass at the end of last year, and since then have discussed with the people with the tools so that they actually use it. This is pushing the tools forward, and there is really progress going on. If you use a converter to HTML on NGPDF, it also is able to use the embedded MassML. It will actually show the mass really good in an HTML page. It's both able to use the LaTeX source, which we embed to, and use MassYax to show it, and it is able to use the MassML source. So how to get the MassML? That's naturally your open problem. Yeah? If we want to embed a MassML file from our LaTeX source into the PDF, and where do we get them from? The first steps was semi-automatic. We used LaTeX ML from archive to produce a list of MassML from the formulas and then to extract them. We also made tests with Tech4RT, which can produce MassML too. It's also so more or less semi-automatic. Authors can naturally simply do it manually. They can go to a browser, look at the formula, get some MassML, and then put it in a file and edit, and then it will be used by the tagging code. You can, if you are good in MassML, you can simply write it. So perhaps someone can it. The plan is to automate this fully, and since 3 or 2 days, we actually have in LaTeX the option to write out the MassML automatically to a file so that at the next one, the tagging code can use it. We have to test how good the MassML is. Probably there will be options. You will have some authors to adjust some MassML, to perhaps to add an intent in certain places. So if you want really good tagging, you perhaps will have still some manual work, but for normal cases, it should then be possible to get some MassML automatically. The next steps will be, well, I want to make a replacement for enum item, which is currently not compatible. The caption package, I think, is quite important and should be supported. We need to handle the language switches in Babel so that they are properly passed through. And we will have to start to go through all these lists, tagging lists, status lists, and to handle all the problems reported there. And much more, including automating MassML. And that was the status of the tech PDF.
Thank you very much. Questions? Boris.
Yeah, I have several questions. Ulrike, what would be easier, to read it one, answer and next, or just give you all of them? What would
One.
One. Okay, first question from Luigi Scarsa. What is the current status of Vera PDF, and can it be considered as a reference validator?
Yes, I would consider Vera PDF reference validator. For PDF 2.0 certainly, because for example, PUG doesn't handle PDF 2.0 at all. So, and yes, I would trust, if in doubt, I would trust Vera PDF, also because we know the author, and so if there is something unclear, we can ask him.
The second question is from Lupina Arts. Is there a resource that tells me what do I need to make my packages compatible with tagged PDF?
Yes, the source is asking us. Yes, we are trying. There are some documentations. We have various modules in LaTeX Lab where we started to change the code, kernel code, and it's all documented. And normally, I also try to explain what is needed for tagging in the documentation, so we can look there. But really, if someone wants, ask us, then we can discuss this, because we also need to learn what the packages need, and perhaps we want to adjust our code if the packages actually have different needs than we have in the kernel. Yeah?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and the last question, I don't know, it was answered by David Carlisle in chat, but it might be interesting for others. Michael Sandquist asks that when you look at absolute value of -1 is 1, will the speech viewer read the absolute value independent of how it was input? Because one can think about other meanings of vertical bars. And David explains that you can do this in HTML with mrow intent, and and
exactly.
they discussed how to do it, and I just leave it here.
I would say, if you have a question about how MASM L, the best MASM L, ask David and not me.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Okay. There is a lot of talk about this, but let's leave it.
Okay. So, more questions, comments? I don't see anything in the moment. So, thank you again, Ulrike. And we stay with the topic of the LaTeX 3. There's only one guy who can block us from lunch. That is Frank. Yeah. Yeah, that's a really good option here. So, I think everyone knows Frank. If you don't know, watch the recordings from last year's conference. He gave a talk on decades of history, and now he will talk about hooks, sockets, and plug in LaTeX 3.
Okay. Yeah. Hello, everybody. Yes. This morning I was asked a question about when something happened, and I said something, I guess, 1994. Which made me realize that we have LaTeX as we have now for exactly 30 years. And probably 30 years ago, which I can't remember, my memory gets better and worse and worse, I was introducing that we have a new LaTeX version. So what I'm going to introduce now is to introduce you to my garage. I'm going to talk a little bit about hooks, and later on a little bit about sockets. So what is a hook? This is an example, and what can you do with it? Well, you can put some stuff on it, as in this case, the bicycle bags. So what are the characteristics of hooks, at least those in my garage? It can be empty. the first page showed picture showed this. It can hold items, and it can hold sometimes a lot of items, even if it gets crowded. And such items, you can add them to the hook, you can remove them again, you can possibly reorder them the way they are on this hook. And one other characteristic of such garage hooks is you basically store items that you possibly don't need now, but later, or never ever. They still sit there. Okay. So turning garage to what LaTeX does, the history of hooks in LaTeX. In the early LaTeX, the one that I started was 208, I think actually, but 209 is the one with the book. There were no hooks whatsoever. It was just very, very dense code, and anything that needed to change was done by patching the internal commands of the LaTeX format. When we introduced 30 years ago, we tried to make this a little bit better, and we introduced a few hooks, basically one at the beginning of the document and one at the very end of the document, and offered some possibility to add stuff there. At begin document, at end document, but not much more. And there was no management. So whenever a package says at begin document, it was added to this hook, and it became one after the other. And depending on the order you put something on the hook, it was the order that was finally being executed when the hook was actually being used in some way. Now today, and today means basically I think since a year, 2 years, I can't remember exactly when it was introduced, we have a general hook mechanism available. And we have hooks in many places, and the number is growing. And we can manipulate those hooks at different stages, if you like, from the outside. So you have data in the hook, you might be able to manipulate that. You can add to it in the preamble, you can add to it in packages for hooks that are in the kernel or in other packages and so on. So there is a mechanism there now. What was the problem with the two E hooks? I already said that a bit. Here are my hook with two items, and I want to put an item in the middle, the red one, because I need the green one all the time, and the red one also often, but not that often. I can't do that with two E hooks. We have no order, or rather we have the order in which the stuff was added to the hook, and as a result, whenever two packages were adding something to the begin document hook, they came in the order the package was loaded, and then if something didn't work, the suggestion was, oh, well, change the order of your package, which sometimes works, sometimes doesn't, because it gets into a problem if you have many such packages that need to be in a very special order if to work at all. The other problem is that we don't have this offsite storage. We cannot prepare adding something to a hook if the hook is actually not yet there. So for example, if a package would provide a hook in the LaTeX 2E original way, you could only add to this hook if the package was already loaded. So again, you get a dependency on when is something being made available. That was a problem. And so, for example, if you ever looked into the code of hyperref, what Heiko was doing there when he tried to basically adjust all kind of code from different packages to support hyperlinking, he had to figure out, is the package loaded? Is it loaded later on? Because it was loaded after hyperref, so he had to do things at begin document, verify what the status is now, do all kind of changes. It depends on the combination of what kind of hooks have been, what kind of packages have been loaded, and so it's an extremely complicated and messy code then. And this is one of the problems why, well, so often it just made packages incompatible to each other if they were loaded together. And then, as I said, 2E had essentially only a few hooks available, and the rest means patching. And patching means overwriting internals. So what is the result of this? If one package is changing the, say, caption command, and another package is changing the caption command, then the one that comes last wins. Or they need to know about each other, and some of them did. So they were saying, oh, if this package is loaded, I need to do it differently. And the other one would need to say, oh, if the other package is already loaded, I need to do things differently. But this kind of adjustment to each other is very complicated to maintain. And so most of the time it isn't done. And even if it is done, it is likely to break. So as a result, we have a lot of sort of incompatibilities. Packages can only, one of them can be used, or if they are used only in a special way, together in a special order. And furthermore, whenever a package is changing internals of the LaTeX kernel or internals of another package, any fix, any correction, any extension of this internal command, which was not supposed to be changed elsewhere, is going to break the package that is doing the patching. And so, as a result, it was always the case of users not being happy because they wanted to use certain packages together and suddenly it didn't work, or a package starts breaking because we have done a fix in the LaTeX kernel, and so on and so forth. That brings me to the point of something being, well, a maintenance problem that you have in general. There's one possibility for the LaTeX kernel. We are not fixing bugs in the LaTeX kernel, and we are not making improvements in the LaTeX kernel. The result is users are not happy if some of those bugs needs to be corrected. Also, the result is that over time things get more incompatible because packages try to fix those bugs, and then of course you introduce incompatibilities depending on is a certain package loaded, etc., etc. So that's just one situation. The other possibility is we are doing bug fixes and we are making improvements. Now this makes the developers unhappy because we are fixing internal macros that they have overwritten. And then, as a result, their code is no longer working, or everything breaks down because after they overwrite our code again, it doesn't match with the rest of the LaTeX kernel. Well, even if that is not happening, and we are trying these days, whenever we are making changes to the kernel, figure out which package is possibly affected and try to contact people beforehand, it might make users unhappy because once LaTeX is released, we find that we have missed one or the other case. It's just happening, which is one of the reasons why we more or less every half year have a patch level 1 or something because something got overlooked at the release time. Anyway, until 2.16 we were basically saying we keep the kernel frozen, everything happening in packages. The answer today, or let's say since then, is we are now changing LaTeX. improving it. And we want to get rid of patching. What we want is to have suitable hooks in every necessary place so that packages can add to these hooks. And then we have a mechanism to manage this. So this is the way forward. It still makes developers unhappy because we are still sort of getting after them, patching the internals and making this, changing this. But hopefully, as a result of actually doing it, it's a one-time effort. Because once they are using hooks, we are no longer in the problem of we are overwriting their code or they are overwriting our code or packages code between different packages. So from our side, the task basically is we have to understand where patching is being done of internal LaTeX commands by packages, why this is being done, identifying suitable places where hooks can be introduced, and then making sure that packages one after the other is actually starting to use hooks rather than overwriting internal commands. Just to give an example here, the internal command @footnote text is currently being patched by 7 packages in 4 different places. You can imagine how well those packages work together. They could work together, some of them, but they don't, simply because they are always just overriding the command. Okay. A little bit of how this mechanism of the new mechanism is actually working. So basically, a hook is a point in the code with a name, and a hook can hold arbitrary many pieces of code. Each has a label, a name. And these labeled code chunks can be then ordered and removed from the hook. The labels themselves, the hook names, they have to be unique across the document. So basically, each hook has a unique name, and yet there can only be one such hook with a certain name. Within code chunks of a hook, the labels have to have distinctive names so that they can be identified. If you use a name twice, then basically you refer to the same code chunk in the hook. And so, for example, adding something twice with the same label name would just append to the code chunk. The defaults. By default, if you have a new hook, it is empty and it does not alter the typesetting. If it is being inside code, it is not completely transparent. If you have code that tries to look ahead in the input stream, for example, in tabular environments, TUG is scanning for the next @ sign at a very low level. And if there's a hook in the way, then it stops at this point. So there, for tabulars, there has to be special use hooks. As I said, there need to be something for full transparency to have a special hook usage in tabular environments. What is sort of the important points? Hooks are fast. Packages can have and add hooks to the code of the environments or whatever they define. It doesn't hurt the processing. If the hook is basically empty, then it is sort of minimal overhead. It allows for coordination with other packages. It allows for customizations by users, by classes, by whatsoever. And it avoids the need for these internal patching if the right kind of hooks are actually being provided. As I said, you gain in compatibility. Normally, different hooks can add, different packages can add to the same hook, like say for example, the very famous begin document hook. All kind of packages add to this. And the idea is normally doesn't make a difference in which order stuff goes into this hook. But of course, there are cases where it does make a difference, and this is where the package, the hook management offers methods to structure what is inside a hook. So for example, it is possible from the outside to define rules that certain hook chunks are being in a certain order. It is even possible to remove hook chunks or replace them with some other code. So there are management possibilities. These management possibilities can even be provided before the data or is actually added to the hook. So if we have two packages that write to the begin document, we can say the code from one package should be before the code from the other package, even if none of the packages have been loaded yet. And if they never been loaded, that rule doesn't apply. But if they get both loaded, the rule kicks in. So there is a possibility to have the structure that is necessary, the rules that are necessary to be defined by a class, by a package, or even in the preamble if you need to override something. But basically you can define it without waiting that everything is already there. You can sort of state what needs to be there if it comes to this point. This is the anticipated support. Okay, I'm not going into details about syntax and so, but I give you a couple of examples, and I think you can at least get the idea of what this works. So, for example, here we have a command called add to hook next that adds some code to the ship out / background hook the next time that one is invoked. And as you see, it's basically a piece of picture code. The ship out background hook is putting a picture behind the pages, so you can place something on the next page. And what this does is this. On the next page, in this case the next slide, the graphic is being added in the middle of the page because the 0 point of this picture environment is the top left corner. So next page is gone. Another example is fixing packages or fixing code if a package gets loaded. We have a class, or class file in this case. We have a class, Dean Brief from Germany that is, I don't know, from the early 90s or even older. Last time changed in 2000. And it is no longer compatible with LaTeX because it is missing a begin group, or it adds one too many. So what this does is it adds code to the file after the file deanbrief.cls is loaded. That's the first hook. It is executed after this file is loaded. Then this first aid needed, this is just a test to make sure that we are actually patching the class the way we think it is. So if it is still the class from 2000, we patch, otherwise we don't. So this is a private command that we have in the LaTeX, basically. And then comes the actual patching, which is we add to the hook called environment env/document begin. So at the beginning of the document environment, we add another begin group because that one is missing. So, in other words, this code sits there and waits for, first of all, the Dean class being loaded. If it is not loaded, nothing happens. If it is loaded, it prepares for the environment, the document environment, to get another begin group at the beginning. As a result, this class continues to work with the current LaTeX without ever touching the class. This is another example, completely different. If you are in the need to get more words into your document because you're only allowed to have 4 pages in your proceedings article, or 10 pages or whatever, you can try to make every paragraph run as short as possible. So what I do here is basically say at the beginning of the paragraph, set the looseness to -1. And that's the first hook. It's adding to the begin paragraph hook. And the second command is basically, thank you. The second command is basically to say, oh, I thought I have another half an hour because we're waiting for break. No? Oh, okay. The second command is basically just if you want in a certain situation to avoid this happening, I offer a command which adds to this paragraph begin hook once a looseness 0. So this is the way I cancel it for one time. What you shouldn't do, just as a side remark, try the same with +1. Make your document longer, because that happens to have then always just one word at the end of each paragraph, which is probably not a very pleasing version. So this is another example. It comes from the package called structured log, which offers you extra lines in the log file so that you can easily find where a file is started and where a file is stopping. It's using a little bit of LaTeX 3 programming layer code, but that is not important. The important is before a file is loaded, and this is a hook which is run for every file being loaded with input or something similar. It runs this file hook log recording start command, and for every ending of such a file, it runs the stop command. Now you might wonder why this is sort of wrapped in another hook. The reason is very simple. When the package is loaded, and this is inside a package, and we would just say add to hook file after, then at the end of the package, the package file ends. And then we would have a stop without having a start, because the start is done in the same. So this is basically saying, on the next hook, install the thing that I really want. So when it goes out of the package, it installs the stop, and not already inside the package, because then it would be executed. So this is just sort of delaying it. This is an example of code reordering. So basically this says the hook called showkeys, the hook is begin document, and the label called showkeys, which is installed by the showkeys package, should always come before the label called nameref inside this hook. So when both packages are loaded, they both store stuff in the begin document hook, and they should do it in this order, or the execution should happen in this order. Okay? If only one is loaded, nothing happens. If none is loaded, also nothing happens. And the code is thrown away at the begin document. This is another example coming from our test suite. You might know that these days LaTeX not only announces information about itself at the beginning of the log file or beginning of the run, it also says what version it is, and so at the very end. That was a request by Carl Barry. He wanted to have that at the very end because at the beginning it's often not visible if you run from the command line. We added that some time ago and it messed up all our tests. Because suddenly, at the end of the document, we got a version number of LaTeX inside the test output. And so whenever we change the version of LaTeX, all our tests need to be updated because we're comparing the log results. So we wanted to get rid of this nice new functionality. And so what this code here does is basically saying, in the hook end document info, if there is a code chunk called kernel test mode, it voids, it removes the code chunk called kernel release. So basically all the test suite needs to do is to install kernel test mode in that hook, and then it drops the code that we have normally in this place. Okay, final thing, and I have still 15 minutes. Yes, okay. No. Okay, so jumping over to what are sockets. So these are two sockets. One is from my home, the other one not quite. What are plugs? Plugs are on the right, you see. There's one lying on the floor and the other one is inside the hook. And what's the characteristics? Well, in contrast to hooks, you can have only one plug inside your socket, right? So you can exchange them, but you cannot add several in the same place, right? So if we translate that to LaTeX, a socket defines a place in your code with a name where we can plug in code. And we can remove that code and plug in some other code. But it's not that there's only one plug that we put in, one piece of code that goes in there. Why would you want to do something like this? Basically, when you are having algorithms or something where you change from one processing model to another one, but there can only be one algorithm or one piece of code being there. So for example, we will have plugs, or we have plugs, for tagging code, which is sitting in various places, and the tagging code can be turned off, or the plug can be removed, but there is not something like a hook where many different packages would add to this point. So, the concept is somewhat similar to what is done with hooks. Every socket has a name. The name has been unique. Plug names have to be unique per socket. So for example, every plug by default has a socket called no operation, no op. And this is the one that is normally stuck in. So it is not doing anything. If a socket has an argument, then there's an exception. The default for this socket is the plug for the socket is called identity, and it is just executing the argument without braces, because that's the most common need for something like this if a socket is used for configuration, that the argument is actually being processed. Question: why and when do you use hooks? When do you use sockets? Basically, hooks are intended for things where you have a place where general configuration can happen, and you expect that different configurations make sense at this place in parallel. That's the idea. As I said, I mean, if you think about the model of something like begin document, at begin document, you have certain finalizations happening, and that can happen in several times for several different things. In contrast to that, sockets are intended to be used in typical one-off. It's on or off. If you have need for very tightly control, and if you are, as I said earlier, have different processing models that you want to support. For example, in page layout, you have the idea that footnotes can go below bottom floats, or they can go above bottom floats. That's a style decision. It requires different algorithms for processing, but there can be only one of them. You cannot have both at the same time because it's a different kind of model. I mean, at any one time. So this is a typical case for a socket. You stuck in one of the algorithm, either this one or that one or a third one, but you cannot stuck in several pieces. So that's a socket part. And now, final advice. It's very useful, and it will help with situations like cleaning this, or answering the question of what should package owner do for tagging. What we are going to provide is to provide sockets for certain situations regarding tagging. For example, for, say, tabular processing. There will be a number of sockets to get tabular processing right. These sockets are used in array and tabular X, and so on and so forth. And they should be usable in, I don't know, table X and whatever other package is there. So basically the idea is that we are providing the basic sockets that need to be inserted in and reused in such packages as well. We might find that we haven't got everything right for an extended package, but basically the idea is that this is actually not much more than adding those sockets after the models that we have already shown in packages we have made tagging aware in similar packages. Same then for TUG processing or for float processing and so on and so forth. So that's where sockets come in, and where the tagging support would probably end up being in a standard. What shouldn't happen, and this is why I show this picture, don't go overboard. I've seen people trying to use hooks in various ways. Or, for example, using hooks to change configuration. So doing things like adding something to a hook and then later on removing it and adding it again and removing it. That's technically possible. But the idea of something like hooks or sockets, it's configuration for the document. It's not normally the idea of process. And if you do it sort of a million times in a single document, you will get a time penalty for it. The idea is to configure once and only change if absolutely necessary. So this is what I meant here. And now we come to the time where
checked, say 0.
Yeah. So basically, I'm done here, and I expect it to be done here. There's a lot of more slides for people who want to look about the actual technical side, but I leave that to this, and here's the documentation that we currently have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks a lot. I saw Didier raising his hand.
But we are out of time, so Didier, no.
Your terminology is all wrong. I'm just kidding. You should have called those socks and feet. Well, anyway, I have two questions.
That's a nice version.
And the hooks should have been called templates, obviously. A question about hooks. You mentioned the fact that it's possible to add an ordering rule, for instance, when even before the corresponding chunks are in there. My question is, what happens in the opposite situation? For instance, if you add a rule and the hook in question is already in an inconsistent state with respect to the hook, to the rule, will that be corrected?
It cannot be an inconsistent state because the state is only finalized at begin document, let's say. So the rule will be obeyed if you have two rules that are in conflict with each other. Actual rules. I mean, if you say a package code chunk A should be before code chunk B, and somewhat later some other package says no, B should be before A, you get an error message that you have conflicting rules. But as such, without a rule, there cannot be a conflict.
So you mean that it's not possible to add chunk A and then chunk B, and later on say, oh, in fact, no, I have a rule which stipulates that chunk B should always be here before chunk A? That's not possible?
No, what I'm saying is, if you say add to hook chunk A, and at some point you say add to hook chunk B, the order or the final execution is not determined.
Okay, I see.
It is in fact technically determined that by default it goes in the order it comes through. But if a rule comes and says change me to some ordering, it does that.
Oh, okay, that's okay.
Basically it goes into storage and waits for a final decision, and the decision is only made once or when another rule comes along.
Okay, fine. Second question is about the sockets. When we were exchanging about the terminology on the YouTube channel about the templates, David Carlisle mentioned the fact that templates are actually sort of named signatures, I quote him, for allowing for interchangeable implementations. So isn't that sort of the same thing as sockets and plugs, in the sense that if you plug in one particular implementation for a specific interface, and then the only thing that you can do afterwards is replace the implementation with another kind of implementation, but for the same interface?
Yes.
So, so does it mean
And
that
no.
templates are implemented in terms of sockets and plugs, for instance?
No. There's actually documentation on, it's now gone, but never mind. Sockets are the low-level stuff. No configuration offer on sockets. Sockets is really just code. You plug in a piece of code, you plug in another piece of code. Templates, if you like, have very much in common with sockets, except that the main machinery behind it is the configuration possibility throughout key values. So you turn a template, you take a template and you produce an instance, which is a setting of all the key values that the template supports into a specific set. From that point on, it behaves like a socket, if you like. It is just this piece of code that is fast executed. But it's for the big stuff, and the other one is for the fast, low-level stuff.
Okay. Boris, something from YouTube?
In YouTube, they have David and Chris who are answering questions.
No. they can ask their questions, but it doesn't make sense to go on here, I would say.
Okay, I think everything else Frank has to say will be a dinner, will be a lunch toast today. There was another question. Oh yeah, Martin.
It's obvious to me that LaTeX has grown into the operating system on top of TeX. Don't you think it's time that we have a distinction between user mode and kernel mode in the tech engines? The problems you describe remind me on the early days of my programming personal computers, and we don't have that distinction then. So you could do in user mode anything you would like, and that's what we have in tech now.
Well, yes, yes and no. I mean, there is a we don't have very good sort of separation. That's for sure. But I mean, LaTeX always tried to make a certain level of separation by initially making a certain letter being not accessible and stuff. It can be overwritten, just like you can go into kernel mode if you know how to do it from on operating system stuff, but you cannot do it that easily. Yes, it's not as good as you could think of, but I mean that's not part of the tech model. So what would you want to do? Change the engines? Yeah, well.
Yeah. I just want
Feel
to
free to provide. We would use it, but the problem is they need to be in all engines. Need to be there. Yeah. Yeah.
So,
you say so.
I just want to add to the discussion, that I think we should just kill 80% of packages and move 10% of packages into the kernel, and we will have 10% of the packages remaining, and that's the packages we should care about. Because the abundance of like stupid packages, unmaintained, doing 5 packages the same thing, that's just not a maintainable environment. And I know it doesn't have a solution. I know you'll tell me that. You are right. I just think that we should try and really do something like that. Otherwise, we will never be flexible, never do things well, always deal with incompatibilities, always deal with stupid user issues that we cannot resolve, and we just have to tell the user, sorry, the class maintainer of this class was stupid enough to use a package that was maintained by someone who quit 5 years ago, left no documentation behind. And that's the situation in which we are, and it really sucks. Sorry.
Yeah. Part of that, to a certain extent, I agree with you, and this is part of what we are currently trying to do and what is necessary. I mean, one of the reasons why I wrote with Ulrike and others the 3rd edition of the LaTeX Companion is to get a sort of a base set of packages again, sort of, if said, moderated in some sense, and the same is what we are doing. With the tagging project is actually I'm roping in more and more packages into the kernel, and getting a classification. On the other hand, one of the reasons why tag is this year we can celebrate 30 years of TUG and 40 years of LaTeX. That's one of the oldest software still around, and one of the reasons is that we actually had this kind of development. It's always had a problem to go out of hand. That was the reason why we introduced TUG back then, because it was the same kind of problem. We had too many different flavors that didn't work together. And for the same reason, I think what we are currently doing with this list that Ulrike showed is trying to get certain things sort of into a normal state again, and also trying to get a reduction in packages. But that doesn't mean that it should be fully stopped, because that is also the lifeblood of what LaTeX is all about. And if you try to kill that, you get to tools that have long been gone for the same reason, because they didn't allow for evolvement.
Okay, thanks. I think these were perfect concluding remarks. Enjoy your lunch and try to be back as close to, I think, 1:30 as possible.
question about the microphone. This is now muted. No, it's still on. He controls. You control it. You don't have to press any. No. Yeah. Okay. Right. So.
All right, that makes sense. Thank you. Sure if this is really then necessary. I'll hold up the sign to indicate you have 5 minutes left, or usually he has one for 10. So just to. I have 30 minutes. Okay, 30 minutes, yes.
Yeah, I practice my job.
If you so then there would be no just.
Yeah, I have it.
You have your own timing, so yeah. Okay.
Some people go over.
Sorry?
Some people go over. I'm not.
Okay. You are the professor in Texas A&M, right?
Yes.
Okay.
that easy. Is this the clicker?
Past.
Is this the clicker?
Oh, this is for next to
okay.
the slides. I don't know if this laser works. Tell us.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think I need it, but you never know.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. My name is Christoph. I'm the session chair for this afternoon. And there are always two ungrateful positions for holding talks, the one before the lunch and the one after lunch. But we'll have, as the first session this afternoon, Jeffrey Kahn from Texas A&M. And he will talk about the end-user usage of accessibility packages. And yeah, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so my name's Jeffrey Kwan. I'm a professor in the math department at Texas A&M. I also started my own accessibility company. So it's Taylor Swift Bot, and that's the logo there. My university wanted me to make it clear that I'm representing my company and not my university, so I could only put one affiliation on this slide, and I chose my company. Also, something I want to apologize for is that this PDF is WCAG compliant, which it is. After I uploaded the slides, I noticed that the alternative text for the logo is the placeholder that says figure, even though I remember typing in logo for Taylor Swift Bot. So I think I accidentally uploaded the wrong version or deleted it or something. So if you read the alternative text on that, it's there but not correct. But I'm aware of that problem, so sorry about that. So I'll start by motivating what I'm interested in. And so the motivation is, what can I, or I guess we, the people in this room, society in general maybe, do to support a typical, in quotes, American mathematician who wants to create accessible documents which meet legal requirements. So the title of my talk was End User Usage. So the user I have in mind is a typical American mathematician. And you could probably object that people should not just try to meet legal requirements, they should try to make things truly accessible. And that is absolutely true. But realistically, the typical, like the median mathematician in America probably doesn't want to actually do that, just to be honest. So the summary of my talk is that I'll give a little bit of context in the United States because I found that if I don't explain what's going on in America, nothing I say after that is going to make sense. America is kind of hard to understand if you don't live there. I'll say what I did, or what I've tried to do, and things that worked and things that didn't. I'll mention some possible solutions to issues that come up when an average mathematician tries to make accessible documents. And I just realized documents is misspelled now that I'm reading my slides, but that should be documents. Yeah, and I said in the abstract that I welcome feedback. Part of it is that I was invited by the Mathematical Association of America to give a presentation, to give a webinar on accessibility with LaTeX. Yeah, if I say something ridiculous, please let me know, just so I don't repeat the ridiculous thing to all of America. Okay, so the next few slides have a lot of text. You don't have to read the whole thing. So this is US laws about internal web pages. So Section 504, that's Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. It basically says that any program that's receiving federal financial assistance or conducted by the federal government cannot discriminate on the basis of disability. And program or activity receiving federal financial assistance describes quite a few colleges and universities. There's a separate act called the Americans with Disabilities Act, often abbreviated ADA, if you haven't heard that. That was passed in 1990, And there's a specific section of that Title II that says that state and local governments have to ensure their services, programs, and activities are accessible to people with disabilities. Another section is for places of public accommodation. So for example, restaurants in the United States are supposed to have wheelchair access, even if they're privately owned, because they're places for the public. So that doesn't apply to like a personal home unless you're renting out your home as a hotel. Okay, so these affect internal, in the context of what we're doing here, this affects internal web pages. So if someone has, for example, if a student has trouble accessing information on like a learning management system, then they can request it to be remediated or read to them. So, external web pages. So the Rehabilitation Act, which I just mentioned, was passed before the internet was founded. So much later, in 1998, back when Congress could pass reasonable laws, Congress included Section 508, which states that agencies must give disabled employees and members of the public, so it's basically anyone who wants to go to a website, access to information. So that's pretty vague about what exactly that means, but since 2018, the US Access Board has required WCAG 2.0, and I should have said this stands for Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, created by W3C. That's World Wide Web Consortium. Okay, so the next few slides are going to be a little more sparse in terms of text. So yeah, Congress can pass laws, the executive branch of the US government can make rules, but what actually happens? So this one is kind of important for context. So this is National Association of the Deaf versus Harvard and MIT. So this is a pretty infamous case. So what happened there was that Harvard and MIT had open courseware, and that included videos. And those videos were either not captioned or they were automatically captioned and captioned very badly. So the National Association of the Deaf tried working with Harvard and MIT to get them to caption the videos. And after, I think, 4 years of legal cases, the National Association of the Deaf won. So as a result of that, Harvard captioned their videos. In contrast, Berkeley just took down their videos. So that's going to be relevant because sometimes if you tell someone your documents have to be accessible, they just won't create documents. Yeah, so for context, I think Harvard and MIT are pretty good institutions if you haven't heard of them. So I did my PhD at Harvard and my advisor is at MIT. I think they get picked on just because they're wealthy and are famous. There's a dean at Texas A&M who told our math department we should try to be at the level of Harvard and MIT. I don't think he meant that he wants Texas A&M to be sued. But maybe he did mean that, I don't know. Another thing that's relevant is something referring to this person named Marcy Lipset. So there are people who take it upon themselves to file legal complaints whenever they can. I'm not one of those people. So what Marcy Lipset did was she went to basically every college and university webpage and checked if it was accessible, and almost none of them are. So she filed, I think, 1,700 legal complaints to the Department of Education, Office of Civil Rights. And the Department of Education at first tried to argue they did not have to respond to all of these. But after going through the courts, they decided they did have to respond to all of these. So you can actually file a legal complaint against a university you're not affiliated with under US law. I don't do that, so just to be clear. All right. So these are the most recent rules. These came out Actually, they were announced 3 months ago. So by either 2026 or 2027, depending on the size of the population you serve. So all public colleges and universities have to make all their educational content WCAG 2.1 compliant. It actually goes more than that. If you've read the guidelines, somewhere in there it says, if there are technical and legal restrictions, you can use an alternative conforming format. So for example, if someone says PDF is too hard to make accessible, we're going to post an HTML instead, then WCAG says that's fine. The Department of Justice basically decided that's going to be, you need to make a really strong case that a PDF can't be made accessible. So I'm just going to guess some point 3 to 4 years from now, someone in this room is going to be called in as an expert witness testimony, because I already know someone's going to argue that you can't make math PDFs accessible. Hopefully that person's not going to be me, because I don't want to deal with that. I'm looking around to try to guess who it would be. Yeah, and something that came up, so people had suggested actual PDF standards for publicly posted PDFs that would make more sense. That did not become a rule, and I think part of that is going way back here. US Access Board has required WCAG 2.0 for the last few years. So I think part of the reasoning was going from 2.0 to 2.1 isn't too bad, and since universities has had time to prepare, even though they didn't, that was a reasonable standard. I also have a suspicion that if they required like a PDF standard legally, then universities actually would just post no PDFs. Okay, so, oh yeah, I mentioned archive here. So, yeah, so if you're a mathematician at a public college or university, so that includes me, that means by April 2026 or 2027, all your educational content has to be accessible by these guidelines. That also includes any textbooks you use, any lecture notes you produce, any handouts, any quizzes, any assignments, any exams. So I actually do know how to do that, so I'll be fine. I've yet to meet another American math professor who thinks they're going to be fine. Well, sorry, let me back up. Most people I talked about this say they'll just take down all their content and not post anything, which may or may not happen. I mentioned archive here. I'm not an attorney, but reading the rules, it's actually not clear to me if I'm allowed to link to an archive PDF from my webpage if the PDF is not accessible. So hopefully someone from archive is listening to this talk and can either do something or tell me I'm wrong or right or something. Okay, so that was quick, just context about the United States. So maybe that was a little bit dry. Any questions about what's going on in the US? Okay. Okay, if I can explain the US to Europeans, I think that's good exposition on my part. Okay, so I'll go on to actual things with LaTeX. So if you've been paying attention, and it's okay if you haven't, you may have noticed that I'm missing a slide, which is I was supposed to have a slide saying what I've done, what I've tried to do. So my university published an article about some of my work, which I didn't link to because I didn't want to link to Texas A&M because I'm not representing them. If you Google my name and Texas A&M and you find my webpage, there's a link to an article about my accessibility work. In that article, there's a YouTube video of me where I'm dressed up like Taylor Swift. And that might be the most interesting thing in that article. So if you want to see me dressed up like Taylor Swift, you can go to that article. But no, I'll say what I actually did accessibility-wise, which was in the state of Texas, we're required to post our syllabuses publicly on the internet. And there's also a separate law that anything we post has to be accessible. And so this was quite annoying for the math department because most of us would prefer to just make PDFs in LaTeX. And the typical PDF made from LaTeX is not accessible, so technically, legally can't be posted. So I made a template where other members of the math department could use that and post a legally compliant PDF. Whether it's like a well-tagged PDF, it's definitely not a well-tagged PDF. But yeah, so I think a few people used it, and it was actually okay. The good thing about the syllabus is it has a very rigid structure. So it's course description, prerequisites, grading, and it doesn't have to have math equations in it. So it's one of those things where technically you could do it in Word, but I don't know many math department members who like using Word. Okay. Yeah, there's other things I've done that I don't want to get into because it's not the point of this talk. One of my colleagues, so when I teach, I have handwritten notes, and I have a pretty quick script that converts it into an accessible, kind of accessible PDF. It works okay when I teach because I'm the one teaching. I'm trying to see if other people, like other instructors at other universities, could use that script. But I don't have too much to report on that yet. Okay, so cool. Yeah, so I'm doing good on time. So I'm going to go into just 4 different things I've noticed that would need to be addressed before I think a typical mathematician would be able to create like legally compliant PDF. So I'll just go through each of these and just briefly describe what it is and what it's about. I think most of you can guess what I mean by unorthodox LaTeX usage. So this might be true everywhere, but in the US, I think most mathematicians teach LaTeX to themselves. I'm the exception. When I did undergrad at Caltech, every math major was required to take a LaTeX class. So for example, I actually know what a hyphen is supposed to be, which actually many people don't. This doesn't mean I'm good at LaTeX. It just means I took a class. But I think just based on the fact that I took a class, I'm slightly above average than most other mathematicians. Yeah, so there are things like sometimes a user will use a list for something that's not a list. They'll use a table to align things. Someone used multi-columns to align things, which I think most of you would probably agree is not how LaTeX should be used. I often use LaTeX incorrectly, so not the gold standard of good LaTeX usage either. One of the other issues is that most instructors in the US don't learn about accessibility. So if someone wants to do a degree, for example, in math education or get a PhD in math, they basically are not taught, for example, what like H2 means, or the difference between unordered or ordered list. And then they get a job. Well, sorry, most PhD students don't get a job, but if you do get a job in academia, then suddenly you're expected to know about accessibility. Okay, so that's probably not surprising to most of you. So I don't know if these are good solutions or not. Yeah, I mean, I think there really is some point where users should just be educated on like how LaTeX actually should be used. So I think maybe this is one of the reasons the Mathematical Association for America invited me. They really should have invited one of you, but I think because I'm American, it's a little more natural. Possibly universities should just start teaching LaTeX sooner. I think at Texas A&M, for example, it's a junior level class and it's not required, but there isn't necessarily a reason you can't even do at Texas A&M, there's a writing class and part of that is LaTeX, but there isn't necessarily a reason you can't do like a seminar of a few hours, because it doesn't take an entire class to learn LaTeX, right? Okay. I also think just learning about accessibility should be part of graduate studies. Like if you, for example, if you finish a PhD in math in the US, I think part of somewhere in there you should have learned basics of accessibility. just in the way that most PhDs who finish a math degree in the US are expected to know LaTeX. So if that could magically happen, I think that would help a lot. Okay. Institutional support. So I think this might be a US specific thing. So most colleges and universities have a disability resources department. It's basically legally required. So this is good. And most places will also hire instructional designers. So these are people who help design courses, but don't necessarily teach full-time as part of their job. Last spring, Texas A&M College of Arts and Sciences somehow did not have an instructional designer. So if I had an issue with Zoom or MediaSite, I was basically just trying to guess. But part of the issue there is that usually the people who do these are not mathematicians. So there could be problems there. So one example is that I had a colleague in disability resources who said that, who suggested using math type to create accessible math. And I'll also say, as much as I care about accessibility, if someone forced me to use math type to make documents, I just would also not create documents. So I would just pull up Berkeley. Yeah, fortunately, I showed him some examples of PDFs I made with LaTeX. And he was like, yeah, that's actually probably okay for most of your students. So he sort of backed off on that. But it's because I showed him an example. I've heard some colleges will actually not let their instructors use LaTeX. Which I think we all agree is not good, right? Okay. Yeah, so the other thing is, even though it's the law to do certain, even though it's the law to follow certain, disability rights, certain civil rights legislation, in the US, wealthier universities, I honestly think they just budget for lawsuits. It's just part of their operating expenses. I think less wealthy places, I said university, but I'm including colleges and community colleges. They often care a little bit more because they're more student-facing, but they just don't have enough money for accessibility, and in my opinion, they often overspend because they don't necessarily know any better. Okay, solutions, I don't know. Multiple question marks, they're tending confusion. Yeah, threatening with lawsuits, I'm not really sure how well that's going to work. I think one thing that I think often helps is if you frame it as student success, so it helps all students, then usually administrators listen slightly more. So this is in contrast if you say, well, I have a blind student. Well, what if I have a blind student who needs to read this PDF? Often the response is, well, we don't get many blind students, so that doesn't affect us too much. If you frame it as, accessibility helps everyone, for example, text-to-speech is used by a lot of people, it helps a little bit more with that conversation. But that's kind of a political thing. Yeah, I don't even think universities care about having a pedal lawsuit. I think it's more the bad publicity. So maybe in the United States or worldwide, things will change where if university isn't supporting students with disabilities, it'll affect their donorship. And then they might care. Or they might not, I don't know. So the previous slide I said, many people who support accessibilities are not themselves mathematicians, so they're not necessarily, it's often people who just say things like, oh, math type is better than LaTeX, without realizing, most mathematicians aren't going to use math type. So yeah, if anyone listening to this has a job opening and you happen to want to hire a mathematician, like a research mathematician who supports accessibility, I don't know, maybe let them know. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I should be able to finish on time. So I misspelled structure. I don't know why. So you can tell I didn't use text-to-speech when proofreading this, because if I had, I would have noticed I misspelled words here. Yeah, incentives in the US are often based on like whose job it is to make things accessible, and most people think it's someone else's job or no one's job. So research faculty, for example, people on tenure track, are most incentivized to do research, publish in good journals. Teaching often is part of the job, but not the main job duty. So I think I'm the exception in that I'm a research faculty who actually cares about this. Instructional faculty, so that's sort of like adjuncts, lecturers. They actually, I think, do care more, but there's less political capital if you don't have tenure to argue with people about things. I don't even have that much political capital, but I still argue. Yeah, so that's one of the things that just makes you stuck for a while. So I think as was mentioned earlier this morning, if you receive federal funding, you kind of are expected to make things accessible, and a lot of federal grants, you could ask for money to make things accessible. I mean, if you don't ask, then they probably won't give it to you. So I think if more research faculty are told, this is a way to just like slightly increase the chance of you getting funding, I think that might help. Yeah, it's not clear to me how well that'll work. So for example, the National Science Foundation will sometimes say, please upload an accessible PDF to meet legal requirements. Not sometimes, they do say that. And they'll say, okay, well, how do I do that? And they'll say, oh, well, there's this button you click on Adobe Acrobat, which will do it for you. And I think we all know there's no button that Adobe Acrobat actually does that, right? And often the PDFs I get from publishers aren't accessible. And this doesn't seem legal to me, but I don't run the government. Reward accessibility work. Just as a personal experience, I found that if I make my documents just more accessible, students access the information, and I get much fewer complaints about my teaching, and actually fewer students come to office hours. So I actually get more time. So it's win-win. The students learn better. I, even on a selfish level, don't have to talk to a student who just failed an exam because he's self-diagnosed with dyslexia but didn't get an actual diagnosis and didn't read the content. Okay, that kind of conversation. Okay, last slide, because I have 2 minutes left. I think I've mentioned several prominent accessibility organizations in the US claim that PDFs created through LaTeX are never accessible. So I'm going to read a quote. This is from Penn State. So they have a reasonably, actually quite well-respected accessibility center, and people have sent me their link before. This is the quote. Okay. It says, a PDF file created from a TeX file is always inaccessible. So it's not hard to make accessible or usually inaccessible. They're saying it's always inaccessible, which I think we all know is obviously not true. So I've had instructional designers at other universities just like go to that website, read it, and just be like, oh, so like our math department just shouldn't use LaTeX. So that's kind of a problem. Yeah, I think even at the Archive Accessibility Forum last year, I recall someone suggested that PDFs should be banned, which was a suggestion that was not implemented, as you know. Otherwise, this meeting would be a lot different right now. Okay, solutions, I don't know. Maybe someone at Tech Users Group or Overleaf should just email people telling them they're wrong. When I give my presentation at MAA, I'm just going to start telling people they're wrong, because this is the type of thing that just doesn't help. Okay, I am basically out of slides and out of time, so hopefully that was helpful. And yeah, thanks for listening.
All right, thanks, Jeffrey. Any questions, Joseph?
this is probably quite philosophical. I'm just wondering what your thoughts are. So the law in the US is quite hard line in the sense it says you have to make it accessible whether or not anyone complains, whether you've got any specific requirements, users wanting things to be done. And so the response, as you said, is to remove stuff, is one way of going.
Yes.
Do people promoting accessibility in the US think that's a good outcome? Because the UK law says we have to make adjustments when people ask, essentially. And the pressure, I work at university, and our pressure is we should put stuff online because people want it students want it generally. So we'd get into big trouble if we tried to remove things because our policy is that you always have to put your lecture notes online in advance of the lectures, for example.
Oh, cool. I didn't know that. But okay,
so that's my university's policy. So that's just, So I'm just wondering because it seems it's a very different philosophy which could be completely counterproductive to what the aim is, which is to make things accessible for everyone. So I just wondered, is the law seen as the right approach in the US, I suppose, is what I'm wondering.
I guess what's right is subjective, but I can say almost all disability advocates would say that removing content is not a good outcome. So you need to find, they would need to find a balance between making laws that are strong enough that they actually help, but not so strong that universities think it's a good idea to just remove all their content. So I think that's part of the reason why PDF standards weren't listed there, because I think the suspicion was that would just be too hard to do.
You had a solution to describing something with lawsuits. That's something I have created a package. It's called regulatory.
Regulatory. Oh, cool.
It's aimed for Dutch initially,
Okay.
but I'm curious if you want to look at it.
Oh, I definitely want to look at it.
To make it suitable for the US, but then you could, that's the right thing, I guess, in some way, that you send them some pretty PDF hardcore legal documents to start lawsuits. You only have to find a lawyer, I guess.
Oh wait, I said that publicly. That's an idea, yeah. Yeah, we should talk.
All right. Everybody happy? Excellent.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. So, the next speaker, you have experience here. It's your third rodeo here now. Vincent will tell us about YAC, yet another class. Very nice. And so, go ahead, the floor is yours.
Thank
Don't
you.
take it home.
Huh?
The floor is yours, but don't take it home.
Okay. I didn't know that one. Okay, so yes, hi everyone again. My second talk at the TUG meeting. Don't ever do the same mistake that I made, which is to make two proposals, asking the organizer to choose, and they don't choose. They just tell you, well, present both. So here I am again. Tough act to present this afternoon after the quite technical talks that we had this morning, and knowing that also that what I will present is actually another package, so I'm not sure whether I'm in the 80% or the 20% that Tom talked about. Basically I designed a new journal class for a journal that I'll just mention in a minute. This is Snowy Owl. That's the avian symbol of the province of Quebec in Canada. And it also appears on the coat of arms of the Statistical Society of Canada. And just bear that in mind for a few seconds, because it will happen again in a minute. Actually, okay. I'm certainly not the first one to make that joke, to start a LaTeX talk with This first section being labeled preamble. Anyway, so yes, I designed the journal, the document class for the Canadian Journal of Statistics, which is the official journal of the Statistical Society of Canada, whose logo is this. And if you look carefully at the logo, you will see a snowy owl in flight, actually. If you look carefully, this is the head of the owl, the wings, okay? And pay attention to the colors also. As a true Canadian society, the journal is bilingual. And probably as a true bilingual society, no articles ever has appeared in French. No, I'm just kidding. There were a few articles in French, but there are very, very few of them. But we have to be bilingual, nevertheless. Probably only the Belgian people truly understand what I just talked about here. Okay, so the context is the following, is that the LaTeX class that they were using for the journal was very, very, very old. Actually, I'm not 100% sure that this date here that is written in the document class was updated or not over time, but the class, the file, includes this date, so from 1994. Obviously, this caused a number of compilation errors when people were submitting their articles. So that's where the need for a new class seemed to have arisen. Obviously, the tech world evolved quite a lot since 1994. We went from LaTeX to PDF LaTeX and to the newer engines or formats. I use these slides in part to make a presentation at the the Statistical Society of Canada meeting, where the distinction between an engine and a class was not important. So bear with me on that, okay? If I don't make the distinction here between the two. So now we have these new engines that in one of their important aspect is the fact that they support open type fonts. In 1994, we're still pretty much using computer modern. The PostScript fonts were available, but I mean, there's no comparison with the choice of fonts that we have nowadays. And one other important aspect is that we moved from mostly printed documents to electronic documents, or digital documents if you prefer. And this entails a lot of differences, if only the support for hyperlinks and colors. That's something that was not taken into account with the former class. So, it seems, oh yeah, okay. About a year after I was contacted to create the new document class, the package CGSRCS article was first released on CRAN, so in November last year, and I just published an update last week. So it took about a year for the whole thing to be done, and you did not hear me say that the fact that there was a faculty strike at Laval, at my university, last spring helped in any way. Well, not last spring, but the spring of 2020, well, no, 2023, yeah. So, yeah, so the package contains the document class, bibliographic styles, that's something that wasn't planned at the beginning, and complete documentation in both English and French, and some article templates. The journal is printed by Wiley, so pretty early on when I was contacted, I asked them, well, why don't you just use the Wiley templates? I mean, Wiley, they offer free templates, you just have to put in the name of the journal, and that's about it. And the editor told me that that's not the way they wanted to, the route that they wanted to go. One thing is that they wanted to have a distinctive and a unique look for their journal instead of just using a standard template provided by the editor. And they wanted also to remain or retain a certain independence from the large publishers. So if for some reason, for example, they want to switch publisher, well, they don't want to have to redo everything from scratch. And I think, honestly, that's something that probably appeared along the way, that they wanted to build something with and for the community also. I'm probably much more accessible also than a person responsible for the layout at Wiley. Okay, so why? Well, that's a question for you. Why you or why me, if you prefer? Well, first you should probably ask the editor of the journal, who happens, fun fact, to be Czech, and who happens to be in Prague right now because she's on sabbatical. End of the fun fact. So you should probably ask Joanna why she asked me. To this day, I don't really exactly know why she contacted me. Maybe it was because I've been the maintainer of the thesis class for my university since 2012. And I think I've been pretty successful with this document class because I receive very, very, very few questions. Probably less than 5 per year overall. I don't know the number of theses that are published with LaTeX, but certainly more than 5 every year. And I maintain a few other packages also. One thing I told Joanna right at the beginning is why don't you contact one of the freelancers that do this type of work? I mean, it's published at the end of every Tugboat issue. I even gave her a couple of names. I think I was just cheaper also than all of you. Okay, so to understand this joke, maybe you have to be from North America to know what a Sears is. And you certainly have to be over 50 to know what a blue light Kmart special is. And you will notice also that the two people who talked about literate programming at this conference had a Calvin and Hobbes joke also, since there was one by Mitchell also yesterday. Okay, so I'm not a designer, of course. I'm just a university professor. But I do care about good design. I mean, I can see and appreciate good design when I see it, or bad design when I see it. And quite honestly, we much more often see bad design than good design, isn't it? And I'm pretty good at replicating stuff. So I'm not very good at inventing new stuff, since I'm not a designer by trade, but I'm pretty good at seeing something that I like and doing it again, or just replicating it. And actually, the design that I will show you in a minute is mostly replicated from the actual newspaper that I'm reading. Okay, I just took the ideas here and there and just replicated the design. Some constraints that I've worked with, those that were imposed by the journal, was to have a LaTeX class, and that's what was important for them, that the authors can use and produce a copy of their article as close as possible to the copy that will be printed by the publisher. Okay, so that the page breaks don't change and the general layout will be pretty much the same. They needed some special commands for some mathematical operators that are common in statistics, nothing special there. And they wanted a French version. That's what they told me. We want a French version without ever saying what it meant. I think the former class pretended to include a French version, but there was probably nothing that was really made there on the French front. So what I imposed to myself, by myself, is that right from the outset I said, well, this new class that we'll design should be free software. It should be published on CTAN and made available to everyone. This was accepted immediately. What I imposed to myself, meaning not from the CGS, but from myself, First, I wanted a class that had one and only one prerequisite for users to use the class, is to have an up-to-date and modern text distribution. Meaning, if you have a reasonably recent version of TechLive, meaning not necessarily the latest one, but not necessarily the one that was current when you bought your computer, because that's what happens a lot. People don't update their text distributions. And they don't even know how to update it sometimes because, well, it was installed on my computer by the IT people and I never touched it again. So so I wanted just a reasonably up-to-date text distribution. I wanted something that would be truly bilingual in the sense that everything would be, well, the documentation would be bilingual, but also the layout would be adapted. So if you write your article in French, the typesetting will be also done in French, the typography. I wanted to have distinctive and high-quality fonts. Many are available today. And to use these newer high-quality fonts, I wanted to use OpenType fonts, so it had to be compatible with LaTeX, but it also had to remain compatible with PDF LaTeX, which is the engine that most people use. And eventually, I designed bibliographic styles along the way. Okay, so I'm a little bit behind schedule. I had a lot of stuff. So let's have a look a little bit at what I've done. So this was the old class of the journal. And fairly standard journal class by all standards. I mean, pretty crowded top titling material. Okay, so you have the title, and always this idea of putting a lot of superscripts for the affiliations, the thanks, the everything, and so very, very crowded. Two abstracts, we have two abstracts, always an English and a French version, put underneath each other. Some information about the number of the journal, so the issue and so on, that seems to be a little bit put there at the top without too much thought. And obviously the license that was probably seems to be written there after a while. And otherwise, I mean, it's fairly standard for 1994 format. The text is in Times Roman. The titles are in Helvetica. So this is what I came up with as a design. So it's exactly the same article. It's a little bit inspired, to be very honest, also by some elements of the Wiley templates. And, for example, I know the lines are long or the margins are narrow, but that's pretty much the style they use in scientific journals nowadays. So that I followed. I think the upper part of the title page where we have the authors is just clearer. No superscripts at all, other than the orchid symbol, because the affiliation is just written immediately underneath each and every name, even if it means that some affiliations are repeated. I mean, it doesn't matter, okay? You can see that the name of the journal and everything, the publication information is a little bit better, goes better with the rest of the design. And you see the three colors in the logo that are reused there. So yeah, that's pretty much the general layout. So for the text of the main font for text, I used Stix 2, which is a fairly new or recent font, and personally that I find really, really gorgeous. I mean, the first version of Stix was essentially a copy of Times Roman, which didn't make it that interesting in my view. The new version of Stix 2 just moves a little bit away from Times Roman in a way that I think it makes for a really, really quite beautiful font and excellent support for mathematics. Because as many of you will know, when you look for a font to use, but that has to have a very good support for mathematics, the intersection is very, 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 very small. So there aren't that many fonts. I have a license for the Lucida fonts for something like at least 12 years or so. It's a font that I like very much, but that's not free and available to all systems. So it wouldn't work because of my first prerequisite. Okay. For the headings and the computer code, I used Fira. That's another font that I use a lot. That goes surprisingly very, very well with Lucida and works very, very well also with Stix 2. Well, at least in my opinion. There are some options for the document class. So an option review will increase the line spacing, will number the lines, will remove the name of the authors, stuff like that, pretty standard. So it's very simple for the authors to just write the option review and I'll have a copy that is ready to send to the reviewers. We have another option that's called final that will typeset the license statement at the bottom of the journal of the first page. And this will be made by the editors. What is the license that is used, and the correct space will be made there. It also makes a few checks for the editors that doesn't show on the printed page. Like, for example, complaining that you did not enter a volume and a number for the issue. There's an option supplement. This one's interesting because quite often the journal offers the authors the possibility to publish supplementary material to go with their paper, and instead of writing it in some other class or some other format, they wanted the authors to be able to use the same document class. And now they just have to add the supplement option to the document class, and you see that there's an additional line that is written on top of the title, and some other material from the titling page just gets removed. And there's an option, no CGS, so that anyone can use the class to typeset documents without any link to, if you like the class, well, you can use it without pretending that it's a Canadian Journal of Statistics article. Actually, the documentation of the class is written using that option. I won't have a lot of time to talk about the technical aspects of the class, which is a shame. But let's just have a look at a few things for the few remaining minutes. So for me, it was important. I think it's important when you design a piece of software that the interface that the users will use will be as simple, as intuitive as possible. So I paid a lot of attention to the interface that the users will use. Would see when they will be writing an article for the journal. So just a few elements. Okay, just an element of technical detail. The class is based on memoir. I don't know if this is a sensitive subject in these circles. I don't know. Why using memoir? Well, because I've been using it since 2005 for all my documents. So this is the actual, this is actually the document class that I'm most comfortable with. And it has a very, very good documentation also. So that's something I enjoy using. And it's very, very simple in memoir, I think, to change the page layout, line spacing. It has built-in support similar to book tabs for tables and all sorts of different things that I used to design my class. The cons to using this class is first, memoir assumes that you're writing a book, and that will start with a chapter level. So you have to disable chapters if you're basically mimicking an article class. And I had some trouble with the interaction with the doc when I was writing the documentation. I don't think I'll have time to go over this, but it's just that I had to disable a few things from Memoir to be able to use the features of doc to write the documentation. That's probably one of the most interesting aspects, the way, and probably one of the most complicated things in journal classes is how do you specify authors and their affiliation. There are all sorts of models. They're all different, okay? Every journal class has its own way of doing things. And the one I decided to use was in part inspired by AuthBlock. I absolutely don't remember how I came up to know about this package, but I found the idea quite interesting. The idea being that you essentially have a sequence of author and affiliations commands to enter, well, the name of an author and its affiliation, his or her affiliation immediately after. So it makes for quite a simple interface. You just give your name, your affiliation, name, affiliation, name, affiliation, and these commands will build the author block, everything that will be published, that will be typeset at the beginning of the paper. To actually do this, I had, since the formatting of the authors and affiliations was hard-coded in the AuthBlock package, I had basically to rewrite it from scratch. But it was a fun thing to do. Since I'm really not an expand after guru, I had to rely a lot on the tools by eToolbox. So I was very happy to be able to use this package. One interesting thing here, and this is something that I took from an article that was published in Tugboat last year, is the way to collect metadata from the sources of a LaTeX document to be able to do eventually something with it that could be outside of the typesetting itself of the document. I don't use metadata at all, but the idea remained. For example, to give the surnames of the authors in a command surname, so that we could collect eventually the surnames of the authors. Here I don't collect the surnames per se, but I use this command to typeset the surnames in a certain way. So on the title page, the surnames are always in uppercase letters. So this way I don't rely on the authors typing their name in uppercase letter, I just do it myself. And also I can collect all the surnames and put them together in the header of every second page, something that is quite common in scientific journals. So yeah, that was something useful. And also, again, inspired by the article by Boss and McCurley, was the interface to enter some additional information regarding each author. So for example, the ORCID ID of an author, whether the email address of each and every author, and whether you're the corresponding author or not. You could tell for each author corresponding is equal to false, or as is quite common, you can just put for the corresponding author corresponding, and by default it is true and the others are false. Okay, so, yep, maybe I'll just say, okay, very, very quickly about abstracts. Two environments to enter your abstract, and the nice thing is depending on the language of the article, the abstract will be positioned differently every time with the abstract in the main language of the article on the left. That was, I think it was a nice touch to add. This I'll skip. Okay. And I think it'll be the last element that I'll touch upon. The back matter information, that's something that is printed towards the end of the journal, okay? Just before the references, the list of references, and the appendix. So we have, for example, whether there's supplementary information, the data sharing statement, the acknowledgements, stuff like that, funding. This is all put at the end of the article automatically. Well, the authors are expected to enter this information not as sections. If we ask the authors to enter this information as sections in a template, they will probably eventually change the order of the sections, or they'll do something with this. So now in the class, they just have to use specially defined environments for that. And we provide a command make back matter, just like make title, that will just all typeset this material in the correct order, in the correct format, and the ORCID information will be collected from the authors and published at the end of the paper automatically. Okay, so I think it's a much cleaner interface. So we basically rely as less as possible on the authors to actually typeset the material in the correct order. I'm pretty much done, so yeah. The only thing I will say here about bibliographic styles is that this is something that I added along the way. Instead of relying on existing styles, especially up-alike that is pretty old, I made other bibliographic styles from scratch using custom bib from Patrick Daly. Okay, this is old stuff, I realize, and it's not using BibLaTeX, I'm still using BibTeX, but there's such a huge installation base for BibTeX, and I think most authors still rely on these tools. So, yeah, that's about it. There is some more material in the slides if you want to have a look at this. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Vincent. Any questions that you have for Vincent?
I fully agree with your choice of not using Wiley's templates because they are written in a horrible way. But I think your class is written quite in a good way, but just looking at it, I found a missing % at line 579. And a lot of excess % signs at the end of some lines. By the way, Environ, the package Environ is not needed, is no longer needed. You can do it just with new document environment with the B argument type, which would require newer TagLive releases, which could be good for your idea of making users update their distribution. But it has been available for a few years just now. But possibly something I looked at the class, possibly something I do slightly differently, but I think it's a very good attempt at writing a new class.
I concur. Any questions from the ether?
This is not from ether, this is from me, if I'm allowed. When you switch to anonymous mode for peer review, you obviously need to do something with your back matter. You need to blank acknowledgements, funding, and so on. As the first question. And second question, now people, some journals start to go into the standard form for grants where you put ROR indexes and so on, so machines can extract this information. Do you plan to use special interface for standard format for grants?
That would be in the funding information. No, it's just free text for the authors to enter.
Yeah, and you blank out it.
Yes. Okay, thank you. The only thing we ask authors in using the review option, well, that's the part that we cannot do, is like, do not cite yourself, for example, all the time, and we can tell that who has written the article. But we hide everything that should be hidden that we can control. Yeah.
Would the party eventually be willing to switch over to Lua LaTeX, or will they stick to PDF LaTeX forever?
I think when I told the people about XLaTeX, it was something new for them. Okay, and so that's already one step. So there's something else than PDF LaTeX, and quite honestly, well, my main interest for XLaTeX was to be able to use OpenType fonts and Unicode, because that's something I didn't mention, but I force Unicode on people. They don't have the choice. They have to use Unicode encoding unless there are no accents in their documents, which shouldn't happen because they need to have a French abstract. And if they manage to write a French abstract without any accent or whatever, it's a feat. So as for Lua LaTeX, I honestly don't use it myself, so honestly, I didn't put it in largely due to my own ignorance.
Yeah,
and I didn't know whether I would need it anywhere other than access to the OpenType fonts and Unicode.
Yeah, but I also saw that you looked at XMP metadata to looking for ways to implement it. Which ways were you,
I honestly didn't do anything about that. Okay, it's just that I wrote some commands that I said, well, okay, eventually if we want to extract some metadata, we'll have the information already written, but otherwise I didn't do anything about that.
Okay.
So I think, I haven't checked the time. I think we're ready for the next speaker. Vincent, thanks very much. Yeah. Enjoyed that, and I hand over to Jean-Michel, who will talk about how to create proceedings, the Barcode proceedings in particular.
Okay, most of you know that Barcode is related to the Polish conference about tech. And first, I will explain how I became a proceedings editor. I will show some tools I developed. In the section workflow, I will sum up the successive steps of my approach and some information and conclusion. In the end of 2020, there was some deep reorganization within the French-speaking group Gutenberg. Maybe you read something about that in Tugboat, so I won't give additional detail. And just mention that after the election of a new board, I became the new editor of the French journal of this group. The year after, that is 10 years after the last issue of Cahiers Gutenberg before the new election, a new issue has been distributed to the members of Gutenberg. And the first versions of my tools were developed for this issue. I already showed some points at TUG 2 years ago. Now it's more developed. So, on another point, that is the Polish conferences, the word Bachotek comes from the name of a lake in Poland, Bachotek with K. That is just a... And in 2018, 2019, there was many presentations, but no proceedings. The same last year. What I proposed, I given my experience, to make these proceedings into a three-part volume. That was a text to develop some extension. For example, in the French journal, there is one table of contents, but for Polish proceedings, there were two tables of contents in Polish and in English, and some extensions. In fact, I think I will have finished before the end of this summer. It's ready at 90%. So, let us back to Cahiers Gutenberg. That was, I inherited from a kind of legacy, that is some articles ready, or close to be ready, with some problems. Some were compiled with PDF LaTeX, some with Xi LaTeX or Lua LaTeX, and impossible to find one word processor for the whole. I was told that if something is compiled with Xi LaTeX, it should be compiled with Lua LaTeX, but at this time, that was not the case. No one was able to explain to me why. That was a fact. I had to deal with many systems, and when I prepare proceedings of Bachotek, context was added, because some people wrote articles with context. In fact, I was told that for previous proceedings that were just PDF pages inserted, but now I decided to be able to process any text with a typesetting system without Auftech. In fact, that is already the case for a context group. There is a general tool for proceeding, but let's suppose that all the articles are written with context. For me, it would allow several typesetting systems to be used. And another point, maybe Frank remembers, many years ago, I participated in the French translation of the second edition of the LaTeX Companion. It was a fantastic adventure, and due to the publisher, we were in a hurry at the end. The bad version of a chapter was inserted, and the index page number were not updated. Some people told us that it's just this problem. For the rest, this is okay. But I've never forgotten this point. I promised that if I was in charge of realizing the whole number, I would use automatic tools. That's why I did that for Cahier Gutenberg and Barotech. For example, I developed a program to check the succession of page numbers. The second point, I decided to avoid information redundancy. For example, the title of an article is given inside the article. So I decided to pick this title in the article to put it in the table of contents, not cut past. In fact, if separate articles are compiled, not really difficult, you can assemble them with a package PDF pages. And you can control the compiling process for text source file, LaTeX, and so on by the Makefile. If you are not familiar with Unix, in fact, the Makefile is, for example, target, dependency. If a dependency is younger than the target, that is, the command should be run. Interpret target as a file to be generated, and the dependencies as files, source files. For example, if dependencies are newer, that means that you modify them without recompiling. Other tasks are more related to programming. For example, as I explained, extracting the title, author, and the first page number in the succession. For the last page, not really a problem. We can use the last page package. Getting these information with LaTeX, that's me using TUG. It's a wonderful typesetting system, but that's not a programming language to extract some information. So in fact, I use a parser of source text written in Scheme. To give you an idea, for example, the principle is you want to pass a text file, but in reality, only a little part of the information is of interest for you. For example, if you want just the title, the title in the class used for Cahier Gutenberg has two arguments. Here is true in Scheme because the first argument is optional. That is syntactically given between square brackets. Here, the second occurrence of true, top level only. That is, title can't be an argument of another command. You have just to search it at the top level. It's useless to explore all the argument. Recursively, title may be given in a file input but the source file. title is the class of Cahier Gutenberg is given before begin document. That is, it's the preamble only. That is, and you can see there is some information that makes search faster. Here is one. It was true. That means process all the occurrences of this command. For example, if you want to count the number of times for you use the EMPH command, put true. But here, only one occurrence of this command, and you can give up. And here is the scheme function to run as soon as this command is encountered. I didn't do profiling, but I can tell that such directives are compiled. Oui. Ah, okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Such directives are, in fact, that is a kind of compilation, and the result is an automate that proceeds in one pass. In fact, if there is no directive, the result is just immediately stops and the work is done. That is, there is a kind of optimization. And an improvement for biotech proceedings titled for the two tables of contents should be given in English and in Polish. For example, here. So, if you are familiar to object-oriented languages, that is a setter, HB set. The command I introduced, I prefixed by HB, H for my initial, B for biotech. Here, the English title is given, and there the title in Polish. See, what is this command? Unknown? Oh, no problem. Look there. If in a source LaTeX you can put this annotation, what is in square brackets will be put when the output will be built. That is, you can keep the two titles with this information to typeset them. Another point, there are some variants. For example, some articles are to be printed, but some use, for example, the animate package. That is, PDF with animation, so two versions, animated and to print. We manage that with an additional option and generating new source files by regular expression of Rabi. So, how to proceed? The first step, we have to write a master file in the LaTeX syntax. What you see here, the source files, the directory where it is located, and the typesetting system to use. There is an additional argument optional if an additional option is used. In fact, you can put other programs here, provided that they are in your path. Something more elaborated, for example, BibTeX and PDF LaTeX, or some program with a graphical part, no problem. Then you can use the skeleton file to get the makefile, basically. In this makefile, you have this directive that is depth. If this file doesn't exist, no error. But this file, we can build it. For example, look there. Here, CG include article plus C LaTeX Poulain plus, and exactly in the makefile. So there is no information redundancy. The makefile is partly built with the master file. And then you can generate separate articles. Some program for checking. Separate articles use some page number ranges, and we can check that is the succession is correct. Build that one or two tables of content at this place, and after compile the master file, or use the target in the makefile, and run request, for example, in case of an animated file, generate the variant. Cleaning useless files as soon as it is finished, no problem. I signal two packages I developed at this occasion. More abstracts if several abstracts can be given. That allows me to put two abstracts for Barotech in Polish and English. For the Cahier Gutenberg, I put 3 abstracts in French, in English, and in German. And another package, anti-spam. You can give your electronic address with @ and period, and is automatically rewritten with this form. In fact, I don't change the text of articles. I just checking command for titles, or add some information for that. I specify the first page number for the corresponding article, possibly adapting abstract. Other points are related to compiling. In other contexts, there is a new module for Barotech articles in context. In fact, if you want to use these tools in another context, you can rewrite the part for author because it's not the same convention. That is not several authors separated by and keyword. That is like in the previous show. That is several separated author command. But that's quite easy to adapt. Another problem may be the deal with possibly multilingual aspects. That is done with Barotech. And the last page is determined automatically. Just a point. This system is good for me because I allowed myself to change the source file, but only at the master file. I explain. If this file depends on a graphical object, the make file doesn't take in consideration this point. That is, they're just for assembling articles, but not for really developing each. So I expect to be ready for Barcotech proceeding at the end of summer, at the next issue of Cahier Gutenberg. My system is open because some typesetting system can coexist, some languages too, articles in Polish, in English, no problem. It is limited because some operations require some experience in programming, in Scheme, for example. But I can now do demonstration within this show, but you can ask me if you are interested by such a demonstration. I have my portable Mac, no problem. You can contact me if you want me to help you, if need be, if you are interested in my system. Just in time, no?
Thank you, Jean-Michel. Very nice style teaching.
I'm not get used to microphones.
Yeah, you're probably only in a classroom where everybody can hear you.
Not for old microphones.
He should have given you a microphone here for the ear. For his next lecture, we can then keep that in mind, that we give him a microphone. Okay, any questions?
What system did you use to go from the master file to the make file?
That's just a program written in Ruby that is just a skeleton make file, which is just oh, sorry. That's just some regular expressions, just to instantiate.
Okay.
Any other volunteers for questions? No? I like the use of make, a really old tool in Unix, 40 years old, I think.
Still good? Still good?
Oh yeah, it works. Yeah, it does.
People who don't want to learn make, just reinvent it.
Or that, yes, yeah. I mean, software that is 40 years old, I mean, some apps that are older than 2 weeks don't work anymore, so it's amazing that this still works. So, okay, Jean-Michel, thank you very much. We have one more session before the break. Rishi is going to talk about challenges when you submit manuscripts and how they offer a solution for navigating these common challenges. Okay.
Good evening, all. My name is Rishikesan. I'm coming from STM Software Engineering, a company that typesets academic journal articles and books for publishers. And this is not a too technical presentation. It just gives an overall idea on we are just communicating what are the problems that we as a typesetter face while we are dealing with manuscript that we receive for typesetting from authors. So my talk generally will go with three main class files like else article class, CAS SC class, and CAS DC class, which are the preferred LaTeX document classes recommended by Elsevier, the publisher. And these class files are actually available in C10 also, along with a very good documentation and a few BST files. And there are a lot of purposes behind this to create a template like this. But we can look into it whether how that is, whether it is being met, that purposes are being met, or what are the challenges involved in it. So I'm sure I'm not correct. Elsevier publishes roughly 3,000 journals in different disciplines. Since being a typesetter only, I don't know, I'm not much aware about what are the disciplines and other things. I just look at it, look and feel, single column, double column, which journal, math or non-math journal, that is the only concern for me. So they have created these templates basically for formatting LaTeX submission journal articles. So when an author submits an article to a particular journal, Elsevier recommends they must use either else article class or CAS SC class or CAS DC class. These instructions are actually available in their Guide for Authors page and other documentation sites. The main purpose of preparing or maintaining these templates and class files are basically to maintain a uniform format for review purpose, especially with wide margins and increased interline spacing. Then another thing that I would like to thank Professor Vincent, because he has created a LaTeX class file for authors, a class file which actually creates an output as close to the published article. So when an author creates an article, types out an article, he is actually supposed to do it in his own way, but the journal he is going to submit this article will have a different a template, a particular template. It should have a fixed width, height, and a lot of other things. So when an author uses a particular template that the publisher recommends, there are a lot of benefits for the authors. He can or she can break the equations properly, fitting the text width, align the tables according to the page, etc. Another thing, ensuring authors include our mandatory information. For example, the journal template, in the journal requirement is to provide an ORC ID, or corresponding author's email ID is compulsory, or affiliation should be given like this, and graphical abstract is compulsory, etc. If they use just an article class or any custom classes, there will not be any restrictions to use all these cases. But if an author uses the template or the class file suggested by the publisher, whoever it is, publisher, the template will have all these things. So there is less chance for missing these things. That is one of the benefit of using the other templates. Then based on the template, the templates are almost structured. So based on the templates, the typesetters will have automated their workflows. For example, the author, the affiliation, abstract keywords or other references, the way these are coded, according to the design, they might have used some regular expression or some other cleanup scripts or something else or some packages to convert this to different formats. They might be using these, but if the authors are not using these templates properly, their tools will fail. So what will happen if the tools will fail? They have to manually code it, everything. That's a real challenge. Another thing, there is a saying that well begun is half done. So assume an author uses a proper template and they are submitting the article using that without any missing materials or anything. The thing is, and the equations are properly aligned, tables are properly placed, right font is used. The thing is, author will get a clean proof back for checking. For example, if an author uses a different class file which has a different page width, for example, the final page should be, the printed page should be in double column, but the author submits that in single column format, what happens is the typesetter who typesets this article will break all these equations. Assume there are 45 or 50 or 100 equations, the typesetter will go and break all these equations. The thing is, the author who checks his proof needs to make sure the breaking of these equations are proper and nothing has been deleted or no omissions are there. This is the author's responsibility also. So his job is actually increased. So if they use the proper template and typeset it, author's responsibility will be reduced. He can send back the proof very quickly. Authors actually expect typesetters to flag all the changes they made in their manuscript, like track changes. So they can easily check the changes made by the typesetter. But if the number of changes are more, obviously author's job is increased. They have to check and verify all the corrections changes. But if the proper template is used, all these things are properly done, the number of changes the typesetter makes will be very, very less. The clean proof, they will get a very clean proof. This process reduces the turnaround time also. Since the typesetter's job is reduced, they can return the manuscript very quickly to the author for proofing. Author can quickly proofread the manuscript. Since there are no problem with that proof, no corrections in it, they can simply send it. So this article can be published as quickly as possible. So while talking about the else article and the other two class files, else article CAS SC and CAS DC class file, there are a lot of features available, like preprint, review, no preprint line, 2-column, time, sort and compress, etc. There are many other also. The preprint is, if author uses the preprint option in the document class line, he can typeset the article in the preprint mode, and he can see how the preprint looks like. And if he typeset in, sometimes they have to submit the article using the review mode. The interline baseline skip will be more in review mode. The more margins for the reviewers to make comments or something. So they can, if they use they can use these options properly. The no preprint line, not only the Elsevier authors, many other people are all using else article class file. So by default, it writes in the footer, there is a no preprint submitted to this journal, end-to-end journal or some other journal, notice there. But the other people who uses this class file and not want these lines, they can simply use the no preprint line and avoid this writing this. And they can use 2-column, and if the font, you can choose it, and the NatBib options, sort and compress, etc. can be also given us in the class, document class line. A front matter which runs on multiple pages can be typeset easily without breaking it manually. Another challenge is sometimes there will be some collaboration and maybe 100 or more authors are there and affiliations are many affiliations there. So it won't fit in a single page, so they have to manually break it and give in a different page. But long make title, there's another option in this class file. If they use that class file, the option, the author and affiliation will be properly split at the bottom and run onto the multiple pages. As I said before, if they want to typeset a manuscript for other purpose, not like submitting in Elsevier journals, they can align the front matter to left, right, or center. By default, it is center. Then if any packages are clashing with the NatBib, NatBib is loaded by default, they can unload it. There's an option for that also. Double blind and single blind options available. If the journal recurs, it is single blinded or double blind. These options can be used. Other thing Professor Vincent said about the structured coding of the affiliation and other things. There are features in these class files also. For example, the organization details, the affiliation, the typesetter, the person who typeset the article sometimes may not know which one is the organization, or maybe confusing for them sometimes to identify, locate which is the division, department, which is the organization, which is a city, which is a postcode. Maybe others may be using it differently in different locations. So the automatic mapping script or that will fail and people need to manually find it. So if the authors use the template properly, they can give the relevant information in the relevant field. Like they can give the organization name in the organization field, postcode, city, country, etc. This will make the job of typesetter easy and there will not be any mistakes in this area that they can guarantee. Sometimes they want some journal ask for a page break to be given after title, sometimes after author affiliation field, sometimes after the abstract. So what that authors sometimes do is they will create separate documents. For example, for title, one text file. For author affiliation and or title to author affiliation, one text file, up to abstract, another text file, like this. There is no need of thing like this. They can simply break at any point, even inside the make title, they can break it, but after title or after the author affiliation field or abstract. Then options for graphical abstract highlights can be given. Then according to the page width, there are options like 3p, 1p, 2 column, etc. Then many BSD files adhering to numbered and author year styles are also available. Then for coding title, note the simple, in addition to the the default title, if there is any subtitle or a translated title, translated subtitle, anything, for coding all these things, there are separate commands elements there. On OrcID is mandatory nowadays, so OrcID, social media links like Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, whatever it is, there is no need of giving all these details like footnotes, just footnotes. They can simply tag this along with the other name. So it is very easy for mapping these things at the PDF and or in XML. While I'm talking about the structured coding, we should think about that not only the PDF the publishers require. The publishers almost require, or the deliverable they are asking from the typesetter is an XML also. The XML should be structured in a proper manner. If the XML should be structured in a proper manner, the typesetter needs to intervene the text file, they have to properly structure it, then they need to create the XML and PDF. So my intention here is, while talking, is we need to avoid the manual intervention as much as possible to avoid the typos, the errors, and speed up the process. And the beneficiaries well, I already explained some of the points listed here, but still I will explain once again. The first, the primary beneficiary is actually authors themselves. So by submitting the manuscript in a proper template, the rejection rate can be reduced. The reviewers can easily accept the article, and it will start it way from there in the first instance. And it can potentially speed up the publication process, since less time needed for formatting, revisions during the review stage. Reviewers can concentrate on the content, and they don't need to worry about the formatting other things. They are reading, spending many times, a lot of time for reading all these different documents. So if their job is to look at the formatting style also, it will be difficult for them. So if the typesetter, the author uses the proper template, that a reviewer need not want to worry about the formatting thing. They can just simply concentrate on the content and review the manuscript. Publishers can expedite the process. As I said before, the typesetting process can be automated, and quickly we can deliver the PDF, XML, whatever the deliverables publisher requires, we can send it. Author proofing will be much faster. There will not be many corrections, typos, and all these things can be eliminated. At the end, the typesetter's job also will be easier. They need to do manual interventions. They can use their automation tools to a large extent, and the conversion will be error-free. Proofreading and other QC checking will be reduced, and the turnaround time will be also reduced. So the main challenge, so why the authors are not using the template? That's a big question actually. The main challenge, the thing is, in my experience, in my company, actually we are dealing with thousands of articles on monthly basis, and we have seen thousands of articles. And the main thing is, authors seldom read the guide for author page. That's the main problem. There are a lot of instruction pages available. Publishers have created so many videos, but they never look at it. They will do, the guide for author will be at one side, they will create the manuscript, and they will call for support. Yeah, this is not accepted, this is not, the editorial manager does not accept this. What should I do? Like this. So all the instructions are there in the guide for authors page. The authors, they should first read the guide for authors page. What are the mandatory things that I should look into it or take care when I submit the manuscript? That's the main thing. Then other thing, the publishers say you should use else article class, or you should use some other class. The author what will do, they just load the class file in the document class line. They will load else article in the document class line, but the rest of the coding will be like a standard article class. So because the /author command will work everywhere, so they need not want, it is not mandatory. Yeah. It is not mandatory to code the organization division or city, postcode, etc. So they won't be coding it, and still it compiles and creates a PDF, and submission system accepts it. BibTeX database usage. If they use BibTeX database, that can speed up the process. As you know, the importance of BibTeX database. And as a bibliography, since we need to create the XML, and all the elements in the bibliography need to be separately tagged, like authors, article title, book title, volume, journal title, publisher location, series title, conference name, etc. If authors use the BibTeX database, we can automate the process and make the proof error-free in a very speedy manner. But still others are reluctant to use the BibTeX database. Sometimes we need to ask them. We can see the output, and sometimes they will create the BBL, and they provide the BBL along with it and give us the BBL. So we will ask them to provide the BibTeX database file. So how to overcome this challenge? It's a big question. The first thing is to educate the authors. It's a big task. Educate, the publishers are actually currently doing it right now, but I don't know how far they are successful, but I can say from my experience of typesetting, it is a big task still, and our publishers are just following the authors, and whatever they give, they submit, accept it and pass it on to the typesetter for typesetting. Develop and maintain effective automatic content profiler that validates author submissions and reports shortcomings back to the author. The submission systems where authors upload the manuscript, they should have some kind of content profiler. Content profiler in the sense whether it should check whether the class file is else article or CAS or some other, whatever the class file the journal requires, journal demands is that the class file is used. All the necessary materials are provided or not. There are 5 input text files, some are missing, some are available. So all these text files are still available. There are any duplicate files are there. For example, for a single figure, figure 1, they will be providing the EPS version, JPEG version, and PDF version. The typesetter's responsibility is to look at it and see which is the latest version. It's a big task. So sometimes they have to go back to the author and ask which is the version we should use, the JPEG or PDF or whatever it is. So if the content profiler like thing can verify the same file has been given in multiple formats and report back to the author at the same time when they submit the manuscript, that will help. Yeah, like a lot of documentation needs to be created, but still others are overlooking it. Then another solution may be to establish a robust support system with a knowledgeable typesetting team to assist authors and provide timely helpline. Publishers should actively participate in tech conferences and interact with the experts to understand the power of tech. Since there are only 2 ways to typeset the manuscript normally authors use, one is tech and the other is Word. The publishers actually should know what are the things authors can achieve through tech, what it cannot achieve through tech. These type of things publishers should be aware of. So what is the best possible way to get aware of these things is their representatives must participate in conferences like this, and their participation is very much important, and they should talk to the experts here, and they should understand, for example, they are demanding the tagged PDF, but tagged PDF is not at all, development is still going on, it is not at all a final proof stage. So they should understand it instead of having the typesetter tell the publisher this is not on live, etc. So they should actively participate, like organize free webinars or seminars on best practices for manuscript preparation, and universities, especially those with a high number of contributing authors. These are some useful links. These are just the packages, the CTAN link and the support links where others can look into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rishi. So, questions from the audience?
One question just about the last topic you brought up. I mean, one of the problems for the authors at the moment is if they try to get an article placed in different journals, each journal has different requirements, and there's no collaboration in actually making something like a scientific article preamble kind of stuff. I mean, you have done this for the Elsevier articles. Way back, the American Society has done it for whatever they do, and the Physics Society has done something, but what actually would be extremely helpful if we come to a common way of handling, say, front matter, at least allowing that, because then you have exchangeability and not the problem that the author doesn't know what to do.
Yeah, thanks for that suggestion. We will
just in addition to saying
sure.
the publishers should come and the typesetters should come to the same place and talk to each other and to us.
Thank you for the suggestion. Yeah, we'll take care.
Here is from YouTube chat. I think it's comment rather than a question from Rahul Krishnan S. He says that authors should go through the guidelines provided by the publisher and use the prescribed template. This will reduce mistakes. Well, I worked with authors. It's not very practical.
Yeah, they're told to RTF the fine manual, read the fine manual, and well, as a computer scientist, I only read the manual if it doesn't work, and if you run it through TUG and it comes through. All right, yeah, not my generation, yeah. Okay, we are ready for the break, but there's an announcement.
Yeah, actually, just one comment to what Frank said. I used to typeset a journal. I don't care about whatever you need to do, right? Like, I'm selfish, right? Like, not me necessarily, but just the mindset is like, you are the author, you care. It's your problem. What I should do is accept initial submissions in any format and don't care there, because what's the point? The reviewer doesn't care whether it's AMS art or it's LaTeX standard article or it's the journal's class. Like the initial submissions, whatever format they are in, once it's accepted, the author is incentivized to do whatever is needed to do to get it through. But I think that that's the sort of mindset that the publishers should really have. And we had it in my journal. We didn't care if it came in as a PNG image of the pages, we would have accepted it. It wasn't we didn't have any issue what you did, right? And I think that that's sort of the approach that should be taken in initial submissions, because it really doesn't matter at all in what format it is.
Was first.
As long as they do it, consultants would have their daily bread.
Yeah, I disagree with that for two reasons. The first reason, it might ease the work of the authors to sort of being forced right from the start to write in the appropriate format. And the second reason is that using the appropriate format might be extremely important right from the start if you have a limit on the page numbers, for instance. Because if you change the format, you might be stuck with too many things or too few. And using the right format right from the start gives you the ultimate goal that helps reaching the requirements in the end.
Yeah, that's a valid point, yeah.
Yeah. Right now, the publishers have started producing their own tools so that they can get the typesetters out of the business. Because they create their softwares. The authoring tools are there. They are going to make it more convenient so that instead of using Microsoft Word or LaTeX, they will straight away author their tools in their software. The data structure will be XML already. So once the XML is already there, they need not use TeX or they need not go to Microsoft Word. Only thing is to produce the PDF, they need again TeX. From this XML, they create a TeX and produce the software, PDF. So that the publishing time can be much reduced. If you properly author your article, create your article in their own software, almost all the typesetter is out of the business. That is what.
I'd be curious to know what is your experience with the Elsevier, because I was told that with Wiley, they don't actually typeset the journal with LaTeX. So basically, once everything is done, it is sent to them, and they redo everything in XML, and they just mimic our class file to have exactly the same look, but it's not done in LaTeX. What's the situation with the Elsevier?
Actually, they send the source file to the typesetters, whether it is LaTeX or a doc file, and the typesetters need to use their tools or their class file, but the specifications they might have given to the typesetters, it should be typeset like this. So they will be typesetting the articles according to that specification, and sometimes, not sometimes, it's mandatory to have an XML also. So they do that, they create that. Did I answer your question?
I was just told that once it's sent to the publisher, they just redo everything
Yeah,
from
they
scratch,
redo everything,
using
yeah.
their own tools.
Yes. Redo everything.
Okay. All right. I would say we are ready for a break, and then this discussion can then continue outside. We have to be. Wait, before you go into the break, there's an. Thank you, Rishi. Thank you.
I have just a quick announcement for later today because I don't want to interrupt the next session, and I think that everyone is here before the break, and some people will not be here after the break, which is blame on you, not on me, but I want you to know. There is the banquet today, this evening. There are two ways how to get to the banquet. One of them is walk. The walking group will meet upstairs, like where the entrance to the restaurant is, because we will use the back door of the building to get out. And we will meet at 6:35 and leaving at 6:40. The tram group will meet at 6:40 near the reception because the tram station is in front of the hotel, obviously. And that will be Michal who will be leading the tram group, and I will be leading the walking group. And I mean, you have all the information there with the times. So yeah, please, 6:35 for the walking people upstairs and 6:40 for the tram people in front of the reception desk. And please have your tram ticket if you take the tram route, so that we don't have to we will take just 2 stops. So if you don't have the ticket, there is a chance that you will never buy it, which probably isn't an issue, but it could be an issue. It's better to have it. It's not that much. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, break. Be back at 4 o'clock. We have a Zoom call after the break. Thank you. All right. Tor, Ulrich. All right, welcome back. We have 2 more talks and 1 tutorial for the afternoon. The first talk is coming in from a recorded session. Andrew Waters will tell us about application for litigation firms. So if you start the recording, off we go.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. It's working. Greetings from California, USA. My name is Andrew Waters, and I'm presenting today at the TUG 2024 conference on my software system, Full Spectrum Litigator. Just an agenda for everyone's use. First, I'm going to talk about my background, challenges in my work as a law firm owner, solutions that I've come up with, the tech-specific aspects of the solution, future uses of tech in my system, and the conclusion. So I've got a half-hour max, and I want to fill that 30 minutes, a couple minutes for questions. I'll try to do captions. I'm not sure they should appear either down here or over there, but I'll get to that a little bit later. My background. So I am an attorney in California. I have a law firm of 4 attorneys and 4 administrative professionals based in Redwood City, California. I've been in practice for just under 19 years, and I've had my own law firm for 8 years. So in that time, I've seen a lot in terms of information systems and what is necessary for us and other firms and what challenges there will be. Future. I'm also a self-taught web application programmer with 24 years of experience in the LAMP stack, and I found that that experience has helped a lot in terms of adding features to my web platform and so on. So let me talk to you for a second about what's on the screen here. We've got obviously my intro over here on your left. Got logged into my server on the right, which I'm going to demo some stuff for you shortly. I've got just the telemetry down here for my own purposes. I'm in OBS, but the rendering is close to adequate. Continue to monitor that. So, the challenges facing a small law firm. Those include disorganized workflows, proprietary applications, such as Microsoft Office, and formatting issues between applications, such as Mac OS and Windows, and trying to get staff and employees to work together in those platforms has been challenging, and that's where my solution comes in. Also, there's vendor lock-in and subscription costs. So Microsoft Office is $100 per year. Not too much, but the point is, it's not just MS Word, it's MS Word and ProLaw and LexisNexis and all these other applications for law firm use that require additional subscriptions to get the features. Another challenge is coordinating people in the firm on tasks and cases and making sure that everyone is communicating with each other adequately. That's been a challenge over many years, and I've improved that with my system, but I'm going to talk about how I resolve that. Integration of various information systems, most of them Windows only, has been challenging. For example, Microsoft Access or Excel, people often use that for billing or for other case tracking features, and those are difficult to integrate with Linux. My chosen platform for my workstation and servers is Red Hat Enterprise Linux, and I have a cross-section of users in the office, some using Mac OS, some using Windows, myself using Linux. It's challenging getting people on the same page with those different platforms. So also, email and calendaring is an issue. On my systems, which are all Mac OS for the employees, we have Thunderbird, and we have that for both email and calendaring, as I have my own Radical calendar server part of my email server in my AT closet over here. But in any case, calendaring and email are just challenging because without Outlook or Microsoft Exchange and not wanting to be on those platforms, it's been difficult to get everyone on the same page and coordinated. My solution. I came up with a solution a few years ago in 2017, and it is one integrated system for handling tasks, time, files, billing, email, calendaring, and various reports. And that under development for the last 7 or 8 years. So the current system came about because I was using a Mac for my desktop and my paralegal wanted to use Windows, and we had a Samba file server on the Linux machine that was our file server. It was not working properly on Mac OS. They still not work properly. So it just snowballed from there. Current system, I will show you in a second. It's a LAMP web application running PHP and PostgreSQL. We currently use FPDF for printing PDF pre-bills and bills, but I will show you how we've changed that to TeX in the recent past. Email and calendaring is, as I mentioned, via Thunderbird on the current system. But the next generation portal that we have will integrate calendaring, email, task management, file management, etc. Let me show you my current generation portal. This is, and by the way, I hereby bless you all with a non-disclosure agreement. This has attorney-client privilege information, but there's no other way I could really demonstrate this without showing what I'm doing. But anyway, over here on the top left, just some information about users in the firm and what they each are working on in terms of number of hours and their earnings for the firm. We've got a bunch of features here that are a web application-based setup. And this is the homepage, which has the tasks for everyone. And if you click on any particular link, you'll get like a link to that person's file. So I have file server integrated with my portal. And here we have just a task list of what people are doing and what it's been assigned to various persons in the firm. Got tags so that when you click on someone's user page, like this is Lorraine, for example, you'll see all the tasks that have been assigned to her or that she's tagged in and is collaborating on. So over here on the right, we have precedence, the homepage. Precedence, which is critic through low, but the most common categories are routine, priority, and urgent. And that's kind of a visual indicator of what people are doing. The problem with this is not that it works, which it does. It's that it is a static and tabular format system for displaying task information for our user. So what I have done is do a next generation portal, which has a different visual paradigm. That's what I'm showing you now. Next gen. Over here, obviously I've got some work to do on the formatting, but what we have here is a task list which has all the tasks you saw on the previous screen, but they're sorted in terms of cards on this next-gen user interface that I created. And this user interface is intended to provide a more intuitive way of accessing the information and also a more user-friendly approach. So, just a couple examples. Starting with my KPI. Emails. We've got email integrated with the next-gen portal so that people can read their emails in a very basic fashion on the portal screen without even going to Thunderbird. That's this window right here. And obviously this is a file browser that I did, and you can kind of browse around and reorder tasks however you want as the user. And you have the ability to prioritize in your own personal priority list what you want to do, as Windows, etc. But here's where tech comes in. In the old portal, in the old portal, there's no way to get a summary or a task assignment of what you were doing or were assigned because all you have is the web page. So what I did is, on the next-gen portal, I've got the ability to print task orders, which is linked in each task, and that creates a TeX file that reads from a TeX template and creates a PDF of whatever task it is that's assigned. So for example, this one, it's no secret. In this case, the client wants to do XYZ. Let me click on task order. And what I get is a PDF that's printable. And I can also print this to my copier in the office with an additional command. But in any case, the user gets a PDF of the task order, which pulls data from my database. And this is formatted in TeX and created as a PDF and then output to the browser. Let me show you the code that did that. Over here, I am on my portal. I've got the warning message, etc. But we go to the tasks folder in NextGen. Okay, so in my NextGen folder, and what I'm going to show you is the task.php file that creates this task PDF. What I have here, anybody who's familiar with PHP, they'll see, that I have a procedural paradigm here. But in any case, my first step is to read the TeX template from the file system, and that's task.tex. I will show you that in a second here. What I've done is create TeX template where I have a standard document with all the packages that I want to use and so on. But what I've done here is put declared PHP command so I can have code. That's that right there. I've got PHP code or PHP variables in the PHP tag, and that's null in terms of what TeX does with it. So I can put PHP variables right here, example. I've got the PHP tag, and I just said var name, or name of my law firm. And so up here on the left, you'll see var name is this, Andrew G. Waters Esquire, which I replace PHP script. But the point is, I've got the formatting in TeX, got the variables tagged with the PHP tag, such as var precedence color, var task assign date, var task due date. See over here, task order corresponds with that, obviously. Color box, var precedence color, which is with a switch based on how urgent the task is. In this case, it's red. In other cases, it's orange or green. So I've created a TeX template, and I've got PHP tags that I then replace in the PHP script, as you'll see here. Put all PHP tag variables into an array and offset their positions. Replace data with the data from input, etc. The first step I do here is query the database for the task information. I've got my standard PostgreSQL command here with the task ID, which you see in the GET request right here. And that gets all these data fields for that particular task. I have a switch based on precedence. So for color red, precedence is urgent. That's with the number 1 in the task field in the database. Then get my list of staff. Then replace the data variables in the TeX file with my specified variables. This was a challenge because obviously TeX has issues with slashes, backslashes, etc. So I'm having to put multiple slashes in PHP to put backslashes in TeX, and that doesn't always work correctly, like with dollar signs, for example. I have a different solution for that. But anyway, I've got my replacement here, arrays of patterns and replacements. That means it takes an array of patterns, the variables in the TeX file, and then replaces them with my own values that I obtained from my database. There's an array of search fields and an array of replacement fields, and as long as they're the same length in PHP, that's how you will replace array value with a different array value. So once I take the file and read into a variable as a string, I then replace with an array I replace array values with the array variables that I defined, and then I get a new file string. I then put the contents into a new file on the system that's a TeX file. And then I process the TeX file with PDF LaTeX. Take it from there. So you'll see here, I've got a non-standard path for TeX Live. For technical reasons I'm not going to get into. But anyway, I also have the option of emailing a user when I assign a new task. So when the new task is assigned, this PDF gets emailed to the tagged users, which are these folks right here, myself, Cam, and Lorraine in this case. So I'm going to demo that for you in a second. But there's a standard PHP mail script, and then if I am not emailing the PDF, then I will display the PDF in the browser as I'm doing here. So straightforward use of PHP, 106 lines here to accomplish this, this goal. I'm pretty happy with the result. So let's see what happens when we assign a task to someone. Close out of that. Okay, go back to the main portal, assign a task. Let's pick a particular case, administration. Primary handler, myself. Supervisor, myself. Not going to tag anyone else. Let's just write a tag out, task out. Prepare summary. Documentation. As much time as possible on this. Time estimate 1.0. Priority. Okay, so now I've just assigned myself a task. Going back to the portal, next gen. And here we have there it is. That's my task. And then my email should show a task order, which I will get to in a second. But if I click on this again, there's my task order. It shows in the web browser, but I also have this on my email. And that's a live generated file from TeX of my current recently assigned task. So that is the task management system on my portal. As I've shown you, it has a PHP script that generates, that takes a TeX template and replaces the variables in it, and then renders the TeX file with PDF LaTeX. So that's my task example. Next, I think we have the pre-bill and bill example. So in the old portal, we've got, for billing screen, we've got a bunch of cases with information on. What I'm going to do is show you the pre-bill under the old portal. Now, this is a FPDF module in PHP. It's super helpful, but at the same time, it has way fewer options and customizations and bells and whistles than LaTeX. So I have a very basic printout here, and this is what I've been using since 2017 for the pre-bills that people get. A pre-bill is an estimate of what the person will owe given the work that's in progress, called WIP, or work in progress. So this is what the old pre-bills look like. The new pre-bills in the next-gen system you can access by clicking on the task. Now, I don't have that case up here, but let me just click a different one. Pre-bill for this matter. Now we have, it's no secret who my clients are, by the way, because we have court filings that show that I'm representing them. So for this particular client, Jessica, we have a pre-bill that shows on my letterhead what the date was, who worked on the task, what the task was, time spent, the hourly rate, and the subtotal for that particular time entry. And this goes down until the end in terms of SQL entries, and it shows me a summary of who did what on the case, how much the bill will be for that individual, the subtotal, cost advance for the client, any previous balance the client had, prepayments or credits, and the estimated total due. In this case, this client has a credit balance, and their balance will be updated as new time entries are added. So this is my pre-bill, where I have there's an opportunity to send to the client what their standing is or what they will be expecting to owe in the near future. So that's the pre-bill. Let me show you the pre-bill PHP script. Pre-bill TeX file. This is similar to the task TeX file. Now here we have, as you can see, The variables are tagged by PHP tags once again. Then I have other text in line with the tags that indicates what the variables are, but it's kind of, description or descriptive text about what the variables will be. So this is corresponds to the end of the pre-bill that shows summary by biller, got summary by biller, and then so on. So very simple and very helpful to have this template tech that I can just replace my variables with PHP output and then generate a PDF. It's very helpful to the client and myself to see where everyone stands. That's the pre-bill feature. And next we have the email feature. So email over here, got, these are just unread messages in my inbox. These are the last 20 unread messages. So we have the opportunity to look at the email or print it or both. So let's just say I want to look at that email. Here it is right there, just loaded. I do this with an IMAP request in the PHP script to my email server. It's on a separate machine. I log in with IMAP and I retrieve the metadata for the email. And then when I click on the email, a script on the server retrieves the IMAP headers and body and prints them out to my browser. So just example, I can view the emails inline in my interface so that I don't have to leave my interface to read my email. I want to print this. So what I can do is the print option gives me a nice, this is still under construction, so it's not perfect, but it gives me a nice kind of summary with the sender date and the sender formatting here. But anyway, I've got the contents of the email in an Outlook style PDF that I can print out and share that with whoever or file it or whatever I need to do or put it in my electronic file. But anyway, the email tech file looks something like this. That's just another tech file, and I've got only one variable, which is var content here, and that's generated in my PHP script, which is going to be this right here. So read the tech template from the file system, that's email.tech. Put all the PHP tag variables into an array. Place the variables with data from the input lookup table or database. In this case, I've got user on the get query is Relic, which is my username. And the email ID is the number right here. That's the UID for the IMAP query. And I have an IMAP fetch script right here, which has all my passwords in it. So hide that for now. Then I have variables, which I replace here. And then I have, once again, the patterned placements in arrays, which place appropriately in the new file string. I then take the new file string and create an additional tech file with the user underscore email ID dot tech. And then I process the email file using PDF LaTeX to create a PDF of this email. I then display the PDF in the browser, which is the last step right here. And obviously there's some more debug I need to do with those, for example, but the text of the email is there, and that is what matters for compliance purposes and otherwise. So where are we now? I've shown you the interface, shown you the task orders, I've shown you the pre-bills, and I'd like to talk about future uses for this system. So one challenge that I face as well in the law firm is generating pleadings, that is, documents that are used in court filings or other cases. So what I've done here is include a sample of a pleading that will be in the next-gen interface, but is not quite there yet in terms of integration. Let me go to that thing here. Okay, I'm just going to go show this in TeXmaker. So what I get here is a template that I've custom drafted from resources online as well as my own work, so that you see what it can look like or what it will look like in the near future with different options that I have. What I'm going to do is have these fields at the top be sourced from a database or a template, and then obviously the court from wherever court it is and a list of courts. Parties will be listed from a database, and the type of pleading will be done in a web form. Then all I do is I type into a web form what I want the document to show, and then it's going to create a PDF for me that looks like this in the browser. I'm not quite there yet, so I will be there within about a month, I think, with the different options for pleading templates. Another thing I need to do is a calendar and report template so that I have calendars printed in my system. Because currently we use Thunderbird for our calendaring with a Radical backend, and that's helpful and super useful. But the thing is, someone has to have Thunderbird to see the calendar. What I would like to do is have calendar reports where it shows for each individual user what their upcoming events are and what their deadlines are and what the dates are and what the invitations are for Zoom and things like that. So in the near future, I will have a calendar-based report that generated by tech that has all that information. So calendaring is one example. Reporting on telemetry and metrics for the firm, another one. So I can have nice printable PDF reports of what the firm is doing and what people are up to in terms of tasks or task clearance rates or things like that. Because I have all the data. What I need to do is format it appropriately so that it's readable and usable in an actual law firm setting. In terms of my concluding thoughts, TUG and LaTeX are the greatest free software of all time, in my opinion. They integrate nicely with LAMP web application stack. I find it straightforward to integrate into my web platform and web application because it's editable in Vim and any other editor and can process relatively quickly. One challenge and improvement is that rendering speed is not optimal. So for example, if I go to render my task order here, that's about 500 milliseconds, or if not longer. So what would be nice is, that's about 1,000 milliseconds. What would be nice is an optimizer for LaTeX or PDF to LaTeX that would enhance the responsiveness of the system. Because if you look here, even on my system here, without any optimizations, the rendering is only 330 ms. That's with that IMAP query that reads the first out of 10,000 messages or so, the top 20 unread messages. I'm very happy with the performance and responsiveness of my interface. It's just that the PDF generator could use a little bit more optimization. There might be optimizations that can be made when running PDF to LaTeX from a command line. I'm not sure. That's above my pay grade. I'm just an end user. So, where are we now? This system has a lot of potential, and what it will be in the future is a system that I sell to other attorneys or license to other attorneys. It's not quite there yet, but that is on the long-term plan future for this product. So with the easy customization and templates, I find that it will be very easy to put in other law firms' data in the letterhead and extend this system to other law firms, which is the goal. But I'm not quite there, as I said. So what else? In terms of cost, obviously this is a substantial cost savings for the firm, because if I wanted to have my own ProLaw system or other template-based system that is a professional document management system, it would cost a lot more than zero, which is what the current the LaTeX portion costs. So I'm overall very happy with LaTeX and tech-based workflow. I think it's been a great addition to my firm. I've got great feedback from my coworkers, and I think that I'll be using this extensively going forward, particularly with generating template pleadings and other documents that might require some customization. So I think I've used about 20 minutes here, but anyway, I've got time for questions. I'll be live here momentarily. Thank you very much.
All right, that was the presentation, and I'm not sure, is Andrew online? There he is.
Hear me? Hi.
Hi, Andrew. Any questions from the audience?
I also did a lot of investing in creating legal documents. And I also made a package for it, regulatory it's called. And I also wrote a package, Lua placeholders, which might be interesting, but I didn't recall which compiler you're using, because it's Lua LaTeX based. But that offers a nice separation in the data layer, like you could use JSON to provide all your data from PHP to the LaTeX domain. So you won't have to generate LaTeX type of stuff, or I couldn't honestly read the code that well, but
Right.
But I was curious if such packages would also be beneficial for your appliances.
Absolutely. I think that any enhancement in terms of like JSON data, and that kind of method of doing this would enhance my responsiveness, and I would very much be interested in that.
Okay, I've also wrote an article about it in the Tugboat, the latest one, which demonstrates invoicing. It's actually focused on YAML, but it has fallback for JSON.
I'll check that out.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Frank. What I would be interested in is how much you are required to deal with accessibility of your documents. I mean, this is to clients, so it's kind of not in the public, whatever documents you produce, but maybe to the courts, they are in the public, I don't know. So I was wondering, is that something in your space which is becoming more and more a requirement to have accessible PDFs if you distribute these kind of things as PDFs, or is it completely of no interest in your space?
Accessibility of PDFs in terms of like ADA issues like disabilities?
Yes, exactly. Like being able to have them read out properly, those kind of things, which is becoming, well, worldwide basically more and more of a requirement. I mean, in the US, as far as the public sector in academics and so is, they are really required to have that, their work being done accessible. So I was wondering if this is also something that is showing up in your space and how you are going to deal with that, or how much interest that is.
It's of limited interest currently because as a private law firm, we're not required to make accessible PDFs for any purposes. For the government, they have certain guidelines, like on PACER, the federal court filing system, there might be guidelines for bookmarks and things like that. So we certainly have that, and the LaTeX output with the bookmarks is actually very helpful. I didn't show that part.
Okay, thanks.
Any further questions? Nelson?
Thanks for a nice demonstration of the problems of doing a lot of relatively routine documents that are database driven and have a relatively standardized form, which is an important advantage of a system like LaTeX that can be run from a command line as opposed to someone pressing buttons in a GUI. In terms of the speed of response of typesetting these documents, have you considered building specialized format files where you read in your company's macro packages on top of LaTeX and then dump that out? Because that could speed up things relatively substantially, because it's then reading in a pre-processed memory image of already parsed tech code.
That's an outstanding insight, sir. I have that next on my list. I just haven't gotten there yet, but that is one of the command line optimizations I mentioned, and it's on the drawing board at this point.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that.
Anything else? Boris?
A comment from YouTube. People say that maybe plain text instead of LaTeX would be more appropriate, and I would add that it would be much faster.
Excellent point. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's from the ether. Okay, thank you, Andrew. I'm not sure where you are. You're here. All right. Yeah, one more session before the tutorial. Sam Carter is going to present the Moloch Beamer theme. And there's your microphone over there. So off you go.
Thank you for the introduction. And welcome to you all to this short talk about the Moloch Beamer theme. The Moloch Beamer theme was created and maintained by Johan Larsen. Unfortunately, Johan couldn't come to this meeting, so I thought I'd do a quick talk from the perspective of an user of this theme. Johan Larsen is aware of this talk, has seen the slides, but any opinions I will give in this talk are my own. First, to understand why we need yet another Beamer theme, let's make a quick detour and look at another theme. And in particular, let's look at the Metropolis theme. You have all seen presentations with this Beamer theme. I think if I counted correctly, we had at least 4 presentations using Metropolis already in this conference. And it's a very iconic look, which is easy to recognize. It's also very modern and clean, and a lot of people really like to use it. It is probably the most used third-party Beamer theme which is out there in the usual LaTeX distributions. Besides this iconic and modern look, it is also very powerful. It has features like standout pages and progress bars, which not a lot of other themes and also not the normal Beamer itself provides. As great and as loved this theme is, it's also got a couple of disadvantages. By now, the theme got a bit rusty. It was last updated on C10 in 2017 and last updated on its Git repository in 2018. This as such isn't a problem. Many packages and themes doesn't need to be updated continuously. But in the case of Metropolis, it's really a problem because all these powerful features the theme has are realized by patching internal Beamer macros. So they are not rewritten, but the Beamer macros are really patched. And since 2017, Beamer evolved a bit. If you've been at the TUG meeting last year, I gave a talk about all the new Beamer features we added. And this has led to the current situation that the current Beamer version is not really compatible with Metropolis. If we would compile the Metropolis theme with current Beamer, it would just crash in errors. Now, you've seen a lot of slides which still use it, and this is possible because Beamer tests if you load the Metropolis theme, and if it detects the theme, Beamer will roll back to an older version of Beamer and use this old code so that then Metropolis can patch the old code. That's a bit annoying from the perspective of a Beamer maintainer because we have 2 versions of the code lying around. And the code itself is messy enough, we don't need 2 messy versions of it. And it's also a problem for the users of the Metropolis theme because they can't use certain new features. And Beamer is not the only problem. Metropolis has also a problem with some other packages. As part of the Metropolis theme, there are also settings which influence packages like PGF plots. And Metropolis does this by using hard-coded version numbers for this PGF plots compatibility settings. So also the users of PGF plots can't use certain new features of this theme. So in summary, the Metropolis theme is currently held together by a lot of duct tape. It still works, but who knows how long it will keep working. Luckily, there's now a solution for this. There's now a fork of the Metropolis theme called Moloch. And the Moloch theme fixes a lot of these problems. Johan Larsen forked the Metropolis theme and fixed a lot of the incompatibilities and bugs which accumulated over the last few years. And he also cleaned up the code a lot. He removed a lot of unnecessary things which aren't essential to a Beamer presentation. So for example, all these settings I mentioned for the PGF plots package aren't really essential to create a normal Beamer presentation, so he removed them. And he also modernized the code, and wherever possible, he will now use Beamer own mechanism to modify things instead of patching internal macros. All these changes will ensure that the package and the new team is easier to maintain, and I hope so it will be maintained also in the future. These changes and simplifications means that the Moloch theme is not a 100% replacement of the Metropolis theme. I think that's one of the reasons the author opted to publish that as a new theme and not to adopt the seemingly abandoned Metropolis theme. So here is an example how the results of the Moloch theme will look like. You can see the same iconic and clean look you used from the Metropolis theme. There are some changes, so it's not really identical. So for example, this morning or yesterday evening at Michael's or Oliver's talk, if you know where to look, you could see that it's using the Moloch theme and not Metropolis. The position of the frame number is a bit different. The spacing of the frame title is a tiny bit different. But if you don't see both themes besides each other or don't know where to look, I think it looks basically the same for the audience. And now that we've determined that the Moloch theme is so much better and better maintained and solves a lot of problems, we probably want to know what do we have to do to switch from the Metropolis theme to Moloch. Here is a simple example of a typical Metropolis presentation. And in most cases, probably 90% of the cases, all we need to do is to replace the name of the theme from Metropolis to Moloch. That should work in the normal, simple presentation case. That's really simple. In the remaining few cases, there might need to be made some further adjustments. On the next slide, I tried to summarize some of the most problems that might occur. In case a presentation uses the metroset macro to make special adjustments to the Metropolis theme, this macro has to be replaced with the Moloch theme macro. Then for users of the PGF plots package, they are not lost just because the Moloch theme removed all these settings. They can still be used, namely by loading the PGF plots package separately with whatever version number the user wants, and then load the PGF plots theme tool, which sets up some color settings for the PGF plots theme. Another very visible change from Metropolis to Moloch is probably the fonts. The Metropolis theme had this special feature that if you compile it with XE LaTeX or Lua LaTeX, it used the Vira light fonts. And if the users like to continue doing that, they can do this manually by loading the fonts via FontSpec or via the Unicode math package if they also use March. This gives them the same behavior as previously with the Metropolis theme, but they don't have to. They have the option to use them, but the Moloch theme itself doesn't dictate any special fonts. Okay, now that we've moved from the Metropolis theme to Moloch, probably a lot of you are curious to test it out, I hope. Doing that is quite easy because the theme is included in both TechLive and BigTech as Moloch. The source code is also available on CTAN, and there's a repository on GitHub where also source code is available and where you can also report bugs or suggestions for improvement to the theme author. I've already done this a couple of times and found him very responsive. Okay, and to close, I'd like to close with a quote which Carl Berry sent me when I submitted the abstract for this talk. So I wish you all a happy beaming.
All right, thanks very much. Questions?
Thank you. So I was one of the users of the Metropolis theme. I was seeing that there was a talk on Moloch that I already knew a little bit about. I tried it for my slides. I actually stole the color for light green that is different between the two teams. But otherwise, I stuck to Metropolis. One thing being that if I just did what you mentioned, just changing the theme, I noticed that the itemized lists were a little bit tighter, actually too tight in my opinion. Is that due to the theme or to Beamer?
That is due to the theme and the feature of Moloch. So what Metropolis did is that it automatically added space between paragraphs, and that's deviated a bit from the normal behavior when it's used from Beamer. So the author decided to stick with the normal Beamer behavior and leave it to the user in case they want to add space, they still can do it. So you can adjust the path skip to get some spacing between paragraphs.
Okay, okay.
That should not be difficult to add. If you want, we can have a look in some coffee break or something.
I think the Metropolis way was a little bit nicer. Because that's a personal opinion,
yeah, it's
I guess.
a matter of taste, but adding the space is easier than removing it. So if you want to cater to all users with all preferences, then it's easier for them to add it than for the others to remove it.
All right. Further questions?
Really a question, but concerning this keeping things in parallel, especially if they then run on old version, makes me shudder, to be honest. I would really suggest to go for replacement, if possible, together maybe with a README, how to get an existing Metropolis old version to on the new style. Because by the end of the day, this is a nightmare, and one of the reasons why we have the problem is, I mean, we have to get rid of as much patching as we do, and if the patching is actually not even on the current version, you have to first reinstall an old version to be able to patch. That is a maintenance nightmare in my opinion.
Yeah,
so.
I very much agree on this point. Something I need to discuss with Joseph, so that's just 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 my opinion, but I was hoping this new theme is rather new. It was developed in the last few months, but I was hoping if it catches on and gets stable, then we could maybe in a couple of months or for the next Tech Live maybe look into killing Metropolis. Yeah, but if you just replace it, you have the expectation of the users that you can do everything the same way. For example, the spacing between paragraphs. Then you have a certain expectation from the users. If you do something new, you're a bit more free to make changes.
But you could provide a Metropolis version based on Moloch, just adding in the stuff and saying this is the preamble part and whatsoever, or you just add it so you have sort of a nearby, but not using the old code.
Yeah.
I agree with Frank. It's just from a user point of view, you just keep switching themes. And I think it's more confusing for users than just say, well, okay, here's a new version of Metropolis. Your slides will change slightly. Here is what you can do, but just continue using the same theme that you love.
Okay.
I think in the back was another question.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe not specifically to this, but you mentioned that like Beamer themes that are old and not so much maintained. Yeah, I think I've been using the same template over and over again and never got lost. Like, what is the good or not so good Beamer templates? Do you have any opinions on it or any advice on that?
My personal opinion is to build in Beamer teams. I think I have to say that as a fan of Beamer, but I think it's really a matter of taste. If you are free to choose, just go with whatever gives the aesthetic you go for, but many people are just have to just use the template from the institution or something, so they don't really have the choice.
Okay.
Oh.
I just translated my 150 slides presentation with Metropolis into Moloch, and it went well, with an exception. If I run it with Z-LaTeX, it goes straight. If I try with Lua LaTeX, it stops with an error. And it doesn't load font spec.
Yeah, font spec needs to be loaded by the user. So,
but not with Z-LaTeX. That's quite strange.
Yeah, that sounds strange, but I think all these font settings were removed from Moloch, so there should no influences on the fonts. So you should get the normal default Beamer fonts.
Okay.
All right, and the ether is quiet. Boris? Nothing. Okay, thank you very much, Sam Carter. Now, Tom has an announcement.
Yeah, I want to use the 5 minutes we have for two things. First one is, I thought there is a ticket vending machine in the hotel or in front of the hotel. There is none. So please, how many people plan to take the public transport to the banquet? Can you raise your hands? Don't worry, it's fine. I will just get the tickets. That's not a problem. I just need to know how many I need. Ah, that's true. You need to have at least a passport copy, not the original probably. So yeah, that's another thing. So yeah, if you are not over 65, I want to... Okay, so I will get a couple tickets just so that we have them, and that's fine, because I will use them otherwise, that's not a problem. So I just will get a few. So Michal will have them from me. Oh, that's true. Yeah. Okay. And the other thing is that I want to give the floor to Eric, I think.
Hi, I'm Eric Nijenhuis. I'm a quite recent TUG member of TUG. Like I said earlier to Andrew, I wrote an article for the Tugboat for the latest edition, and something really kind happened, which I wanted not to get unnoticed. So it was Carl. He asked me if I'd like a physical copy of the Tugboat, and he literally pressed it or printed it in the USA and shipped it over to Holland, which I think might quite be expensive. So I couldn't let myself and do a similar friendly gesture. So I was in search for a local printer company and downloaded the materials from TUG, and well, I found out that I had to create a custom cover because the back cover wasn't available, and also the spine wasn't available. So I've made a custom cover, a custom copy. It also has some better printer quality than the US version. Yeah, that's technical. It ends up cheaper. So the local printer company I found, well, did a real great job in my opinion, and is also very cheap, I think. I don't have much experience with printer companies, but it's for 12 euros. I hope that's lesser than the shipping cost from US. Well, but yeah. So it's a special edition. It's for TUG and TUG only, and I want to demonstrate it. And also, I've asked Carl to come up with a person who would like that book. But that's maybe. I like to hand it maybe after the workshop Rishi is going to give to Boris. So I'll put it here for demonstration purposes for now.
All right. We move on to the workshop, the tutorial, how we do tech folio manuscript preparation. And Rishi is actually on the keyboard and on the drums. No. And Aravind will do the presentation here.
So we were thinking of this as a workshop, so we didn't want to have a presentation initially, but later on we thought that having few slides will help you. So I quickly prepared few slides. So I'll just brief you through what we want to present. So TechFolio is a tech typesetting system that we have created to be used on the cloud. So this initially started as an application which could be used on the cloud, but later on we have decided to release a scaled down version of this particular tool so that anybody could download a copy of it and install it on their own machines and work on it as natively as an application on your own machines. So this is the basic interface that you see. So for the workshop users, later on I'll explain it. I'll be starting an instance on a local machine. So once I start the local machine instance, you'll be able to create your own user ID on it. You can log into it, and then you can try the tool by uploading your own text file and try compiling and those sort of things. So similarly for the web users who are joining in online, in case if they want to try it out, there is also an instance which I've hosted on the cloud for the web users to try out, because all of us cannot actually come for this workshop over here. So basically, this is the first login screen that you would have, wherein you will be able to create your own login ID. So before you go ahead and start doing this, I'll explain the interface for you a bit, and I'll give you an idea about it. Then you could start logging in. So the interface is as such. So once you log in, you'll be able to see an interface like this. This is the TechFolio typesetting system. So on the left, you have a file manager. At the center, you have the editor where your tech code sources will be displayed. And finally, on the right, you have the output viewer, or the PDF would be viewed over there. So it's like any other normal web-based, in the sense, an engine like this. The other tools are like Tech Pages or Overleaf. It's just like that. Now, Rishi, can you go to the... On the top, you can see all of the options you have in the file manager. You have a refresh button. You can upload files to it, download files. You can move files from one directory to the other. You can add files or directories. Then you can delete files as well as directories. You can copy, paste. Then you have the editor option. In case if you're uploading a zip file, you can unzip the file. So you have all of those options on a file manager. Basically, all sorts of operations that you might see with the Linux system. You have basically such options provided there so that you can work natively using the file manager of the system itself. And at the bottom is the tech viewer. So once you start compiling, you'll be able to see the tech logs at the bottom. Now, in case if you want to upload files, there is an option of selecting multiple files at the same time. You can pick and choose from your file manager, hit upload. It will upload all of the files to the file manager under the directory that you have created. So you can create a number of multiple directories. You can create directories under directories, and then from there, you will be able to load the source files and compile them. So I've just shown you a screenshot wherein you have uploaded a file. From the last screenshot, you would have uploaded a zip file. The zip file has come up over there. And then I clicked on the unzip option, the button that is there. It unzips the file. It lists out all the files that are there within the zip. And then if I click on the text file, double click on the text file, it will load it on the editor. Once it loads on the editor, this editor that you see here has an option of opening multiple tabs. So in case if you have multiple text files, say like you're working on some sort of a book, or you want to open specific chapters, then you can open all of them across multiple tabs on the editor. And when you open them on the editor, whatever window that is highlighted with your cursor, or with your mouse, that is what can be compiled. If you click on compile, it will compile that particular document. So if you move on to a different tab, if you click on it, it will compile that document. In case if you are looking at a different file, but you want to hold compilation on a specific point or pinpoint it at a specific point, you have a checkbox over there. If you hit the checkbox, whatever file that you might be viewing, even if you hit compile, it will only compile that specific file where you have chosen. So that is an add-on option that you will find in TechFolio. So once you've loaded the file, if you hit compile, you will see the PDF getting generated on the viewer. So once you log in, this is the interface that you would see. I've loaded a text file so that you can see the entire interface in a single screen. I've compiled a file, and once I compiled, I can see the log getting generated in the log viewer. All of the auxiliary files, all style files, whatever files that are required for tech can be seen there. You can try and manipulate them as you would do with any tech system. So these are the various screens that you have. And on the right, you have the PDF. You can scroll down. So when it comes to TechLive distributions, if you have multiple distributions on your system using the single interface, you don't have to go and choose a different tech distribution and try compiling or moving your files there and then try compiling. You have an option or a drop-down which lists all of the tech distributions that you might have on your system. You can link them through a config file, and then you can keep changing them and compiling them. So this is a feature I think would help you. Similarly, you can choose the different formats that are there in tech based on the tech engine that you would require. So that's all. Rishi, just come back. And there is an option called as profile. Under profile, you have an option called as dark theme. So anybody who wants to have a dark theme can choose the dark theme option. If somebody wants to have a lighter theme like you're seeing here, can choose that option. By default, it goes to the dark theme. You can go there and click and change it as you require. So basically, like I said, in case somebody's, once the software is released, as I know, we are planning to release this as an open source project. So it will get released in the next 3 months' time. So once it is getting released, in case if you want to have an installation of your own, so these are the installation steps that you could follow. So it's a single, in the sense, it's a single file application that you have. You only have to fire one command. The command is once you fire the single command, it's a Java command that you can fire, the web application will automatically get started, and based on the port that you have configured for the system. So the web service, you'll have to start it on a specific port, like 8443 or 8080, depending on your requirements. In case if you're starting it on your local machine, you could use 8080, but if you want this to act as a web server, which somebody wants to access from outside, they can use other ports and configure certificates against it. So these are the various steps that are required for a TechFolio installation. So most importantly, this is the location where your tech distribution is located. So have this particular directory configured so that you will be able to have your distribution under it. In case if your distribution is under a different directory, then you can link the distribution directory, or you could change this particular path accordingly. Similarly, it talks about what OS that is running. So as of now, we have completed testing on Linux. So we plan to complete the testing on Windows as well as Mac systems so that the same installer can be used across various systems. You can have a web-based interface on your system itself for compiling tech. So the other option that you have seen here are related to mail configuration. So if you want somebody to register and the system should send them a password, those, forgot password, those options, if you want to enable them and do it, then you can configure the mail configuration over here. So basically all of this is present in a single file called as techfolio.properties. So the techfolio.properties file will be located in a directory where the user has permission. The other advantage of this particular system is the user that needs to trigger this need not necessarily be root. So a common user needs, or a home user needs to have access to a particular directory. They can give permissions, put all the files under that directory, and can start the application using their own privileges itself. So whatever user that you have, the application will run as that user. So this last part talks about the port where this web service needs to start. If you want to change the port to something else based on your firewall rules, you can do that. And the other part relates to in case if you want to install certificates, you can use certbot or something like that and install your certificate so that the service is accessible from outside your network. And finally, this is the configuration that needs to be there. So I've given an example also as to what options have to be chosen, the directory where the properties file are. So that is the directory where you'll place your properties file, as well as the binary has to be there in that particular directory. So the kind of dependencies that this system has are quite limited. So basically, you need to enable certain ports on your firewall so that you can access the service, either it's 8443 or 8080, depending on your needs. The other dependency is you should have around 100 MB of space on your system so that you can install the packages and run the application. Then the entire application is built on OpenJDK or say Java. So you need to have at least OpenJDK 17 or upwards. So that has to be installed on your machine. Then the other thing is, depending on your needs, the tech distribution has to be installed, and that has to be specified within the config file. So in case if TechLive distribution is outside that directory, or you have not decided not to configure or change the directory, you need to link that directory so that it works from there. And similarly, the files that are going to be stored by TechFolio needs to run under the user that starts a web service. So permissions for that particular directory have to be provided. And finally, the database where the credentials are going to be held, that database file needs to be stored under the home directory of the user or the directory that you have chosen. So these are the kind of dependencies that needs to be taken care of. And as of now, the timeout or a compilation timeout has been set to 1 minute. If you want to raise it, then you'll have to change it in the configuration. So that is also possible. So backup and deletion of files are something that you will have to take care. The application does not look into those things. And SMTP, in case if you want to send emails from the application. So coming to the rationale behind why TechFolio. So the reason why we built this particular platform and are now thinking of outsourcing it, open sourcing it, is because, see, there has always been a requirement from developing countries, as well as the Indian Tech User Group have always been asking us for a tool of this sort so that they could empower universities and try and increase the number of tech-related work that happens within the university. So this is one of the reasons why we decided to open source this project, so that various universities or people from academia or you and I, everybody could download a version of it, install it, and use this particular tool from their own machines, or even host it as a web service as they would like. Now, the other differentiating factor between this particular project and other projects will be the code will be released as an open source project. Individual users will be able to download an instance on their own and run their own server with little to no knowledge. So when it comes to data privacy, or when it comes to the people who are working on academic articles, they're quite pessimistic in terms of wanting to use some sort of a cloud server. So in these cases, they will be able to download a version of the tool, install it on their own local machine, and can use the tool and create their articles without having to go to a cloud server and then upload their files and then work on it. So this is one advantage that you would see with the current tool, which is not available with others. So there are the other additional benefits that are there. Somebody, if they want to create their own tech compiler on the cloud, they could download this particular this entire application, install it somewhere. They can run their this as a compiler on the cloud, so it could work for that also. And why TechFolio is, again, this is an application that we have been using in our production systems. So we work, or our bread and butter is typesetting academic articles. We have been doing that for the last 25 years, and we have a strong, robust software development team who have created this application, and this same application is something that has been used in our production systems. The only difference is that application has certain additional modules which take care of XML generation and other deliverables that are required by our customer. So this is a toned-down version of the same tool, but has all of the options that are required for PDF compilation. In the sense, tech compilation, sorry. So if you want, you can, instead of having this on your local machine, you can install it on a VM too. Once you install it on a VM, you can have access to it, and then you can upload your files and try compiling. So Rishi? So any questions that you have so far?
Suggestion. Works. It requires a lot of work to install it. You need to install TechLive, you need to install Java and so on. I wonder whether a Dockerized image which has TechLive, which has Java, which has this and works on Linux would be something which would you prefer, because it's easy to make Docker to make a web server and work on the port you choose, and maybe it would be easier for the users if you created Docker image.
Yeah. So a Docker image would be easier, as in right now I will show you how we are starting the application or installing the application. Then you will understand it's only one single command that has to be typed on the system. There's no web service that needs to be started. The web service starts automatically with the jar that you're executing. So all of it is seamless. So in case if somebody wants to work on a Docker instance, once the project is open sourced, they can take the application and build their own Dockers. It should not be difficult.
I actually already have a Docker image with Java on it. I think you only need to add the jar. It's a template repository, so it should be quite easy. Just fork and add a tech folio.
Yes, correct. So if somebody wants to install this on their local machine, they need to type in open apt-get openjdk. That's one command. Then the next command that they need to type is the jar command that I've shown you earlier. That's all. So when it comes to your thing, definitely once the project is open sourced and the code is available in GitLab or GitHub, then definitely that can be done.
Yeah, but they also will have they also will need TechLive and so on. I completely agree that it probably would be much, much better to also provide the Docker image. It will be much, much easier for people. I will not install Java on my machine anymore. I will expect a Docker image. Because if I want to update the Java, it might break other things and whatever. I use a Docker image and it should work. And then if it doesn't work, it's your problem, because it's you can have tested the Java version and the TechLives and the paths and the security and so on and so on. I just start a Docker image.
Yeah, we can in the future. So if there are no more questions, then we can go on to the tutorial.
Another thing is this entirely developed in Java. There is no JavaScript. Even though it's a web application, there is no JavaScript involved in it, direct JavaScript. It is entirely written in Java, and it creates all the front end, back end, everything it will create. So people can download the source code and easily work on that. That's what. And we have the plans to put the track changes and the collaboration after 6 or 7 months.
So we will go on to our tutorial, Rishi. So right now, I've hosted it on the local machine as well as on the cloud instance. So I'll just go back to my laptop and I'll show you how the TechFolio system is installed and then started. So just give me a minute. So you can look at the screen. I'll just start it. So think, for example, this is the jar that you need to download. So this will be hosted in GitLab or GitHub. So you download this particular jar, download the techfolio.properties file, edit the techfolio.properties file, add the path where your TechLive is located. You do not have to change this if it's a Linux system. and just change the path where you have provided permissions for the file to be written, the database file, as well as where the files that are going to be worked on by TechFolio, like whatever tech files that you upload and try compiling, those files need to be located in a specific place. So provide those permissions, that is all. So once this is done, if you're not going to change the port, there are no other changes that are required to be done. Once you do this, so I've just put the jar command under this script. I'll just open it and show it to you. So basically, you only have to fire a single command to start the web service, to start TechFolio, and then start working on it. You don't have to do anything. So just like starting a Docker instance, you're doing the same thing. It's just one single command. Pardon? Yeah. So I'm starting the application, the server, everything is getting started. Now it should be live. So if you open 10.86.0.144 with the port as 8443, you should be able to see the application. Yeah, it's HTTPS. So you need to try HTTPS. So I've opened on the browser, I've opened it, https://10.86.0.147. That's the local IP of my machine on this particular network. So if you would look at the presentation on screen, you can see the IP. It is https://10.86.0.147:8443. So I've loaded the certificates internally for this to work on the local network. So once you open the URL, you might get an exception screen. You can ignore it and click proceed. If there are people without a laptop, they can open it on their mobiles also. It should work. Yeah. So right now, I've not configured the email option, but if you hit on it, it will show you the key over there itself on top. If you click sign up, if you click on register, you have the key there. So I've just tweaked it slightly so that it does not send an email. Right on top, where an OTP is being sent, you can see a number there. Just click sign up. Yeah, just click cancel. Just give sign up. Can you see on top there is a number? Just type in that number. If everybody looks at the screen, then I can show you. See, once you click on register, once you click on sign up, it will show you an error on top. Over here, at the end of that message, you will see a number. Nothing. See, even online users who are there on YouTube can access it using the online version, which is https://g3.techfolio.org:8443. You can follow the same, yeah. No. So you're able to log in? Just click on register. So did you get a number? Okay, just type in the details. Just type in a password. Anything that you can remember. Okay, just give sign up. Click again. See, this is the number 535032. Just type that in. You need to do that again because just click. Just type it. Don't copy.
Not enough time. Look at the number. Remember.
002802. 2802. 02. Yeah, submit. Yeah, now use your username and password. Yeah. Now you can upload your files using the upload button and try compiling. So is there anybody who's still not able to log in? So people who are joining online can do the same thing. The only thing is, instead of a mail being sent to your email address, right there, when you click on sign up, you will see a message which has a number there. You need to type in that number as the OTP. Once you do that, then your password and your account is active. So you will be able to again log in using the credentials that you created now. This is just a tweak for this demo because instead of sending the email to all of you, we have done this. So you logged in? Yeah? Okay. You're able to? Yeah. You're able to log in? Yeah.
It's interesting because I wanted to do Tech 5 2024.
Yeah, so yeah, on this system, I've only installed TechLive 2020. So I've made symlinks to all of the distributions as the same thing. So even if you hit 2024, it's still 2022 that runs. So you can compile any tech file that you might have. So I'll also compile a few files and show it to you over here. So if people are watching my screen, then I'm trying to compile. I have, what is it? So this is the output that just got generated. So the TechFolio system is quite fast when it comes to compiling. So I've just compiled the AMS-MAT-Tech file. So it takes less than a second, I suppose. it's to an extent, it depends on the interface also, how it interfaces with the internal systems and how it pushes the PDF. So that sort of a processing actually helps. So right now the server is this computer. So it's just, I think, an i7 5th generation or 6th generation. It's PDF.js. Editor window. Editor window is AC editor. AC. So we have other instance of CodeMirror also, which we use. When it comes to multilingual typesetting, we use CodeMirror because it has better support. See, the other option that I earlier explained, in case if you have opened multiple files, I'm opening so I've opened a different text file over here. But think, for example, if I want to compile, still I want to compile the MS, just I need to tick here. Even if I'm on the other file, if I compile, it will still compile the same file. So whatever file that I've chosen or highlighted by default gets compiled. But if I hit the checkbox, then the other file gets compiled. The other advantage is when you compile, it brings you to the same location where you left, in case you have clicked on the PDF. So when you want to compile, you don't have to keep scrolling down, trying to find out what are the changes that you did by doing some sort of changes on the editor. You didn't have to again scroll down. You can also change the formats and compile. You're not trying it. Yeah.
At least compiles to something.
Yeah. You can also, from here, you can change the theme if you want. If you want the white one, click here. Yeah. This side, change it. The themes for changing the editor are not complete now. Those options will come up.
Works very nicely. I just noticed that when you have only the text file there and you do all the compilations, it does not automatically update. You have to close and open again.
There are some minor problems there when it comes to
Yeah,
refresh, but
refresh.
they will all be fixed.
Yeah,
They will all get fixed.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have to be dynamic. It was just an observation that I
No, but it updates dynamically. You don't have to always click refresh. It should have.
It does?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Yeah. Well, all good. Very nice. And I just tried this one here,
But I have only loaded one version of text, so I have created symboling so that all of them work.
Yeah. I mean, if you coming back to the discussion of a container, I mean, if you download a TechLive container, that's 5 gigabytes.
Yes.
So it's huge for a container. This is an absolute no-no. A container image bit larger than even 500 or 600 megabytes is not done.
So the idea is having this, see people who are working on their own files. When they move away from their computers, how do they access the files? So starting the system, starting the web server will give you the option of moving somewhere else and then still accessing your files and working on them.
Yeah, that would be better rather than...
Yeah, because on your system, you definitely would have all of the TechLive versions that you want. So that is the reason why we want to open source the project, so that people who want to personally use it can use it. And the other advantage is if you install this on a server somewhere across the world, like what the version that I shown, G3, that's hosted in India. So you're accessing the other, in case if you access the other system, you're accessing it from India, correct? Yeah, this is from India then.
One question. I'm trying to compile a document with multiple files.
Okay.
So I have the tech root, Seminararbeit.tech here, and this file
So
includes...
you have chosen the checkbox? Yeah.
And this file includes eckblatt.tech, which is down here. So it's in the same directory.
Correct.
But in a log it says that it cannot find eckblatt.tech.
Sheet. Source the file.
That's a tech root.
I think
Tries to
what the typing there. Multiple files if you want to delete them. No, that has to enable that option. This is the option of...
yeah, I know, but it would be maybe simple to have already without this, without checking this box.
To have that always there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do that. Some of these features that you might see there are based on requests that you got from our production teams. So they find that interface.
All right. Everybody tried the tutorial. No further comments or questions.
Do we have any questions online, or is somebody facing trouble online?
No, that doesn't seem to be. No, no trouble, no questions from online, from the ether. Yeah.
Okay.
You have some problems with your tech installation. It takes a lot of packages. It seems to be very small, but otherwise it's great.
Yeah, could be. The tech installation could be missing a lot of things. That's something that is very easily solvable.
3 months will be perfect.
No, The problem is the tech installation, not the interface.
Yeah, if you don't mind, Aravind, I would then close down the session.
Maybe if everybody has tried, I think one more person needs to try.
Oh, yeah. Okay, all right.
Were you able to log in? Yeah, so there's only one tech distribution currently on the system. So that is why it gives you that error. But if you want, you can add on any number of tech distributions if you want. Just wanted to show you that that is possible. You didn't try? You didn't try? It's very good. What is the reason? Why should we? I think if everybody has tried it, you would understand that having this sort of an application on your machine gives you the freedom of accessing your text files if you want to compile them from anywhere. So you can start the web server with just a single command, then it gives you access to a text compiler anywhere that you go to. So you don't really have to specifically rely on other cloud-based compilers. So your data is in your control. So that is something that we wanted to ensure, so that you have a system where you can access and have control over the data that you push to the system. So if everybody has tried, I think, yeah.
Okay, Aravind, thank you very much. Thank you. That was fun.
Yes, it was fun and interesting.
Yeah. So, yeah, we're at the end of the session for today, the end of day 2. We're going to meet outside for the banquet now, for all of you who go.
6:40.
Oh, 6:40, of course, 6:40. Yeah, they wouldn't feed us, yeah, so. Okay. They would be, yeah. Okay, so thanks everyone, and good evening.